And once again, Super Street needs you to lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lanes. To everybody tuning in on dragracer.tv, good morning. Glad to have you on board with us. A beautiful day here in the capital of the Sunshine State, or the Sunflower State, I should say. Topeka, Kansas, Heartland Motorsports Park. It was a cool, refreshing 66 degrees when I walked out of the motel this morning. A little bit of a breeze. And I'm sitting here looking out the window and just see some little light, fluffy clouds. Absolutely. For Topeka, for July, for the heart of America, you couldn't ask for anything better. For those of you on dragracer.tv, sitting there, watching, listening, going, wow, I should have gone. You are absolutely and positively correct. You should be here, along with 700 plus of your other favorite friends and racers. Yes, I said 700 plus. Got a nice full house, great day of racing. Super Street going to be leading us off here shortly. Stock Eliminator to follow that, then into Super Comp, and these are all first rounds of eliminations. A couple of qualifiers yesterday. First round of Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car qualifying yesterday. We will work our way through eliminations for our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Sportsman competitors. We will have two more sessions of Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car qualifying today. 5:30 is the first, 8 o'clock is the second. We will, as the expression goes, run till we're done and crown our champions a little bit later on this evening. And then you know what we're going to do? We're going to start all over again tomorrow morning and do the exact same thing we've done for the last 2 days. That is send a plethora, a gaggle, a flock of race cars down this quarter mile. But again, spectacular weather for Heartland Motorsports Park in the middle of July. Couldn't ask for anything better. Well, I guess you could, but I don't know what you'd find. But it is great. It is grand. It is glorious. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Don't forget Barry Bergeron here from Eagle Eye, taking photographs of everybody. And I do mean everybody as they leave the starting line. Getting some great shots of y'all, and you'll be able to check him out online at eagleeye.com. And while it's got a quiet moment out there, Super Stock Racers, there is going to be a corrected ladder posted here in just a few minutes. Super Stock, there is going to be a corrected ladder. It's only going to affect about maybe 9, 10, 11, 12 of you at the most. But there is a corrected Super Stock ladder that'll be down at the tech trailer here momentarily. And we will let you know. The revised ladder has been completed. And Superstock, the revised ladder, has now been dispatched to the tech trailer. Superstock, our first three pairs will be Nixon and Erickson, Pitt and Schmidt, Stanfield, Gregg, and Johnson. Stock eliminator, first three pairs, so you all know if you haven't seen it all already. Williams and Neely, Breimer and Resney, Dikema and Mans. When we call stock eliminator to the lanes, those will be our first three pair. And we will be calling you here in a little bit. Not yet, but here in a little bit. So stockers, be ready. Round one of elimination, Super Street. I hear the rumble under the tower. Or as they would say, the rumble in the jungle. But Super Stock, do be advised. Super Stock, there is a revised ladder for all 72 of you, 74 of you. And that revised ladder has been dispatched to the tech trailer. Super Street, you're not in the lanes yet. You're late because Terry Miller and Jason Owens already sitting here ready to go. Super Street, round number one. That needs you to the lanes, please. If you're not here yet, tisk, tisk. Because this is time to get serious. You're either going to have a day of continued preparation or an opportunity to go sightseeing. Alrighty, Super Street, round number one. Final call, Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Terry Miller, Jason Owens going to lead us off. This is eliminations. Two go down, one comes back. We don't even have to send two down. Terry Miller's already a winner. Jason Owens lights the bulb by 4 thousandths of a second on this end of the racetrack. Miller goes through 1097. Owens with a 1091. 145 Jason, 126 Terry, and all of that for naught after the 4 thousandths of a second red light start. Bob Weeklands, Cortez Transportation. 70 Duster comes rolling in alongside Steve Wilson's Stinnett Repair. 67 Chevy 2 and green. We got green lights and pair. Boom diggity. Win light. How about Steve Wilson? 008, dead on 9, 17 thou pack. Rob Weekland, you want some? Come and get it. 17 thousandths of a second. True package for Steven Wilson, and on to round number 2 he will go. Sandy Causey, our former division rep, or division champ, I should say, at the wheel of her 67 Fairlane, and Stacy Owens. We've seen one Owens go red. Hopefully Stacy won't light a bulb that matches the color of the car. RPM's up, and away we go. Causey over on the left-hand side, coming down from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Doesn't want to put it in the trailer yet, doesn't have to. 1094, 140, beats a 1092, 132. One Owens is early, one Owens is late. Beginning to feel like Goldilocks and the Three Bears here. One bed was too soft, one bed was too firm. Maybe the next one will be just right. Reagan Wilson off and running, big motored Chevrolet comes off the throttle stop. Starts the top end charge. Kurt Worth way out in front. Looking over his shoulder going, where's that truck? There's the truck. 1107 at 125 miles an hour. Worth 1116 on an 86 mile an hour run. And that truck with 665 cubic inch of Brodix power comes charging hard from behind. Teresa Broadbeck rolls in, the Pontiac Firebird right side, and Garrett Pierce with the Mercury pickup. runners. Making the toe down, bringing the big pickup with him. And picks up the win, 1094 to 123. Teresa had a 002 light, got down to the other end of the racetrack, took a huge, and I mean large chunk of finish line stripe, breaks out with a 1087 at 126. Jonathan Anderson and Jamie Cordell on the other end goes 1084 at 101. Jonathan in the little Pontiac, 1088, 121 miles an hour. Boogieing down the racetrack. Jacob Smutney and Jim Burrell. Chevrolet Camaro, Ford Torino. All Ford for the boys out of Texas. They come from Claude. Smutney, Humphrey, Nebraska-based runner. 27-year-old engineer. House motor, Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. Big gargantuan, 632 cubic inch Ford. There goes the little Chevy. Here comes full, coal, power, pulling, top end. Can Burrell get him? Yes, he can. Double breakout, 1089.6 to a 1089. A lot of smoke down there by Jacob Smutney, and I'm hoping that is nothing but tire smoke. Down at the other end, Bobby says, hold on a minute, let's double check. Looks like we're good to go. Jeff Landholm comes rolling in next, former champ out of Oakland. This is in Nebraska, not California. Taking on fellow Nebraska runner, Brad Frederick, a.k.a. Vibes, over here on the right-hand side out of the Scissors Edge and Hometown Automotive Repair. Now we got a race. Two good greens. Separated off the line, 6th thou at the stripe. Separated by 25. 1091 at 150. Landholm gets the win. Brad Frederick goes 10.888 at 151 miles an hour. And Vibes is done. Jordan Pratt, former champ, taking on Nick Siebert. Siebert coming off the runner-up Super Street Run down in Oklahoma just a couple of weeks ago. Nick Siebert right side, Jordan Pratt left. We need John Breimer, A-Stock Automatic, and Resney, factory stock D, to the lanes. About an 11 ten-thousandths margin of victory. 1092 by Siebert at $1.16, beats a 1093 by Jordan at 121. Need our first three pair only in stock eliminator. Diekema and Mans, Breimer and Resney, Austin Williams and Wes Neely. Our first three pair only. Stock eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Jay Holmes slides in. Rose on the right-hand side, young Allison. Terre Haute. Wheeling and dealing. The Camaro over here on the right-hand side. It'll be Allison, 1093 at 122. Takes out Holmes, 1095 at 124. Allison was 12 on the tree. Holmes was 20. True margin down at the other end, 28 off thousandths of a second. Rick Huffman and Roger Benny go to do battle next. Benny left side, Pontiac, coming down from the home of the old Nebraska Cornflakes, Scribner, Nebraska. Rick Huffman over here on the right, out of Accelerated Graphics, your official Lucas Oil rep. About Rick, 009, dead 9, 18 thousandths package. Taking a stripe by 4 ten-thousandths of a second. I think he might tighten that one up just a little bit. Roger Benny, a little quick at the other end, trying to chase him down, 1088 at 135 miles an hour. And again, we need John Breimer and Resney, Diekma and Mans and Williams and Neely. Our first 3 pair in stock, first 3 pair only. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes. First 3 pair only. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Wade Samuel and Jeff Kaufman come rolling in, rocking in. Samuel on the right-hand side out of Ideal Car Star with the 65 Chevelle coming down from Littleton, Colorado. Historic little burg. The Mile High State. Samuel off and running, so's Kaufman. Up and down from Nebraska. Bringing his little Chevy 2. Oop, I heard a whomp down there. 10.905 beats a 10.901. 16 thousandths of a second. Kaufman had 20 thousandths advantage off the line. Cashed in 16,000 up down at the finish line stripe. Wade's going to look at that ticket and go, you gotta be kidding me. What's a feller got to do? Jason Hennessy and Marcus Bush. Bush on the right-hand side comes rolling in, wheeling the 77 Chevy Nova. Jason, who went to deep in the program. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event up in Indianapolis. What's that been, my board? About a month ago? Yep. Made it down to the final 3, if memory serves me correctly. You know what? Speaking of that, Hennessy's in. Bush is in. 3,000 difference out of the gate. The 10.906 beats the 10.916. 10,000 difference at the stripe. 3,000 difference at the start. Take the 10, add the 3. Ding, 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 ding. We got a winner. Comes up with 13 thousandths. Marching down at the other end, April Merrills. Camaro right side. Chuck Lowry over on the left. Wichita-based Camaro. Let's see what he can do trying to chase down the Red Motorsports. 400 cubic inch combination for April as she looks over. Lowry goes 001 off the line, runs 1092 at 143. April a little tardy leaving, runs a 1081 down at the other end, trying to track him down and just can't quite get her done. Rob Boyer's machine now, the 73 Nova, former winner here, and Kurt Epperson, Diamond House runner, just north of town, Silver Lake, Kurt's your winner. Rob goes red, 17 thousandths of a second too quick for Boyer, 1089.0 by Epperson at 149 miles an hour. Boyer became a spectator for the rest of the day. We'll see him again tomorrow. Roger Hayward out of Iowa. 67 Ford Fairlane. And Austin Seamers. Austin's going to be your winner. He goes 001 green. Roger's red. And the Malacca, Minnesota-based runner, cruises through. Oh, my. I think Austin wasn't ready. 001 light, dead 3. How about a 4,000 package for Seamers? 001, dead on 3 for Austin, and moving on to round number 2. Great, googly moogly. Tim Forshee and Wayne Christopher. Wayne's got the Monte Carlo 84 edition, Illinois-based runner. Trying to hold off the Kansas runner from down there in Wichita land. Christopher right-hand side, not going to get her done. He runs dead on 1, but he left too much back here on the starting line. Tim goes 007, runs a 1093. Takes a stripe at the end, 15 foul for the margin of victory. Brian Gustafson's Mopar, Frank Higgins Camaro. Sweet Springs Mo taking on Garland, Texas. Can't think of a better place to meet up with each other than here at Heartland Motorsports Park. 400 cubic inch Camaro, 500 plus cubic inch Mopar. Brian's hot rod off and running. Here comes Frankie. Frankie pedaling hard at the other end. Not going to get him. 1095, 119. He gets one to 1094, 134. Brian was there when the tree came down, said, giddy up and go. Frankie said, wait a minute, let me think about it. Okay, now it's time. Only, it wasn't. Donnie Dernberger, final round contestant in our Aeromotive Super Shootout last evening. Taking on Jeffrey Wheats. Wheats out of Illinois. Jeffrey and his son. Father-son business back in Morris. Dernberger was chopping down the tree last night. Must have forgot the caffeine in his coffee this morning because he was a little tardy. Then he runs 1080 out of 1090. Trying to get there, he gets there. Jeff Wheats is 009, 91.7. 26,000's package, and Donnie, the Bishop Performance Camaro, was basically pushing air, wasted fuel, trying to catch him down at the other end of the racetrack. Get our first three pair, stock eliminator, Brimer and Resney, Williams and Neely, Dikema and Mans, need you to lanes, please. First three pair, stock eliminator, need you to lanes. Greg Pfeffer, red, and Chris Harrelson, green. We are off and running. Unfortunately, Greg's day is done. Harrelson gets the win, running 1083 at 142. First three pair of stock eliminator, Williams and Neely, Brimer and Resney, Dikema and Mans, and now right side of the ladder. Need the right side of the ladder in stock eliminator, please. Brandon Milliken, going to be your winner chicken dinner. Paul Bassett lights the red bulb by 10 thousandths of a second. The Nebraska runner getting a good tune-up for tomorrow. Goes 1092 at 123. But that'll be tomorrow because he won't be back today. Brandon Milliken will. He goes 1088, 151 miles an hour. So Brandon gets to stay and play. Joe Peterson, hope he gets to do the same thing. To do that, though, he's got to get around Chris Presley. And Joe's not going to do that because, well, the Nebraska-based S10 put a load in the bed, stood the front end up, pulled the tires out of the beams, and goes red. 10.899, Chris Presley gets the win, 131 miles an hour. Peterson goes red, then runs 11:01 at 145. Uttering words like dagnabbit, gee willikers, and golly darn going down the racetrack. Golly darn. Yep. Mike Hancock in next. You've heard of, giving your John Hancock? Well, this is Mike. No relation. Just want to let you know that. Brandon Harris over on the left-hand side. Tulsa-based runner. Dad's old car, the Discount Trailers machine. Closing hard, charging hard, top end, 11:07, 135. Not going to catch him. Brandon was 001, but well off the pace. 1093 at 117. Hancock, a little Nova, put his signature on that run. Made his way down the racetrack. It was Richard Cantrell. Brett Thornton comes rolling in. Cantrell off and running. He's a little late. Yep, Brett Thornton nailed it at the starting line. 1097 beats a quicker 1096. 26th foul the margin down at the other end of the racetrack. Brett gets to stay and play. Runner out of Bushton, Kansas will be back. Well, the one thing about Richard Cantrell, it is a very short tow to Carbondale. I mean, like out the door and hang a left. Steve Dominguez taking on James Presley. Steve had problems yesterday. Looking over at Jimmy Presley's 57 Chevrolet Bel Air. The big dog loads up, and off we go. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Those of you watching on dragracer.tv, you can see what I'm talking about. The dog's 10. Presley's 11 on the tree. Steve runs 1093 at 143 to get the win. 1088 by Presley at 123 on the mile per hour chart. Steve gets to come back and play. Presley's 57 is done. A couple of unique automobiles here for Super Street action. Jared Ross, the big block Sunset Performance powered 48 Anglia, taking on Braden Stobbs, Chevrolet powered Mustang Coupe. I mean, let's face it, we've got, Chevy 2s, Novas, Camaros. They're everywhere. And yet, here's two. Braden's off and running. Ross has got issues. He had problems back here in the water box. Now, Braden runs quicker than 1090. That he doesn't. He runs 1129 at 92 miles an hour. Jared, another gentleman driving down the racetrack, uttering words of despair as he concludes his quarter-mile tour. Stock Eliminator, first three pair, right side of the ladder. Stock Eliminator, first three pair. Reimer and Resney, Williams and Neely, Dickema and Mans, and right side of the ladder. Need you to the lanes, please. Here's Dan, here's Wendell. Smith out of Buffalo, Minnesota on the left-hand side. Shelton out of Gilmer, Texas. I guess if you're going to meet up somewhere in the middle, Heartland Motorsports Park, a pretty good place to do that for the Minnesotan and the Texan. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. One light's going to go to Smith. 1092 beats a 1093. 17 thousandths of a second margin between the two down at the other end of the racetrack. So Dan will stay and play at least one more round. Wendell's day is done. Richard Larson Farm, Starbuck, Minnesota based Corvette, taking on Dennis Harrelson's little 69 Camaro. Harrelson's Camaro looking more like a street car than it does a super street car. Harrelson off and running, Larson off and running. Numbers in their reaction times are identical, although they are in different order. Harrelson goes down, takes a chunk of stripe, took 65 thou to break out by 15 thou. So Larson gets the win, running dead on 5, 10.905 at 143. Terry Robison's Nova up next, taking on Troy Ross at his Nova up next. Springdale, Arkansas versus Wamego, Kansas. It's small block on the right side, it's big block in the left. We are off and running. Giddy up, go. Went line to Ross, 10.907 beats a 10.904, 9/10,000ths of a second down at the finish line. Can you say dipped him by that much? Troy did. 19 on the tree to Robison's 22. Good old drag race there. Both drivers dead on down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Dallas-based. Tom Phillips comes rolling in next. His Camaro on the left-hand side. Taking on Trevor Lands. Entry over here on the right. Trevor Lands, 16 on the tree, takes 29 at the stripe, breaks out by 3. Tom Phillips says, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Phillips goes through 10.904 to 138 miles an hour, and into round number 2 he goes. Trevor will be down there standing beside himself at the other end of the racetrack once he sees the time slip. Scott Vandeventer, a.k.a. Princess, over there on the left-hand side. That's not, I stand corrected. Yeah, that's Von Heater, not Vandeventer. 1094 at 131. I haven't had my coffee yet this morning. Van de Vitter gets the win at 131 miles an hour and 11 thousandths of a second. Troy goes 1092 at 138. Chris Bombard and Gary Nicholson come rolling in next. And I do apologize to Van de Vitter there. Yeah, not Von Heater, but I do Van de Vitter. Gary Nicholson, Chris Bombard. See if Bombard can get around Nicholson. The answer would be negatory. 1091-0 gets beat by a 1091-2. Nicholson a little bit better when the tree came down. Wraps it all up at the other end of the racetrack by 27 thousandths of a second. And the Wagner's classic car. Big old Chevelle. Be back for round number next. Rodney Pickens and Buddy Wood. Buddy up in his Chevy Deuce. Rodney and his Firebird over there on the left-hand side. Pickens Firebird off like a rocket ship when the tree came down. He goes 0-0-4 green, wraps it up with a 1088-0 win at 136. Buddy Wood at 1084 at 143. Trailing from the get-go, never could make it up at the other end. Landon Neely and Tyler Banks. Come rolling in next. Banks out of KCMO, the GMC Sonoma. Small motored combination over here on the right-hand side. Well, I'm telling you, 383 and a little S10 or Sonoma makes a real nice street vehicle. Doesn't do too bad for a race vehicle. Tyler better hurry up and get in. Whew, he did. Landon Neely left side. Florence, Mississippi based 66 Nova long roof wagon. Tyler trying to hold him off at the other end of the racetrack. Not going to do it. 11:01, 114 by Landon. Banks cut at 11 light, but then can't run the number at the other end as he goes 11:31 at 122. When you got 1090s up on the scoreboard for a target, you run the 11:31. Well, a miss is as good as a mile, as the expression goes. Gary Horseman and Mark Von Heater. Here's Princess. Okay, I feel better now. Von Heater out of Ainsworth, Nebraska. Large motored Chevrolet Camaro. Horseman in the Falcon, a little bit smaller car, a little bit smaller engine. Only 427 cubic. A full moto. Princess ripping and snorting down at the other end of the racetrack. Not going to get there. 1092 comes up short. 149 miles an hour. Horseman gets the win. 1091 at 137. Knocking the Princess out by 39 thousandths of a second. Scott Dugdale and Todd Teeter. 69 Camaro right inside. 3 over there on the left for Dugdale. Red light start, Teeter. 13 thousandths too quick before the tree finally flashed green. Dugdale gets the win, 1091 at 121 miles an hour. Teeter cruises through, 1064, Todd with low ET of the session. Of course, after the red light started, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference what you do. Well, you do need to go straight and true. Dell Halls, Texas-based Pontiac on the right-hand side, taking on Michael Campbell. Another Texas-Minnesota matchup here in the Sunflower State. Campbell left-hand side, welder by profession, 582 cubic inch, big motor. Dell Hall's 90 Pontiac Grand Prix. The H&H Racing entry, a little 415 cubic inch bow tie combination for Dell and Suzanne. Again, stock eliminator, first three pair, right side of the ladder. You should be in the lanes by now, especially the first three pair. We started calling you about lunchtime yesterday. Well, not quite that long, but it's been a while. About 1091/8 a pair. Dell Hall, 10.918 at 141. Michael Campbell, 10.918 at 135. Dell was 10 on the tree. Michael was 15 on the tree. The reaction time difference of 5 thousandths of a second gives the win to Dell. The Pontiac. Will it be back? Gary Wombolt's Camaro up next, the Coloradian. Colorado. Yeah, the guy from that stayed out there west of Kansas. Taking on Don Snow, the Corvette, 65 edition, left-hand side. Here comes Don, top end, closing hard. Not going to get him. 1094.3 beats a 1094.8. Let me do the small numbers and the big numbers. Don was 009. Wombolt was 10. True margin of victory, 46 ten-thousandths of a second. At the other end of the racetrack, another good close race. Scooter Wilkins, Chevy 2 out of Texas. Tony Jones, Chevy Camaro out of Texas. Guys could have raced closer to home and sent in the results. Save one up some travel expense. At least for race number one. Wilkins left side. Here comes Tony, top end. Got him. 1092 beats a 1094. Tony was 18. Scooter was 32. Stock eliminator, need all y'all to the lanes now, please. Stock eliminator, everybody. Left side of the ladder, right side of the ladder. First three pair are already there. Stock eliminator, need you to the lanes. If you got a stocker and you're not in the lanes, you're either A, broke, B, decided to sit out the race, or C, whatever else. Glenn Dilday, Greg Gilligan. 1078 by Dilday. Greg Gilligan goes 1091.0. Unfortunately, Gilligan's Nova left way early. And Dilday had the opportunity to take the Sibley, Missouri-based Chevy Nova down the racetrack at whatever rate of speed he wanted to. Chris Thies, Mark Underhill. Underhill over here on the right-hand side, the Amsoil. 80 Malibu. Long time, and I do mean long time Topeka campaigner. Underhill is looking at a red light in his rearview mirror. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it's not the police with the red light. Chris Thies gets the win, 10.888 at 150 miles an hour. Underhill goes 1094 at 131 after turning on the red bulb on this end by 19 thousandths of a second. Greg Butler's 87 Chevrolet Citation. The notchback version. I mean, this isn't even the hatchback version. This is the notchback. Big block combination for Butler here on the right-hand side. Michael Chitty alongside the Ames, Iowa-based Chevy Nova. And it's going to be Chitty getting the win. 10.908. Butler takes the stripe by 34, breaks out by 15, had 14 thousandths of a second to play with down there at the other end of the racetrack. That's like a twitch of a foot on a bad day. Chris Allen's 69 Dodge Dart comes rolling in next, the Colorado Springs runner. For those of you that are geographically challenged, Colorado Springs is in the state of Colorado. Brittany DeVore on the right-hand side, the Blanchard runner, coming up from the Sooner State. Brittany at the wheel for GMC, right-hand side, goes 10.889, taking 31 stripe, breaking out by 11. She had a little bit to play with. Brittany was 004. Chris Allen was 006. Allen gets the win, goes 1091.8 at 146 miles an hour. Brittany will look at that. Time slip, shake her head. Grab their newborn and be happy that she gets to come back and play and race tomorrow. Yeah. Wade Metzinger comes rolling in next, the Catoosa, Oklahoma-based runner. All Mopars all the time. He gets the dubious distinction of taking on the reigning division champ. There goes Metzinger. 68 edition Barracuda. Well out in front of the 72 model. Here comes Sauter, though. And Sauter goes 10.896. Got down there, went flying by it, 143 miles an hour to Metzinger's 98 mile an hour speed. Wade gets the win, going 11.02 at 98 miles an hour. You know why? Because Roger Sauter broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. And that's enough to make a person say, golly. Connor Pullins, Firebird on the right-hand side. Jimmy Nobin over on the left. Nobin's big motored. Wisconsin-based Camaro there on the left-hand side. Bullet coming up from Amarillo. That Roasters Coffee and Tea Company. Yeah, Amarillo, Texas. Nobin. A little tardy leaving the starting line. Connor got down there, had the nose out in front. Whomps the throttle a couple of times. Takes 75 stripe. Goes 1094 to 129. Nobin runs dead on the money. 10.907. Left way too much back here on this end of the starting line. A starting line reaction time that Bob Fry would refer to as he-unked. He-unked. Fry used to give me nothing but grief about my reaction time. It was well earned for a while. It seemed to go away after Houston in 2008, though. Andrew Withers, Pratt, Kansas-based Camaro on the right-hand side, taking on former D5 champ Ted Ash. There on the left. Andrew goes red by 7 down. Ted is your winner. Filet mignon dinner. I'm tired of chicken. 1087 and 148 for Ted. 1088 by Andrew after the red light start. So Ash will come back. Extended automotive prep, 500 cubic inch Corvette. We'll see again around number 2. Randy David taking on Luke Siebert. Ooh, this should be a pair. A couple guys been down this racetrack many a time before. And I would say have probably had to size each other up before in elimination. David off and running. Siebert off and running. 67 Camaros up there. David, big speed, top end charge, goes by 1087, 156. And that's a big quick. Siebert gets the win, 1093 at 128 miles an hour. So Luke and Nick both move on to round number 2. Scott Rudo's 84 S10 down from Omaha comes up next, aeromotive side of the racetrack. And Alan Butler. You know, they're half of the Butler Did It race operation. This is the 417 cubic inch, a 92 Camaro. Wheels up, launch from the truck. Ha! Right up Campbell. Alan Butler goes triple, zipple, perfect, and then gives it away at the stripe. 1095 at 132. 10904 by Scott Rudo. He runs dead on the money with a 4. Alan Butler was perfect leaving the starting line. Man, if you could put those two together, you'd have a 4,000s package. Unfortunately, Scott did one, Alan did the other. Well, it worked out well for Scott that time. Not so well for the Butler. Austin Claiborne and Jason Rowlands come rolling in next. 2 more Camaros. 67 left side. Rollins with the 69 edition in the right. 008 light. Claiborne, he's second off the line and second to the stripe, but first to the winner. 1088, 149. Claiborne gets the win. 1086 Rollins. Jason was 007. Took 15 stripe, broke out by way more than he needed to or could afford to. So Claiborne gets to come back and play. Tony Leonard's 70 Chevy Nova over there on the left-hand side. Neat car, clean car. Big block combination. Taking on John Long's Lucas Oil-based 97 Chevrolet S10. Pretty much dead even off the line. Leonard gets the win, 1092, 113, 1095 for John Long. Wally Stelmack and Ken Lang. You have packages here. They're available for you out at the Guard Shack. Wally Stelmack and Ken Lang. Packages have been delivered for you and available out at the front gate. See the Guard Shack. All right, so the Owens have gone 0 for 2 this morning so far. Here comes David. See what he can do. He's got to get around Daryl Bostwick's Ford Mustang on the right-hand side out of Debo Graphics in the great state of Colorado. And we're green lights and fair. David's got an opportunity. Working his way down the Aeromotive side. Bostwick says, hold on a minute, Sparky. You're not going anywhere. Boston gets the win. 11:05 at 136. 11:09 by David Owens. And Owens goes strike 1. Owens goes strike 2. And Owens goes strike 3. You're out of here. Zach Zavadil out of Clearwater, Minnesota. Double Z taking on Dave Ash. Saw Ted get the win a moment ago. That's older brother. Here comes Dave. 555 cubic inch 92 Camaro. Taking on Little Vega. Little Vega says, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Dave Ash goes, oh no you won't, oh no you won't, oh no you won't. We're going to find out. It's going to be Ash, 1089.5 at 144. Zach, too quick at a 1088.7. Dave was 10 on the tree. Got down there, took the stripe, gets the win, moves on. Gene Prokop out of Omaha comes rolling in 78 Malibu, taking on another one of the trucks. The fleet of S10s. Do you realize if you took all the S10s and GMC Sonomas we had here in Super Street action, we could add some very quick delivery trucks to our fleet. Prokop right side, the 78 Malibu. Out of Nebraska. Erickson out of Illinois. You'd think if they're going to meet up somewhere to race, it'd be in Iowa. Yeah. However, here we are. Erickson off and running. 555 cubic inch Gary Stenton prep, big motor. Trying to close up on Prokop from behind. Prokop goes 0-0-3, gets the win, 1096 at 128. Erickson got down to the other end of the racetrack. I don't know if he gave up or had problems, but the truck only mustered up an 11:27 lap at 144 miles an hour. And I got to tell you, for Erickson, that is not a usual run. The truck is pretty much more on the money, honey, than that. And that, I do believe, will put, yes it will, Super Street round number 1 to conclusion. Stock eliminator. Many of you we had a bunch. 98, 99, something like that. 97. Stockers. And first up comes our first pair. Should be Austin Williams taking on West Neely. Now, the bad part about Austin Williams taking on Wes Neely is I don't see Wes Neely. The good part about Austin Williams taking on Wes Neely is Austin doesn't see Wes Neely either. So that's an automatic round win. Ding, 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 ding. 72 Duster, 340 combination. Austin Williams treats Heartland Motorsports Park kind of like the Evans brothers treat Dallas. Kind of an annuity. Show up every year, pick up a check, and go home. Williams Motors through 1140 at 114 miles an hour, and he'll be back for round number 2 a little bit later on. Deacama's Corvette should be taking on Randy Mann's Firebird, but Mann's machine nowhere to be found. Problems out of the Fast Shocks Firebird yesterday. A no-show. Since stock eliminator cars are laddered, for those of you that are spectating today and don't follow each and every one of the rules. Stock eliminator cars are laddered just like the NCAA tournament. If one team doesn't show, the other team gets the win via the forfeit. Johnny Deacama gets the win at running a 15:44 lap because, well, Randy Mann's didn't show. John Breimer getting ready to make his run down the racetrack, and I got to tell you, it is a very rare occurrence to have all 3 of our first 3 designated pair get competition buy runs. Breimer should be running Mike Resney's. The Challenger out of Denver, Colorado, factory stock D machine. Did not answer, could not answer the bell for round number 1. So Breimer, like Williams, like Deacama, it's the automatic win, the competition buy. And for all intents and purposes, a great opportunity at an early morning tune-up run. Before we go into eliminations, 10:42 by John, 126 miles an hour. Bobby noticed something coming out from underneath John's car. Tells John's bride, Suzanne, say, please take the opportunity in the next few hours, get that fixed before we come back for round number 2. It's Tate Steins and James Findell. Get ready to roll in. Findell's G-Stick 340 Duster. Tate Steins C-Stock Automatic. Big Block Chevelle. We're going to pair them up, send them down the racetrack. Findell's going to be dialed in on an 11:15. His prognostication of what he believes his Mopar will run this morning. Stein's dialed in on a 10:81. Likewise, forecasting said time for his Big Block Chevelle. Top bulbs are lit for both. Courtesy staging has now taken place. Gentlemen, go ahead and light your stage beam. Thank you very much. Continue on. There goes Findell. Here comes Steins. 340 cubic inch, 4-speed Mopar ride. Hustles down track to an 11:19 at 117. That's good for the win. Steins a little bit late out of the gate. Runs 10:78 on a 10:81. Trying to chase him down at 113 miles an hour, and just didn't happen. Jay Spitz, Cobra Jet out of D-Bar D Racing. Out in Smith Center, Kansas, the 302. Cobra Jet dialed in 873. Couple of second handicap start for the 4-speed. Blinzall Nova. Jimmy Parsons coming to us out of Carney Mo. And a red line start by Jimmy. Oh, the Mustang stands the front end up, rocks it back on the wheelie bars, unsettles it a little bit. Parsons is going to go, oh, what coulda, shoulda, maybe, coulda, might have been. Schmidt's going to go 922 at 155 and take a deep side down at the other end of the racetrack. Parsons was red by 9 thousandths of a second. Schmidt's Mustang rocking her back on that wheelie bar. You can see her doing just a little bit of twist. All right, how you like it? Old school, 428-70 Mustang. New school, 427 Copo Camaro. Second and a half handicap start, going to go to the Ford. B-stock automatic on a 973, Reed on a 925. There goes Cecil. Here comes Reed, the Copo. Trying to reel in the Mustang now. Pedaling fast, pedaling hard, top end. Reed gets him, 927 on a 925. James was 004 leaving the starting line. Cecil gets down to the other end of the racetrack. Runs 1066 on a 1073. And I don't know if the words break out mean anything to you, but it does to Cecil. Tyler Wodarczyk getting ready to take on Art T-Bear. T-Bear goes in, lights both bulbs. Bobby says, hold on a minute. Need some courtesy staging here. One bulb at a time, gents. Wodarzyk's A-stock automatic Firebird. Cheney and Wodarczyk race stables there on the left-hand side. And T-Bear out of Canada. The 305 cubic inch Malibu on the right. 1205 to 1046. Once again, about 3 bulbs difference on the tree. There goes Arthur. Wodarczyk has to sit and wait patiently. Now the Firebird starts making its way towards the other end of the racetrack. Tyler's going to get down there, size up the Malibu, tap the brake pedal, get the win. 1078 at 110. 1239 by T-Bear on his 1205 dial. Arthur also left a little bit back here on the starting line when the reaction timer started. You can't do that against Tyler Wodarczyk. Will not let you have that opportunity. Bill Feist, 428 cubic inch 4-speed Mustang, 69 edition. 1018 to dial. Jake Melgren out of Young America, Minnesota, the 305 cubic inch 78 Skylark. Little T-stock automatic right. 1390 to dial for Jake. He's off and running. Here comes Bill. Throwing the gearbox in the Mustang. Slams it into high at the half-track mark. Coming. Got him. 1024 to 121 miles an hour. Wild Bill pedaling as fast as he can. Gets down there, takes the stride by 8 thousandths of a second. And for the win, Jake Melgren goes cruising through 1396 on a 92 mile an hour run. And do want to welcome Jake Melgren into crew to the Reese Motorsports Insurance family. They got signed up this weekend. Made a trip over to see our good friend Jeremy Lurkey. Jared Swinehart comes rolling in next, the AA stock automatic, big 427 Camaro. Going to give a second 2-bulb handicap start to Rob Turkles. 350 stick shift Camaro. There's Rob. Here's Jared. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Turkle's going to get the win. 34 dead 0, 19 on the tree. Throws a 19 pack at Jared Swinehart. Jared was 23 at the tree and pushing air going down the racetrack. Just wasn't going to catch him. Whew. Turkle, 19 thousandths package. Dwayne Dickens, San Clemente, California based, Chevy 2. Dale Findell's M-stock automatic, 318 Dodge over the right-hand side. See a breakfast over at Banjo's Cafe this morning. Way down Dwayne. Findell's Mopar ride, the taxi cab confessions machine. That comes up short, 24 thousandths as Dwayne Dickens gets the win, 1185. 105 miles an hour. Findell goes 1203 on a 1202. And at 24 thousandths of a second. Predominantly filled with the starting line reaction time advantage for Dwayne. Tony Tostos, small block Camaro, taking on Vern Buchanan's Mustang. Vern out of Conway, Arkansas. 77 years young. Been drag racing for longer than most of you out there been around. Vern off and running. Tony left side. Tony's fried chicken himself at the age of 70. A couple of our AARP card-carrying members. Vern gets the win, 11:30 at 115. 11:85 by Tony. Oh, that was a heads-up G-Stock automatic run. My bad, I missed that. Vern had the quicker car. That was my bad. I missed it. It was a heads-up run. It did not flash heads up when CompuLink normally does. It says, hey, stupid announcer, pay attention. Danny Rucker, another G-Stock automatic entry. Tim Ames, the East Dick, Mopar ride out of Premier Properties of Texas. Here comes Tim, top end, got him. Up at 14 at 110, turned him loose at the stripe. Rucker goes 11:68, 111 miles an hour. Danny was nowhere to be had down there. So Tim gets the win. He'll be back. Troy Henderson, stick shift, 396, 68 Camaro left side. Going to be chasing Dwayne Davis. The Formula Firebird that was runner-up on Thunder Mountain last weekend. 455 cubic inch. Firebird. Oh, and Dwayne goes red. 0-0. Runner-up last week on the mountain, out round number 1 this week. Henderson goes cruising through, 1061 at 107 miles an hour. 1141 by Dwayne. It's Marlene Nelson's J-Stock automatic entry, taking on Jameis Jurgens' G-Stock automatic entry. Small blocks of pair, the 83 Camaro right side. Taking on Marlene's 68 Chevelle left side. Marlene red. Jameis going to be your winner. 11:30 with a 4 on the 11:31 dial by Jameis. Marlene runs 12:16 on the 12:11. But after the red light started on this end of the racetrack, all Marlene could do was think about what could have been. Dairy Cakes, H-Stock automatic, 383 cubic inch Roadrunner right side. The Okie from Muskogee. And Dick Geary's I-Stock automatic entry over in the left-hand lane. Dick, a former champ out on the mountain. Thunder Mountain, as it's known in Morrison, Colorado. Geary off and running. Here comes Derek. Derek may have needed to make a trip by the concession stand this morning. Pick up coffee with a little bit more caffeine in it because he was a little tardy. 11:74 on the 72 by Dick. Camaro gets the win. 11:28, dead on 1 by Derek Hake. But when you snooze, well, you know the rest. Marty Burks, J-Stock automatic runner over on the left-hand side as we once again spotlight a pair of Mopars. Chuck Rose, South Sioux City, Nebraska. 340 cubic inch Duster right-hand side. There goes Chuck. There goes Marty. 383 Coronet, 340 Duster. Mopar contingent well represented here this week, and Chuck Rose gets the win. 11:16.9 on the 11:17. He's under by a foul. Martin Burke goes 11:66 on the 11:70. He's under by 35 foul. Chuck Rose closer to the number. Chuck Rose gets the win. And that gorgeous 340 machine will be back. Rochelle T-Bear. Taking on Jacob Pitt. Rochelle off and running. Jacob's 440 Cuda giving chase. Things right now are not looking so sweet for one of the cars. Jacob a little late, runs 66 on a 61. Off the throttle at the other end, trying to force Rochelle out at the other end, but she goes 11:75 on the 11:73. T-Bear, your number 2 qualifier. gets the win, and we'll be back. Jacob's going to be concentrating on his super stock car now for the rest of the day. It's Neil Webster's G-Stock Automatic Chevy Deuce on the right-hand side, taking on your Columbus, Ohio Lucas Oil winner, Logan Galbraith's 74 Pontiac Grand Am. And a 74 Pontiac out in Sonoma last week, 74 Pontiac in Indianapolis, 74 Pontiac, I do believe, down in Oklahoma. A body style that's never really popular except for, well, maybe here in drag racing. Logan off and running, trying to chase down Webster, not going to do it. 78 on the 77. Neil Webster gets the win. 12:36.6 by Logan on his 12:38. He was behind by 12 leaving the starting line. Ends up being behind by more than that at the finish line. Pardon me, and Logan. Day is finito. Larry Anderson and Paul Marola working their way down track. Marola gets the win. 1086 and a $1.19, a pair of stick shift cars. 1060 on a 1059 by Larry. He comes up 6 thousandths of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack on a good old side-by-side stock eliminator stick shift race. Both of them reaching for the sky as they left the starting line. James Carter's Copo Camaro. Texas base, 427, factory stock B entry. Taking on Bill Hatcher's F-Stock Automatic, little 305 Camaro out of Fry Iron Associates in the swinging metropolis of Satanta, Kansas. Hatcher on 1104, Carter on a 942. Carter's going to have to be patient. Couldn't do it. Red light start by Carter on this end. When you got the quicker car and you're giving up a pretty healthy handicap start, it's oftentimes difficult to be patient enough to wait for your side of the trade. It happened again. Bill Hatcher, winner, 11-12 at 118 for the Fry Iron Associates machine. 950 by Carter. He'll be back tomorrow. Kevin Leinert taking on Joey LeBlanc. LeBlanc right side. The M Stock Automatic entry. 81 Malibu. 1222 the dial. Leinert's 318 cubic inch 2-barrel Dodge Dart there on the left-hand side. There goes Kevin. And everybody say goodnight to Joe. Kevin Leinert gets the win after LeBlanc lights the red light bulb. Little 318 Mopar car, 1333 on a 1330 dial. Kevin will be back for round number 2. Looks like Professor Peabody loaded us up into the Wayback Machine. 1972 Mustang, left side, 351 4-speed, David Peach. Carson Pedigo, the big block, 70 Chevelle SS over here on the right. If you don't remember Professor Peabody, the Wayback Machine, you're too young. Carson off and running, Peach out in front. Stick shift Mustang trying to hold off the Chevelle, gets it done. 11-12, 109 for Peach. Winner, spaghetti dinner. 1050 at 117 by Carson, trying to chase him down at the other end. Danny Toole and Dirk Olson come rolling in next. The little V-Stock Automatic 4-cylinder Ford. Dirk. Oh, Dirk, you gotta wait. The big handicap start going to the little 4-cylinder. Dirk Olson had to wait for his side of the tree, and he missed it by 37 thousandths. Danny Toole says, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Toole moves on. He'll be in round number 2. Dirk's going to get down the other end of the racetrack, pick up his time slip, and say, golly gee willikers. Here we go. Try this one on for size. 6-second handicap start. Brian Heath's big block Chevelle in the left on a 1063. Brent Topeka over here on the right, the 4-cylinder Mopar on a 1664. All right, guys, just be green. Everybody green. Brent right side, green, off and running. Now Brian has to wait and wait and wait and wait some more. Okay, now you can go. Big old handicap start. Brent Topeka out there in front. There's a reason that car's got rear view mirrors on it, let me tell you. Top end, winner picker. Look at Brian Heath screaming by at the other end. 120 miles an hour, runs 1061 for the win. Topeka goes 1658. Both drivers under their number. Brian closer to his. He gets the win. But a 6-second handicap start. Can you say great googly moogly? Gordon Brightoff, Chris Cheney working their way down track. Cheney gets the win. Your reigning division champ, 1052 and 122. Brightoff runs 1084. Trying to reel him in with the 302 4-speed Camaro. Ron Prince taking on Ron Matson. I will take Ron first to the finish line for 100, please, Alex. It'll be the Firebird left side for Prince. It'll be the Camaro right side for Matson. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. All 17,328 of you. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Matson on a 1088, Prince on a 1098. So a tenth of a second between the two. Red light start by Matson. Prince gets the win. Prince's Firebird out of Minnesota. 11 flat on the 1098 for the winner at 119. 1098 on the 1088 by Matson, but he left the red bulb back here on this end of the racetrack. Bill Bagley and Craig Maddox, another pair of Mopars going to do battle. Bagley, your number 8 qualifier, the F-Stock Automatic Bagley Tractor and Equipment Company car. Craig Maddox, factory stock B entry. Second handicap start, going to go to the little 340 from the 426 drag pack. If anybody out there has any roll bar padding, need to see Dwayne Cole or the NHRA Tech Department. Need some roll bar padding, SFI roll bar padding. Need to see Dwayne Cole or the NHRA Tech guys down there in the barn. Bagley off and running. Maddox right alongside. Maddox gets the win. 943, dead on 5. 1098 on a 1097. Bagley. 14 thousandths of a second margin down at the finish line by Maddox. They were separated by 2 thousandths of a second leaving the starting line. Pretty good old drag race. Marlon Bogner's 69, 318. Barracuda left side, 1292. John McLaughlin's 4-speed, 383.70. Roadrunner. Giving chase. McLaughlin working his way through the gearbox. Got her shoved into high, 383 cubic inches, trying to chase down a little 318. Gets it done. 11:31 at 113. McLaughlin taking 7th stripe for the win. Bogner, 12:95 at 100 miles an hour, coming up just a little bit short. Trista Fenner, who's been your winner here at Heartland Motorsports Park before, picking up the stock eliminator win just a couple of years back. The B-Stick 402 70 Nova taking on Phil Giles, factory stock C entry. A little bit more than the second handicap start, going to go to the classic 70 Nova there on the left-hand side. Giles going to have to be patient on his side with the GoPro. Green and gone, both of them. Baby. Baby. 957. Giles gets the win on his 954. Trista goes 1069. They were all but dead even out of the gate. Trista holding a foul. Better reaction time. Giles runs better number down at the other end, and he'll move on. Fenner's day is done. Jay Randall taking on Scotty Wells now. Scott's I-Stock automatic. Camaro 1176. Jay Randall's factory stock B. Copo for the Minnesota-based runner. Another big handicap start. Wells old school Camaro. Going to be off and run. There goes Wells. Sitting, waiting, patient. Jay Randall. Now off and running the blue Copo. Trying to track him down. Coming. Top end. Got him. 946 on the 923. 1170 on the 1176 by Wells. Got down to the finish line. Took a chunk. Did Scott. Jay Randall just kind of stepped back off the throttle and said, well, thank you, sir. Scott Wells will be getting the Burlington Northern Santa Fe conductor's cap in the mail soon. Brent Vogus K-Stock automatic Mustang on the left-hand side. The California Special. Taking on Steve Scherschlick. Scherschlick out of South Dakota. 73 satellite H-Stock automatic entry. Trying to run down that California Special Mustang. Here comes the Mopar car. Top end got him. 41 on a 39. Steve Scherschlick, your winner. 1252 on a 54. Bogus goes down, takes 42 stripe. Breaks out at the other end of the racetrack by 16. Had a minuscule amount to play with at the other end and didn't play with it correctly. Logan Ward taking on Chris Knutson now. Knutson, another stick shift car. 396 4-speed Camaro. Gotta love stock eliminator. I mean, classic muscle cars, new model muscle cars. 62 Plymouths, 383s. Mason City, Iowa-based runner, 1134. There goes Logan. Everybody say goodnight to Chris. Knudsen lights the red bulb by 14 thousandths of a second. Logan gets the win, 11:29 at 115 miles an hour. Knudsen goes 1063 on his 1070. May have been holding a couple. But after the red light started on this end of the racetrack, anything he did at that end of the racetrack was, well, basically for naught. Lauren Gottschalk comes rolling in now, 351 cubic inch E-Stock automatic Mustang. Lauren will be off and running in front of Michael Lund's 1031 dial and his A-Stock automatic Firebird. Bettendorf, Iowa-based runner coming over from the Quad Cities. Going to give up a 1.24 second handicap start. Lauren, green. Michael Lund, green. I like it when we got green lights and pair. You can make a race out of it. 1,320 feet down to the other end of the quarter mile. It's going to be Lund getting the win. 1034 on a 1031. Michael was 13 on the tree. Gottschalk cruises through 1154 on the 55. Trying to reel him in at the other end of the racetrack, and Lund did it. Red Spears B-Stock automatic, 402 combination. 70 Nova. Jamie Peach, F-Stock automatic, 455 Buick. Oh, and Jamie goes red by 24,000. Red Spear, the chiropractic doctor out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, goes through 1090 at 100 miles an hour. 1126 at 103 by Jamie. That's Jeff Strickland's Camaro comes rolling in alongside Justin Hutto. This is going to be interesting. Hutto's 427-69 Corvette. Strickland's Copo Camaro on the left-hand side. The 427 Berger Chevrolet. GM Parts Now entry out of Victor Cagnazzi's race stables. Strickland lists one of his career highlights is still being married after 10 years of drag racing. Or still being married for 10 years. Wild drag racing, I should say. Let me tell you, I certainly understand that statement. There goes Hutto. Here comes Strickland. 427's a pair. Early model in the Corvette for the youngster. Strickland with the Copo. Win light goes to Strickland. 957 at 132. 1016 on a 1012 by Justin. 30 thousandths of a second, separating them down at the other end of the racetrack. But Strickland gets the win in the Berger Chevrolet. Cope will be coming back around. Kyle Ratcliffe and Daryl Goheen going to do battle now. Kyle taking about a year and a half or two off, transferring the Firebird from a automatic to a stick shift car. Daryl Goheen on the right, C-Stock automatic. Camaro. Off and running is Daryl. Here comes Kyle. 1070 the dial by Ratcliffe, and he gets the win. 1071 at $1.19. 1105 on the 1101 by Daryl. Kyle kept his foot in it. Takes the stripe and the win by 15 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. And the former U.S. Nationals champ comes back one more time. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the lanes. If you all aren't there yet, well, come on down, because we're going to throw a party, and everybody in Super Comp Racing is invited. Scotty Dugdale's 4-speed Chevelle taking on Jeff Jackson's 4-speed double. 1172 to the 1149 dial. Dugdale at the wheel of the Line Performance Chevelle. There on the O'Reilly side, goes cruising through 1160 at 106. That's good for the W. 1186 by Jackson on his 1172 dial. Well, let's just say that that's not good for the W. There's Mike Tipton and Mike Burles. And once again, Alex, I'll take Mike first to the finish line for this time. Let's make it worth 200, please. 200, whatever. Mikey left side, Mikey right side. Mike left first, Mike left second. Mike's trying to catch Mike at the other end. That's going to be Mike Burles getting the win. 1132 on his 1130 at 115. Tipton goes cruising through 1246 on his 1250 dial. And once again, if the words breakout mean anything to anybody, they certainly do to Michael Tipton right about now. 400 cubic inch Firebird for Bill Jenkins. 1133 the dial. Dustin Nelson's Copo Camaro. Dialed in an 874, the factory stock double A Camaro on the left-hand side. Jenkins off and running. Dustin Nelson. I was just getting ready to say, Dustin, you got to sit and be patient. Dustin didn't quite hold on long enough. 16 thousandths red by Nelson. He's going to look at Bill Jenkins' time slip and the reaction time Bill had, and he goes, oh, dagnabbit. 11:33 dead on 2 by Jenkins. He was a little tardy leaving the starting line. Dustin Nelson put a great big old bow on that first round win and handed it to him. Kurt Reeves, V-Stock, automatic, 225 cubic inch, slant 6 Mopar, 1498 the dial. Timmy Mosbeck's F-Stock automatic entry. Timmy putting the car in the winner's circle out in Great Bend, Kansas last year to close out the season, off and running. Mosbeck trying to reel in that little V6, or excuse me, little inline 6. Hot rod of Rees. Rees has the better light. They both break out. Mosbeck gets the win by being closer to the dial. 1106 on the 1112, 1492 on the 1498. Rees qualified with a 1492, dialed up to a 1498. And Kurt that time should have stuck with Columbus. Stan Kopecka's 4-cylinder 84 Dodge Aries station wagon. Taking on Jimmy Tolston's stick shift Pontiac GTO. 1113 to a 1669 dial. That's not quite 6 seconds, but it's still a long time for Tolston to sit there and wait. Especially when you got the left foot pushing in on the clutch pedal and it wants to go, let go and say, go now, go now, go now. James has got to have a conversation with his left foot and tell him, not yet, not yet, not yet. Oh, and away they go. Tolston Trying to chase down the little wagon, all dollars and no cents. Topeka way out in front. He had a 003 light and he gets the win. 1671 on the 1669. 1131. Tolston runs 31 on a 13. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. And somebody find me a fly swatter. I've got a fly up here bugging the bejesus out of me right now. Dave Janik taking on Norm Warling. Oh, another healthy handicap start. Norman right at a 12-second dial. Dave Janik right at an 8.5-second dial. The 389, 62 Catalina off and running. There goes Norman. Here comes David. The Janik Brothers Racing Operation out of Caldwell, Texas. Copo coming hard. Not going to get him. 1201 and the 1198 by Norm Warling. And the M Stock automatic right. 863 on the 868 dial for the Copo. Sam Rollins. Dodge Drag Pack should be taking on Russ Kramer's. 64 Plymouth, 426. The Big Lake, Minnesota runner. Nowhere to be found this morning. Obviously, problems with the Mopar out at Gene's Repair. So it's a competition buy run for Sammy Rowland. He goes cruising through 10 to 25. Basically what he qualified with yesterday when he ran a 10:24. A tough break for Russ Kramer, not being able to answer the bell. Parker DeVore's iStock automatic entry. Parker sent me a note yesterday after my 9 sneezing fit. Said he thought his 3 sneezes in a row were bad. Yeah, well, I get the group discount, Parker. Taking on David McCall. South Dakota based, little 305 Camaro on the left-hand side. 1187 to an 1184. Pretty much a heads-up run. Parker getting the lead just a couple of hunt in front. See if he can pile that couple of hunt into a little bit more down at the other end. Well, nope, he got whittled down to 0.06 of a second. Parker still gets the win. 1204 on the 1184. 12 flat by McCon is the 1187 dial. Jeremy Romero's G-Stock automatic entry, taking on Brian Doherty's F-Stock automatic entry. Those of you listening in on DragRacer.tv thinking, wow, there sure are a lot of stockers. Well, you're right. Yeah, there sure are a lot of stockers. Got right at 100 of them here this weekend for race number 1. Doherty goes on the left-hand side off the 1169 dial, and Doherty gets the win. 1135 by Jeremy the dial on the Camaro. Unfortunately, the red light start for Jeremy ends his chance at fame, glory, and fun and frivolity for the rest of the day. 1169, Doherty gets the win, running dead on tune. He was 003. Brian Doherty, 5,000s package for the Camaro out of Paola. He must be looking for a little payola at the end of the day. 5,000s package. He could do that about 6 more times. He'll have it wrapped up and cash in a big check. John Cooper's Mustang taking on Ted Romero. We saw young Romero. Here's senior Romero up in his new C5 Corvette. Moser Engineering. Hot rod, and Ted's moving on to round number 2. Cooper into Cobra Jet. Lights the red bulb by 3. Count them 1, 2, 3 thousandths of a second. 1077 by Romero. 109 miles an hour. 1013, 132 by Cooper. Down at the other end of the racetrack, but once you light the red light, it's usually not a good indication that you're going to be able to go anywhere. Robbie Winkle's D-Stock automatic. Formula Firebird out of the Swinehart operation. Taking on Archie Cohn. Archie, contender in the Factory Showdown Wars, samtech.edu competition. Archie off and running, trying to reel in that formula, gets it done. 963 at 137. Winkle cruises through 1123 at 117. Archie Cohn, by the way, has an original Copo Camaro. back from 1969. All original. Yes, it is. Danny Jessica's F stock automatic entry, the 340 Duster right-hand side, and Lori Vang. How about a front-wheel drive Pontiac? 1347 the dial by Lori. Dan on it at 11:14. Prediction. Lori lights the red bulb. Jessica's 72 Duster. Gonna cruise on down the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Cruises through 11:14, dead on 8. Not quite a 5,000s package that we saw a moment ago, but not bad. Jessica gets to come back and play. Lori Vang's day is done. Joe Santangelo and Danny Nugent. Santangelo out of Marlboro, Connecticut. Dialed in 1048. Nugent's Illinois-based Chevelle. On the right-hand side. Little H-stock automatic entry. Small block combo. Going to go first. 1.22 second handicap start. Going to Danny. Waiting for Danny to get in. Waiting for Santangelo to get in. Joe's in. Danny's in. Danny's way. Here comes Joseph. Front end high in the air in the Camaro. That's that big block 396 B-stock automatic entry back down to Terra Firma. Chases him down. Goes 1055 at 114. Good for the win. 1172 by Danny Nugent. 13,000 short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. And last but not least, boys and girls, your number one qualifier, Larry DeForest out of AeroAwnings.com. And Billet Specialties, the Minnesota-based runner. Factory stock D entry. Qualified at 98 under. Went a 961 best in qualifying and being the number one qualifier with the odd lot number of cars. Larry gets the bye run here in round number 1. A fresh tune-up run, if you will, for today's elimination. Jet out of the gate, working its way down track. Super Comp, if you're not in the lanes, well, come on down. The rest of your friends are. 969 at 137 by DeForest as he cruises through and into round number 2. And that, kids, puts us into round number 1 of Super Comp action. Warren sitting here next to me from DragRacer.tv picks up the microphone and says, "You're going to do Super Comp?"
Yes, sir. All 386 of them.
I thought there were 17,382.
Well, that's for race 2.
Oh, that's for race 2.
This is just the warm-up race.
Just the warm-up race. All right.
Yep. Hey, before we get started, I'd like to thank our presenting sponsor for Drag Racer TV this weekend, Bob McCosh Chevrolet. Bob McCosh would like to invite you to stop by their dealership and meet his award-winning team. Bob McCosh Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac, located at number 1 Business Loop 70 in Columbia, Missouri. They are a full-service dealership, open 6 days a week with parts, sales, and service. Locally owned and operated, carrying a huge inventory of cars, trucks, SUVs, and medium-duty trucks. To find out more, call, click, or stop by and experience great service second to none. Come by and see us, or check them out online at bobmccosh.com. Remember, Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference.
And after my comment I made a little bit earlier, I would like to give a status report. It is Unk 1, Pesky Fly in the Tower 0. I got the little booger.
Good deal. They're a little thicker up here than you might expect. Yes, we both took a shower. Not together. The mosquito population is pretty healthy out here in central Kansas. My son-in-law has multiple purple martin houses in his backyard because they are death to mosquitoes. Martin love skis. Please leave that alone. Well, left side, the Dragster 917 at 144. The door car 892 at 154. The Dragster taking the win over there on the left side. I'd tell you computer information, but didn't have the announcer screen for the first pair. Looks like it's going to pop up here in just a second for us as we go into side-by-side Dragster action here in round number 1 of Super Comp. Or maybe not. 890 the number. This is round number 1. Here we go. Bradford Core and Dan Narasevich. Crucible. Dan Smith. Bradford, Dan, side by side. Finish line says it is Bradford Core for the win, 896 at 159. Dan, I won't get another opportunity to butcher your name. Sorry about that. 905 at 176. We'll get it figured out between now and tomorrow. 2 more pulling up right now. Chris Burrell, Kyle Freeze coming up now. Burrell left side, that's the white car. Freeze right side, that's the black car. Freeze, Burrell whomping each other down there. A double breakout goes to Kyle Freeze. Freeze was 007 up front, 885 at the finish line. He's 5 under. Burrell 7 under, 883. His lap started with a 008 light. Well, looky there. The magic of technology. I have a button to push. Yes, the magic of wire cutters. Tim Hallberg now and Dusty Meyer. A couple of names you might have heard if you're a racer out here in this part of the country. Hallberg turns it red. 002 on the red side. Dusty Meyer gets the automatic win. His win light flashing on top of the O'Reilly scoreboard down there. 889 at 169. Hallberg 883 at 169. So far, everybody that's made it down the track is broke out, except for the door car. So you might keep that in mind. Two more coming at you right now. Jerry Dean, Jim Jericaris. Dean out of Lenexa, Kansas. Jericaris from Batavia, Illinois, making the total. 83 man. 892 for your winner, Jim Jericaris. 162 for the speed. Jerry Dean, 891 at 174. Better reaction time there for Jim Jericaris. As our super compers wade through eliminations here. Prescott Dean and Don Freeze pull into the pre-stage beams right now. Dean left side, Olathe, Kansas. Don Freeze from Omaha. Here a little throttle work down there, and wind light going to flash for Prescott Dean. He was better at the starting line, 027 to 046. 898 on the win for Prescott Dean, 9 flat for Don Freeze. Gives him the rest of the day off. He'll be back tomorrow for race number 2. Super Comp cars, predominantly big block Chevy powered rear engine dragsters. So you can just assume that unless we tell you something a little different about each car as they come up. This time around, it's Dwight Allen and Matt Selden. And again, big block Chevrolet powered rear engine dragster. Trying to hit that 890 number on the scoreboard. Selden and Allen side by side. Finish line says it is Selden. Dead one down at the finish line. 890 with a 1 at 156. 012 up front. 13 thousandths package put together for Dwight Allen. 2 quick. 888 at 166. Megan Straswig left side. What a draw here in round number 1 for the young lady out of Evansville, Indiana. She looks over and sees, just the 2-time world champ, cool hand Luke Bogacki over on the right. Megan carrying the colors for Cool Shirt Systems. A nice warm weekend like this, you probably want to stop by the trailer and check out their inventory of coolant systems for the driver. Good race. My gosh, a good race. She's 015, he's 013. Great at the start. Luke Bogacki, dead 3 at the finish line. 890 with a 3 at 169, so he's 16 thousandths package. She was 015 at the starting line. 891.6. That'll give you a lot of wind slips, but not this time around. Brian Hackett, Bob Fuller. Here's another hitter in Super Comp. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. And Fuller on the safe side of the index, 892 at 168. He'll be your winner. Crossed second. He was behind at the starting line. Kicked him loose down there. Hackett took the stripe, broke out by 2. Do they have to reboot the computer for the button to work? Yeah. Okay. Jerry Haas, Jeremy Demers coming up now. Haas, the Wizard Racing Components dragster. The vintage Super Comp car. No throttle stop, all throttle pedal all the way down. Demers takes the win. 908 at 152. Haas, not enough horsepower this morning. 934 and done at 154. Haas did the job on the starting line. 004. But not enough room down there at the finish to get it done. Caleb Clewine comes up next alongside Allison Prose, the young lady out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Allison already picked up a win like Super Street. If she wants to keep her hopes alive with Wally, she'll have to do it in Super Street as she turns it red. Here in round number 1 of Super Comp. 891 for the win for Caleb Clewine at 176. Allison 009 too early when she let go of the button. 886 on the time ticket. Well, as they pull up now, Steve Collier over on the left side of the track, the Manpower Racing entry over there out of Louisiana. Steve in the Super Comp car and in Super Gas this weekend, not campaigning the alcohol car. He lit the first bulb. Zach Mazier alongside, makes the long tow from Escondido, California. For Mazier Enterprises, Lucas Oil, FTI, and Jackson Thousands. Mazier, second off the starting line, breaks out trying to get there. Crosses first, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, 889.9. He took 3 down there, broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Steve Collier, better at the starting line, 011 to 022, 894, 173 for Collier for the win. Two more dragsters pulling up here in Super Comp. That's Dalton Olson, left side, Hartwell, Nebraska, alongside Pete Gahan. Out of Dallas, Texas, the Team Petey Racing American car. Petey goes red. Dalton Olson for the automatic win. He'll drive it out, 888 at 181. Dalton Olson, your winner. Red light start for Peter Gahan. And 889 on the loss. So a little bit of maintenance there on the water box. Get rid of some of the marbles there. Get it cleaned up just a little bit. All right, got the announcer button back. That'll help us out talking about these racers and all their information. Pulling into the water box right now, left side of the track, that's Chet Tucker. Sulphur, Oklahoma, the Wood Racing dragster, alongside Dylan Wagner from Galesburg, Illinois. Makes his living as a chassis builder.
Dylan Wagner cruises through 001, runs an 891.7 for an 18,000s package. Chet Tucker was 20 on the tree and wasn't going to get there. He runs 892 at 170 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack as we move on. One more pair comes rolling in and one comes rolling back.
Yeah, every once in a while, got to do a little drag racer TV business, and pretty cool to see Brad Plord up here. Had to say hello. Yeah, #1 qualifier and comp eliminator. Wayne Cole, Robert Schultz headed down track. Cole in the shorty dragster. 897 for the win at 156. Schultz 2 under 888 at 152. Cole turned at 005 on the green side when he let go of the button. So good looking pass there for Dwayne to get the win. I think Dwayne was looking for some SFI roll bar padding. Is that right? So if you can help him out, he would appreciate it. Now it's time for Heidi Robeson from Gardner, Kansas for Fleet Care Property and Services, and Scott Barker alongside Pauls Valley, Oklahoma in the auto body business. Dragsters lined up side by side. Robeson is in. Down track they go. Wind light for Heidi Robeson. Barker took 5 at the stripe, broke out by 4 of them. Heidi, your winner, 892 at 181. Barker, 886. That's 4 under at 159 to end his day. Daniel Moore and Bob Prose, your next pair pulling up. Moore left side, Mitchell South Dakota. Bob Prose alongside from Terre Haute, Indiana. That's the home of, anyway, Bob did better than Allison. Bob, your winner, 907 at 154. Daniel Moore, a little bit of smoke out of the bank as they headed down track, but should clean up. Donnie Dernberger, you need to report to the tech building. Donnie Dernberger, please report to the tech building. Once again, Donnie Dernberger, please report to the tech building. Jonathan Anderson, John Goman. Wind light says it's Jonathan Anderson. 893 at 161 takes out an 890 with a 3 at 168. Better light for Jonathan Anderson. An 010 gave him some room to work at the finish line. Donnie Dernberger, you need to report to the tech building. Donnie Dernberger to the tech building. Blake Johnson and John Warren will pull up next. Blake left side, Arvada, Colorado for Saratoga Casino and Fine Line Graphics. Alongside John Warren, the Pearland, Texas-based Lewis Auto Service JW Racing dragster. Both of them sitting in the pre-stage beam. Neither one of them wanting to roll forward just yet. Which, was fine. We only got 680 race cars behind you. 2.5 more days of racing, so take your time. So on the breakout, it's the win for Blake Johnson, 891 at 168. 011 on the tree. Warren a little behind at the start, 016. Tried to make up the difference down there. Goes 6 thou too quick, 889. 4 at 161. Took 17 thousandths, broke out by 6 thousandths. Brianna Johnson comes up now, Arvada, Colorado, for Fine Line Graphics. And Cal Belden from Aberdeen, South Dakota. The Advanced Bioenergy Schwann's machine. I've seen a lot of Schwann's trucks in my day. They don't look like one of them. Belden, 001 up front, but it's going to be Brianna Johnson taking the win. 893 at 161. Johnson, 011 at the starting line. Belden, 001 up front, 895 at 165. Michael Bailey, Midlothian, Texas, in the aerospace industry, the Mike Bailey Motorsports dragster, lines up aeromotive side of the track. That's the left side. Dave Crawford, Cedar Rapids, Nebraska, for Demers Performance, the undercover big block dragster, over here in the O'Reilly lane, right side. Again, 890, the injected. Red light start. Win light, Bailey. Bailey moves on to round number 2, 889.4 at 173. Just a time pass, 1 on the red light. Crawford, 889.4 as well. Side by side, 889.4s. But that 017 red light for Dave Crawford finishes him up here in the first round. Backing up from the burnout now, it's Michael Miller and Tim Parker. Miller, Santa Fe, New Mexico. For K&N Filters and Lucas Oil and Hoosier Tires. JLM Motorsports. Multi-time national event winner left side, taking on Tim Parker. From Longmont, Colorado, for Parker Sheet Metal. A Travis Colangelo built American race car chassis over here on the right. Miller with blue oval motivation, 637 cubic inches of Ford power behind the driver. Miller and Parker. Parker and Miller. Win light's going to flash for Tim Parker. He went 10-pack right there, 001 up front, dead on 9 at the finish. That's a 10,000s package at 170 for Tim Parker. He is your winner. Mike Miller, a little tardy on the starting line, was closer to the index, 890 with a 4 at 166, but gave it all back up here in the first 7 inches. Sonny Nemitz, Dan Foley. They'll line up next to each other now. Nemitz left side, Foley right side. Nemitz from Warsaw, Indiana. Foley, McKinney, Texas is home. This time around, it's Dan Foley for the win. 895 at 159. Foley, your winner. For Nemitz, 899, 9 off at 148. Vern Bolton, Devin Eisenhower coming up now. Bolton left side, the Cash Flow Racing Worthy chassis, Sunset Performance powered dragster. Devin Eisenhower alongside. American Race Car Chassis machine for the guy that was number 10 in the world last year in Super Comp. .632 big block for motivation. Good drag race shaping up right here. Basically dead even off the starting line. Double breakout win goes to Devin Eisenhower. He was 2 under, 888 at 173. Bolton took a little more stride. He was 886, 4 under at 167. The 88 to 86 goes to Eisenhower, and he is your winner. Tyler Vaughn and Ken Sharp coming up now. Vaughn left side, Minden, Nebraska. Sharp right side, Omaha, Nebraska. Sharp out here representing Auntie Anne's Pretzels. He'll be back for round number 2. Tyler Vaughn, red light start. Both of them go under, 887 at 178 for Ken Sharp. He broke out by more, but it doesn't matter. Red light start for Tyler Vaughn and an 888 at 164. Yeah, that would be a perk, wouldn't it? Auntie Anne's Pretzels for everybody. I'd stand in line for that. Mike Bjorum. He'll pull up left side. Justin, Texas, the home base for Mike and Marcia's dragster. Alongside Chuck Bray, the All for Fun Motorsports undercover chassis machine out of Sioux City, Iowa. Another red light. This time it's Chuck Bray with the cherry over here on the right. Mike Bjorn gets a free pass into round 2, 894 and 155. For Chuck Bray, red light start, 2 under 888 at the finish at 177. Chris Bombard, the Coloradan, for Doug's Balancing. This Fritz chassis big block powered dragster will pull up on the left side. Alongside Justin Owens from Blanchard, Oklahoma. American race car machine over here. Again, big block power. Bombard's resume, pretty impressive. Of course, he's won races in the Super Comp car, and he's also been the national runner-up in Super Stock back in 2014. Not going to get out of round 1. Chris Bombard, 031 early, turns it red. Justin Owens, your winner. He left early as well. He was 003 on the early side, 890 with a 2 at 172. But the first or worst rule, Bombard would have turned it red first. Now it's time for Rick Hughes. Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana, the A&A transmission. Rolla Competition Engines machine out of Fishers, Indiana. Alongside Chase Huffman, the Chase and Dad Racing accelerated graphics dragster out of Waxahachie, Texas. Don't recall how Rick did in Super Street, but Chase trying to turn on win light here in Super Comp. Well, it's not going to be Chase Huffman's day here in Super Comp. Win light for Rick Hughes. 004 on the reaction timer, 892 at the finish line. He was better on both ends at 168. Huffman, 895 here in round number 1. Ricky Howard comes up now, one of the few door slammers in the category. The 70 Roadrunner. Big Mopar power, 572 cubic inches of Pentastar power. Howard from Higginsville, Missouri. He's up against Timothy Schuster, right side of the track from Littleton, Colorado, the Georgetown Mortgage Don Davis built dragster. Dragster door car here in round number 1. And the door car still having a little smoke issues there. Not his day. 906 at 143 for your winner, Timothy Schuster. He was better at the start with that 011 light. 906 at the finish at 143 for Ricky Howard, off pace 980 at 130 here in round number 1. So hopefully he can get that tuned up and ready to go for race number 2 beginning tomorrow. Bruce Wiedmeyer from right here in Topeka, the long lighting Danny Nelson Racecraft race car over there, alongside Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota for Top End Graphic. It's a Spitzer car right side. Wiedmeyer way early. Turns it red. Pratt, your winner, 889 at 166, a free time pass there for Jordan Pratt. Red light start for Wiedmeyer, 891 at 175. Ken Wickham Urbana, Missouri, the KW Marine Machine Shop dragster over there left side of the track alongside Gary Holst. The Gary's Quick Stake American Chassis Big Block Chevy dragster out of Meade, Nebraska. Both of them let go. Head for the other end. Holst coming from behind, gets it done. 892 at 164. He was better up front. Pushed him out down at the other end. Wickham took an hour and a half of wind stripe down there. 858 at 161. Holy moly. That's a lot of stripe. Something about a Burlington Northern conductor's cap. Where's the train whistle? Now it's time for Kevin Dick. Rick Huffman. Rick trying to do a little bit better than his son did earlier. The accelerated graphics dragster over here on the right, taking on Kevin Dick, the Canadian. Yep, he does it. Huffman, 004 on the tree, 891.6. That's a 20 thousandths package for the win. Dick was 022 at the start, so he was already mathematically ineligible. Dead on 8 at the finish line. That's a 30 pack. That'll win you a lot of races, but not that one. Now it's time for Wayne Matthews. Matthews will line up from Gower, Missouri for Matthews Motorsports. He'll be lined up next to Jeremy Lurkey for Autometer and Larice Motorsports Insurance. Larice Motorsports Insurance can insure your race ride, your whole race operation, on track, off track, whatever you might need. They can provide you a policy to cover your entire operation. Jeremy Lurkey represent Larice Insurance, so if you want to learn more about how to get coverage for your race operation, you'll see Jeremy over in his pit area, and he will get you fixed up. 903 at 132. Jeremy Lurkey, he is your winner. Wayne Matthews was slowing as he was headed down track. He was late at the start, never even close catching up. 10:37 at 105. Carla Pontillo out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. The Don's Auto Parts and Machine entry. Taking on Stuart Way. Way from Meade, Nebraska. Way? No way. Wow. They were both 007. James Bond green. Both sides of the track. Stuart Way runs dead on with a 4. That's an 11 thousandths package for the win for Stuart Way. Carla Pontillo right there at the starting line, 007. But 892.5 not getting the job done here in the first round. Mark Moore and Craig Anderson. Your next pair, Moore out of Hutchinson, Kansas. Alan Hamilton Ford. He gets big head here in the first round. Craig Anderson out of Waxahachie, Texas. High horsepower machine for Joey Hessling, 892 at 174. Still had a little bit more in it. He was 013 to the 002 for Moore. Moore took the stripe and broke out by 2. 888, 2-2 quick at 164. The breakout win goes to Big Head. Scott Freeze and Austin Sharp come up next. So, Freeze, Omaha, Nebraska. Sharp, also out of Omaha. Austin Sharp, yesterday, picked up a perfect time ticket. Trip zip at the start, dead on 00 at the finish line. A perfect time ticket for Austin over here in the right-hand lane. Freeze out front. Here comes Austin. Top in charge. Win light goes to Freeze. Austin took the stripe by 2 and broke out by 1. He's 889 on his 890. The 890 with a 2 for Scott Freeze gives him the win via the breakout. Sharp was 005 up front. That was better. It broke out by 5 thousandths at the finish line. Paul Moore and Bill Swan. Moore left side, Swan right side. Another red light start of the Turtles this race. It's Bill Swan turning it red. Paul Moore gets a free time pass here, 871 at 173. Don't know if that was on purpose or by accident, as he broke out by 0.2 of a second down there. Bill Swan 892 at 183 and goes back to the trailer. Austin McClure coming up now. You see Bob behind the car. Austin nestled down there. Had a little motor trouble yesterday. They believe they've got it corrected for Aeromotive Fuel Systems. Car left side takes on Austin Williams. Williams right side, Waxahachie, Texas. Austin got the bye in first round of stock eliminator, so he's moving on to round 2 there, trying to do the double here in Super Comp. Well, I like a good drag race. This is going to be one. So they both worked each other at the finish line. They were both 006 at the start. Identical reaction times. Williams better at the finish line, 893 at 169. It's Austin Williams going to round 2. For Austin McClure, his race number 1 is done, 895, speed of 176. Tim Eckert pulls up now alongside Mike Green. Eckert left side, Manhattan, Kansas. Mike Green right side, Moore, Oklahoma. Green with that big Sunoco logo on the side. Sunoco Loco. I don't think that's right. It's close. Green turns it red. Eckert turns it green. Eckert for the win. Red light start for Green. 889 at 184 for Eckert. Green, red light start, 887 at 174 miles per hour. Steve Evans. Steve Evans from Moore, Oklahoma, taking on Dwayne Hawks. Hawks from Wichita. The Hawks and Standiford dragster. Alongside Steve Evans' Canopy Life CBD entry. Both of them lighting the first bulb here. Hawks is in. Evans is in. Motors come up. Hawks stops doing the work. Now they're sizing each other up at the finish line. It's going to be win line for Steve Evans. 891 at 175. He's safe by 1. Hawks 3 over 893 on the loss at 166. It's Jay Bunce pulling up now for Mickey Thompson Tires out of Piedmont, Oklahoma. He gets Don Laysden here in round number 1. Laysden from Rosemount, Minnesota. Spitzer car right side, Mondon car left side. Big block, bow ties, both sides. At the stripe, it's going to be Jay Bunce taking the win. Bunce 892 at 167. Bunce your winner. For Don Laysden, 893 and out at 164. Bill Zimmerman backing up from his burnout right now, getting set to pull forward, alongside Todd Irwin. Irwin rolling up to find the pre-stage beam. Irwin, the Kennedale, Texas runner for Classic Services. He's easing his way up here on the right side. They're both pre-staged. Bill Zimmerman from Circle Pines, Minnesota. And for Irwin, going to get the win. 8:98-1:48. Zimmerman never left the starting line. Could have still won the race because he did not red light, but Irwin would have had to break out. Didn't happen. 10:99 at 81 miles an hour. So here's an interesting situation. Cammy Nicoletti and Jeff Cheney. So Cheney, red lights at the start. Nicoletti took the green and broke. Nicoletti is your winner. Since Cheney went 002 red, Nicoletti saw the green light, didn't move. So, bad news, good news. Bad news, you didn't go down track. Good news is it didn't matter. You got the win. How about that deal for the Racers Evolved machine? Now it's time for Shannon Nicoletti and Keisha Moline. Nicoletti out of Lakewood, Colorado. Keisha Moline, Waxahachie, Texas. Nicoletti, blue oval power there, supplied by Oakley Performance. Keisha Moline alongside for accelerated graphics. Dad, Rich, R&M Race Trailers. Over here on the right-hand side, light this time around for Shannon Nicoletti. The Nicoletti's 2 for 2, 892 at 167. Shannon was 012, Keisha 013, but 4 off 894 at 166. And here's the third half of the Nicoletti race team. Greg Nicoletti, Lakewood, Colorado, the Nicoletti Motorsports. Oakley tuned, power blank. Trevor Larson alongside. So Trevor, back at the All-Stars a couple of years ago, kind of single-handedly won the championship for the West Central Division as he doubled up in Super Comp and Super Gas. All that counts for nothing as he breaks out 889.5 at 173 win light for Greg Nicoletti. So Nicoletti, Nicoletti, and Nicoletti, win, win, win. Taryn Green, yeah. Nicoletti, Nicoletti, and Nicoletti. Brian Turner, the ultimate gas anesthesia machine, professional gas passer. Taryn Green trying to get the job done. Does it on the double breakout. Taryn is 2 under 888 at 175. That's better than the 7 under 883 for Brian Turner. Green a little better at the start, 021 to 040, wins on the double breakout. Kyle Rickman lines up now left side alongside Lee Edmond. Edmond right-hand lane from St. Peter, Minnesota. The Night Owl car. Truly a vintage race car as it is 40 years old. 79 Quisenberry chassis. Can it still turn on a wind light? Yes, it does on the double breakout. 889 to the 888. Edmond goes on to round 2. Kyle Rickman, 888, too quick at 181. Better reaction time for Edmond. He was ahead all the way down the track. Takes the double breakout win. Stephen Michaels comes up now alongside Terry Sullivan. Michaels left side. Carpenter by trade, the Michaels family racing dragster. Oak Grove, Minnesota is his home. Terry Sullivan alongside from Richardson, Texas. The Sullivan Motorsports American chassis car. His race operation is how he pays the bills. He's a professional drag racer. Starts for both. Sullivan way behind, charging hard now. Big mile an hour coming up. 899 for Sullivan on the win at 168. Michaels knew he was coming. Broke out by a 10th down there. Back up. He broke out by 1, took a 10th stripe. Broke out by 1, 889. That's 1 under at 140. Coy Collier and Chris Edson coming up now. Collier, number 3 in the world last year in Super Comp for the professional drag racer out of Benton, Louisiana for Manpower and Collier Racing. Chris Edson alongside in the auto parts biz. Mineral Wells, Texas, the home. That is definitely not a 63 Corvette. That definitely is a red light start. Chris Edson, red light start. His day is done. Coy Collier, 886 at 173, driving it out the back door. He knows where he's at for round number 2. Edson, 890 with a 5, all for naught. The 016 red light back here finishes him up here in the first round. Justin Frost pulls up now alongside Dane Pluta. Frost in the Aeromotive lane from Fort Worth, Texas for JC3 Energy Services. Sunset Power. Dane Pluta from Blair, Nebraska. Down track, when light comes on, right hand lane for Dane Pluta. Breakout over there for Justin Frost. He took 5 at the stripe, broke out by 1, 889, 1 under at 174. Dane Pluta, 895 at 164. They were pretty close at the starting line. 023 left, 020 right. Pluta, the safe side of the index with that 895. Bradley Thompson from Cedar Rapids. He looks over to his right, sees Landon Stahlbaumer from Wakarusa, Kansas for Land Air Express. Dennis Ridgeway Enterprises. Wind light for Landon Stall Bomber, 907 at 139. Thompson off pace, 946 at 165. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need top dragster. Top dragster, round number 1 to the staging lanes. Top dragster, round number 1 to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster, round 1. We need you to make your way to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Top dragster. Ray Thompson, Brian Milam coming up now. Thompson, Waterloo, Iowa. The Thompson Engineering Danny Nelson built car. Right side, Brian Milam from Lawndale, Illinois. That's an undercover car on the right. Green lights on the tree. Looking for wind lights at the finish line. And it's going to be Brian Milam. Great old drag race down there. They both go 891. They're both almost identical on the tree. Margin of victory, 0.0006. 6/10,000ths of a second separated them at the finish line. Brian Milam, your winner, 891.6 at 164. So Milam was 028, 891.6. Thompson was 026, 891.8. You do the math. That comes out to be 6/10,000ths of a second here in round number 1. Wowee. Chuck Ridenauer, Wilmer Henshaw coming up next. Ridenauer from Plainfield, Indiana. Another Rolla Competition Engines power plant machine alongside Wilmer Henshaw's Little Alton, the Roaring 60s machine, 48 PL. Henshaw sees the light as he goes trip, zip, perfect at the starting line, but too quick at the finish. 888 at 154. He took 600ths at the stripe, broke out by 2 of them. 892 for the win for Chuck Ridenauer at 174. Perfect light there for Wilmer Henshaw, but doesn't get him into the second round. Jeff Beckman pulls up now for 101 Transport and High Performance Lubricants. Mitch Mustard alongside. Mustard, multi-time national event winner, or divisional event winner, I should say. Also plays around the dirt a little bit. 3-time off-road world champion. At least that's what the computer says. Must be true. It's kind of like the internet, you know. Jeff Beckman, your winner. 012 up front. Dead 6 at the finish line. 18,000ths package right there for Jeff Beckman. Mustard got there first. Broke out by 1 little bitty thousandth of a second. 889.9 at 172. Mustard just needed a little bit of oomph to back off just a touch. But that was a dang close drag race down there at the finish. Beckman, your winner. Douglas Miller pulls up now from Porter, Texas. The EXP1 engine treatment, Ray Allen built. Big block Chevy dragster out of Porter, Texas. He's taking on Todd Piper, former national champion and Super Pro in the Summer Racing Series. Piper for the win. They were 023 and 024 up front. Piper 892.5 for the win at 159. Miller's day is done 895 at 158. Colin Cole lines up now, the more traditional dragster over here on the left-hand side from Lincoln, Nebraska. As you'll recall, Dwayne has a shorty dragster that he's racing now. Larry Piper alongside. I'm going to guess that's Todd's dad. Wamego, Kansas is the home base for the Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis machine. one's better at the start. They both go 890. Colin Cole, a 9-pack right there, as he's 004 on the tree, dead on 5 at the finish. 9,000s package for your winner, Colin Cole. For Larry Piper, 890 with a 3. That was better on the index, but that 025 leaves him second at the starting line and second at the finish line. Vernon Rowland and Chad Fergan coming up now. Chad Fergan for Falcon Plastics. One of our newest sponsors on Drag Racer TV. Injection molded plastics. If you want to learn more about them, stop by the trailer and see Chad. Chad's going to have some idle time to talk as his day is done via the breakout. Vern Rowland, your winner. He's 011 up front, dead 5 at the finish line. 16,000s package. Fergan was already done when he left the starting line, didn't even know it. Fergan 889 and out at 148. Tanner Schiffner comes up now out of West Fargo, North Dakota, alongside Gary Stennett, the horsepower maker out of Emporia, Kansas. See a lot of Stennett power out here on the racetrack. So Schiffner's 003 left second. Stennett 002 up front. Schiffner, your winner, 891 at 148, closer to the index. Gary Stennett, 893, 3 over at 184. Schiffner, your winner. 003 left, 002 right. Danielle Jaramillo Miller from Topeka, Kansas. The Danielle family racing dragster over here on the left takes on Shannon Brinkley. Brinkley lined up in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane out of Highlands, Texas, carrying the banner for LODRS Casino and Resort. If you're looking for a spectacular getaway, go talk to Shannon. Go down to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Enjoy the sights and sounds of the LODRS Casino Resort. Danielle better at the starting line, pays off at the finish. 891 at 151 for your winner, Danielle Jaramillo Miller. Shannon Brinkley a little bit tarting at the starting line. She's got a 13 package over here on the left. He was 018 when he left the tree, so he was already done. 892 at 172 for Shannon. He'll have to think about it until tomorrow. Jeremy Denny and Jason Crank coming up now. Denny out of Fremont, Nebraska. He backed up quite a ways there, getting himself realigned over there on the left-hand side. Denny left side, Jason Crank right side from Higbee, Missouri. Ford power left, Chevrolet power right. Head for the scoreboard. And it's going to be the Chevy for the win. Jason Crank, 005 on the tree, 895 at 141 at the finish. Took 1700ths down there at the finish line. So over a tenth and a half. Denny off pace 912 at 142, not what he was looking for. Brian Spillers, Tyler Banks coming up next. Spillers from Mexico, Missouri. He's looking at the Aeromotive scoreboard on his side. Tyler Banks looks up at the O'Reilly scoreboard on the right side of the track. Tyler out of KC Mode. Spillers way behind and not going to get there. Troubles for Spillers. Tyler Banks, 002 on the tree. Eased off the throttle, 895 at 147 at the finish line. Spillers can only muster an 1144 at 132 here in round number 1. John Loebner, DeSoto, Kansas. That is the white dragster, left side of the track. Loebner looks over to see Dan Pluto on the right side. From Omaha, the Pluto Racing M&M chassis car. Once again, top dragster, round number 1. We need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes for round number 1. Loebner, James Bond red, 007 on the red side. Wind light for Dan Pluto. Runs the number dead on, 890 with a 3 at 168. John Loebner, 891 and done at 172. Once again, top dragster to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. Get you paired up and ready to go for round number 1. Top dragster to the lanes. Michael Moore coming up next from Lincoln, Nebraska. Taking on Tyler Selden. Selden out of Omaha, the Selden Racing racecraft machine. Selden is staged and ready. Gets in there. Selden, wind light, 890 at 166. Selden, that's what he was looking for. He was a little bit behind at the start. Moore, 891 at 172. And Selden gets to punch his ticket for round number 2. Kyle Sechrist and Terry Pollard, left and right. Sechrist from Wichita. Terry Pollard, Montgomery, Texas. Nealon Parks put together the frame rails left side. American chassis on the right. Both of them thinking about it a little bit before they roll on in. Pollard goes in. Away they go. Double breakout decides it. This time around, it's Terry Pollard. He was better at the starting line. 2 under, 888 at 176. Gets it done. Sechrist, 887 at 171. He was behind at the starting line, never caught up. Pollard, wire to wire on the win on the double breakout. This is Tony Brown and Josh Buer coming up now. Brown, the Texan, out of Hallsville, Texas, for Manpower, Collier Racing, part of that team over there. Josh Buer for JJ Performance Products, Lake Preston, South Dakota. So at the let-go, Brown much better. Gets the win, 901 at 172. How much better? Josh Buer went 890 with a 2, and he was still behind at the finish line. Tony Brown, 002 to Josh Buer's a lot more than 002. We'll just leave it at that. James Repka. He lines up left side for K&N Filters, Be Cool Products, Penske Shocks, Weldon Pumps. The Ray Allen chassis car taking on Shauna Brinkley, the young lady out of Highlands, Texas. She'd like to do a little bit better than Dad did here for LODRS Casino and Resort. Shannon did not advance out of round number 1. Shauna going to try to herself. Staged and ready. backed up and then went forward. But she gets the win. How about that? 898 at 172. She was, yeah. I think Shannon's going to be busy taking care of Shauna's car. She was behind at the start by a bunch. Repka did not run the number, 9:15 at 128. He was slowing at the finish line. Shauna drove around him for the win. So I'm hearing from the other side of the room that was Shauna Brinkley's very first round win in competition. So congratulations, Shauna. We'll see you back for round number 2. Did she win down at Noble? Well, then I guess it's her second. Regardless, they're all great. Pick one up. Mitch Withers lights the red light. Michael Sechrist for the win, 886 at 185. Mitch Withers, 007 on the wrong side of it, and an 886 to finish up the day. Top dragster to the lanes. Top dragster. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. Top dragster to the lanes. It's Jason Medlin and Todd McCann coming up now. Medlin left side out of Reno, Texas. For BP Fuels, High Performance Lubricants, APD Carburetors. Medlin left side, Todd McCann right side. From Centennial, Colorado. Taking a long time to stage there. Doesn't look like it paid off, but when light comes on for Todd McCann, 895 at 146. Tony Leonard pulls up now. Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota for ShowOffShirts.com. Be taking on Kevin Burnett, Parker, Colorado. Camera and chassis machine, 632 big blocks for both. Burnett, Leonard eases out in front, takes the win. Better on the tree with a 003, 895 at the finish line at 156. Tony Leonard is your winner. Kevin Burnett off pace down there at the finish line. Slows to a 907 at 138. 139 at the half track mark. 138 at the finish. Sarah Vang comes up here, Parker, Colorado. Watched Mom earlier today in the Grand Prix. Mom's first race came to an early end. Mike Nemitz alongside, Omaha, Nebraska, the Nemitz Racing entry. Sarah would like to turn on a win light, as would Mike. So Sarah sees her one light comes on because Mike Nemitz too thou too quick at the start. 891 at 173 for Sarah Vang. Sarah, your winner. Mike Nemitz red light start, 884 at 172. Mark Graham coming up now, number 4 in the world last year out of Overland Park, Kansas. I think we figured out yesterday that 5 of the top 10 Super Comp runners in the world are here with us this weekend. Graham alongside Gary Womble from Arvada, Colorado, the Maximum Automotive car. Seen a ton of 00 lights this session. Gary Womble, one of them. How about a 10-pack right there? Womble 001 at the starting line, 890 at the 9, 890 with a 9 at the finish line. That's a 10-pack right there. Graham was uncharacteristically late. 891.4 at the finish. So Womble moves on to the second round. Chris Whitfield will line up now. The Go Fast energy drink sponsored machine out of Littleton, Colorado. Whitfield's opponent, John Westcott, Bellevue, Nebraska, the John's Body Company. Little Ford altered, injected Ford power over here on the right. Doing a little bit different. No drop stop action over here on the right. He'll be legging it out all the way down the track. You see him way out front. Here comes Whitfield, trying to catch him at the strike. Gets the job done. Reaction time was the difference there. Whitfield 0.11 on the tree, 9.02 at the finish at 1:48. 0.08 of a second margin of victory for Whitfield. John Westcott 8.98 at 1:42. He was closer to the index, but left plenty back here to give Whitfield a few numbers in his pocket at the finish line. Eric Fucht, the Voodoo Graphics machine, Canton, South Dakota, alongside James Chapin. Chapin out of Lincoln, Nebraska. The Chapin Racing American Race Car entry. Chapin going to get it done on the top end where it looked like neither one of them wanted it. Chapin was 9.57 at 1:17, took 3/10 stripe. Eric Fucht 9.92 at 1:26. Not exactly sure what that deal was, but Chapin's half a second over. He's better than Eric Fucht being a full second over at the end at the stripe. Dale Marr, Ricky Hill. Marr from Aurora, Colorado, the DPM Racing dragster. Left side, Ricky Hill for RCS Incorporated. The Nebraskan over here on the right, trying to get the job done. And he does. 8.92 at 1:63 for your winner, Ricky Hill. Dale Marr, 8.91 and out at 1:82. Starting line advantage goes to Ricky Hill, 0.17 to 0.42. Timothy Foley will line up now. Garden Prairie, Missouri. Another Danny Nelson built race car over there. David Dale alongside the David Dale's Custom Homes operation out of Clute, Texas. Building contractor over here on the right. He's a woodworker, Foley a metal worker, as he is a welder and pipe fitter over there in the left-hand lane. Foley exit out of the beams, 0.08 too quick. David Dale gets the win. Dale 8.87 at 1:81. He is your winner. Timothy Foley would have won on the breakout, but he lost it on the red light. 8.93 at 1:67 for Foley, and his day is done. Talking about top 10 race cars out here, here's the guy that was number 2 in the world last year, Don Nichols. Lincoln, Nebraska, the Big Dog Trucking. Don Davis built, big block Chevy dragster. Gets Richard Leone over here on the right side. From New Jersey. Manalapan. That's what it looks like. Manalapan, New Jersey. Division 1 runner. He's ready. Nichols is ready. Nichols was late. Double breakout win, Richard Leone. Nichols tried to make it up at the finish line, still couldn't get it done. Nichols 5 under 885. He breaks out by more. 889 for your winner, Richard Leone. Leone was better 017 to 034 on the starting line. Well, you saw Luke Bogacki win earlier in this round. Now it's Jessica's turn. She's going to try to do the same as her husband. Jessica Bogacki, left side, out of Carterville, Illinois. That's Gary's mom over there. I think they have another little one as well. Robbie Gear alongside, the BacklotCars.com dragster from Greenwood, Missouri. So Jessica breaks out trying to get there. 889, 1 under 167. She was trying to make up that starting line disadvantage. Robbie Gear, 002 on the tree, 890 with a 7. That was a 9,000s package for Robbie Gear here in first round. So it looks like our final car here in the category, the single on the left side of the track, Travis Nygaard from Watertown, South Dakota. Team Ethanol, First Choice Transportation. Darren Erickson built car. As I said yesterday, Darren Erickson doesn't build very many race cars, but the ones he does are quality winning rides. Nygaard, 021 at the start. His time ticket says 885 at the finish at 168. And that will wrap up Super Comp round number 1. We'll see half as many next time around. But now it's time for Top Dragster, round number 1 coming up. To tell you all about it, it's Mr. Bob Unkefer.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Well, you made a mess out of it. Danny Nelson and Donna Patton. That's true. You did not mess up the racetrack. Oh, we appreciate that. Round number 1 of our fine line graphics, Madcap Race Engines. Top dragster category, Danny Nelson on the left, Donna Patterson on the right. Handicap racing at its quickest and fastest. Nelson dialed in at a 618, the Racecraft chassis built in-house by the chassis builder down in Batesville, Arkansas. Donna Patterson, West Manitoba, Canada. 645 the dial. For a 500 cubic inch undercover chassis machine. Donna will be off and running. Danny will be giving chase. Danny, a unique combination, high gear only transmission in the car. Danny's car looks sometimes a little lackadaisical even to starting line. But man, once it gets rolling, look out. It comes bumbling along. Rumbling along. Danny Nelson, 619 on a 618, 22 on the tree. Shoe doggies. About a 32,000s package for Danny Nelson. Taking a stripe by 8,000ths of a second. 643.9 Donna on her 645 dial. The rest of the day to peruse her situation and get ready for race number 2. Val Peevler. And Keith Neiman comes in. The Flying Monkey Racing operation. Do want to say a belated happy birthday to Keith. Missed the fact that yesterday was the birthday for the birthday boy. Firefighter and firefighting instructor out of Wichita, the Flying Monkey Race team over here on the right-hand side. He's going to be dialed in 642. It's the number you see down there on the O'Reilly scoreboard. Peevler out of Illinois, the trucking company owner. 614 the dial there on the aeromotive side, so small. Handicap start, going to go to Neiman. Going to try and reel him in. He's dialed up 300 from his qualifying number. Peevler's actually dialed down 100 from his qualifying effort. Birthday boy blew out his own candles. 001 red light. Peevler goes 613 on a 614. And that's good for the win. 643 on a 642 by Neiman, but the 001 red light, not necessarily the number he wanted to use to leave the starting line. So Peevler moves on. Neiman stays. Al gets the win. Can son Blake do likewise? Blake's got to get around Frank Young, part of that Button Transportation group. And your number 3 qualifier. Peevler on a 620, going to be off in front. Frank Young on a 610, going to be trying to reel him in. 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters going down the racetrack. He gets serious. Peevler on a 620 after qualifying at a 636. Here in our Madcap fine line. Top dragster category and top sportsman. We now need you. To the lanes, please. Top sportsman, your turn to come on down. Superstock, get them ready. Young gets the win, going 009, runs 614 at 215. Peevler is 625 left, 210 miles an hour. And again, top sportsmen that need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman means looking at our schedule. Superstock, you are on deck. Superstock, you're on deck. Top sportsman needs you to lanes. Young gets the win, 14. Take a 21,000 stripe for the W. Randy Dahlberg's hot rod up on the left-hand side, the reigning D5 champ. Taking on Bill Swan, coming up from the Southland of D4. Carrollton, Texas-based runner over here on the O'Reilly side on a 622. Going to give up about a bulb difference, a half a second handicap start to Dahlberg's. Madcap Race Engines, Colorado-based entry. They're on the aeromotive side. Randy's green, Bill Swan goes 1 red. Dahlberg runs dead on the dial, 673.7 on the 73. 626 on the 622 by Swan, but the red light behind him negated any wind light in front of him. So Dahlberg gets the W. Swan's day is done. Bradley Green and Rusty Baxter. Bradley out of Davenport. We're on the aeromotive side of the racetrack. 656. The dial for Brad. Brad's got problems. Rusty needs to lift. He does. 630 on a 619. 181 miles an hour. Bradley Green comes to a stop out there about 200 feet down track. Felt something go wrong with the car. Bradley immediately, and as quickly as he safely could, moved it to the wall. stop the car, knowing that anything that could possibly be dripping from the car would make a puddle. Bradley's got his helmet off, looking for a little assistance to get off the racetrack down there. We want to thank Brad for being thoughtful enough to pull the car out of the groove in case he was oozing something. I don't see anything, and that's a good thing. So Bradley going to get a little assistance off the other end of the racetrack, and while he's working his way that way, we'll remind our top sportsman competitors, our runners, that we need them to the lanes, please. Do need you to the staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock, I'm still waiting to hear who the official winners are of the Fast Qualifier bonus from Fast Shocks. Present the Fast Shocks Qualifier bonus at the conclusion of qualifying. Fast Shocks gives away $100 to the lowest qualifier in the top half of the field. So if you're the number one qualifier, don't go count any money. The fine folks at Fast Shocks stepping up. Race number one. Fast Shocks Qualifier bonus. As soon as we get a corrected determination from the powers that be, we will announce who our Fast Shocks Qualifier bonus winner is. But again, gives it away, gives a $100 gift certificate away to the lowest qualifier in the top half of the ladder. So we'll check with Travis, see who that goes to. Top Sportsman needs you to lane. Super Stock, you are on deck. And while Bradley's getting off the top end of the racetrack and things are quiet, do want to remind everybody, if you break today and do need to withdraw from race number 2, it has to be done today. Once the race number 2 starts tomorrow morning, you are a part of that race. So if you break today and are not going to be able to compete race number 2, do need to withdraw today and not wait until tomorrow. Bradley getting a little help on the top end. Thorpe. Ronnie Scott going to do battle next. Thorpe out of Texas. Beautiful Spitzer chassis car over on the left-hand side. Scott out of Watauga. Another Lone Star State runner over here on the O'Reilly side. Waiting for Scott to start. There we go. Coming backwards towards the starting line. Scott's going to be on a 645 dial. Thorpe on a 617. Both of them dialing up a Hund from where they qualified. Our number 1 qualifiers in stock and super stock, as well as comp eliminator, receive the Patterson Elite Top Qualifier bonus. Ron Scott off and running. Jim Thorpe right there with me, but it's going to be Scott getting the win. Oh my, Jim Thorpe 13 on the tree, runs 16 with an 8. On his 617 dial. Took 26, broke out by 2. 647 by Ron Scott. On the 645, he was 16 on the tree. True margin of victory between the two. You take all the good numbers, the bad numbers, the big numbers, the little numbers. was 23 thousandths of a second. Wayne Johnson and Aaron Stanfield roll in next. Aaron over here, the new Miller chassis car. Nitrous assisted, 632 cubic inch. Stanfield Racing power plant for Aaron. Wayne over on the left-hand side, Mr. Johnson up from Texas. Skagadicky Performance Center. Chevrolet dialed in 641. Aeromotive side going to go first. Third generation racer Aaron Stanfield over here on the right will be in hot pursuit. Wayne Johnson getting the win, 43 out of 41. He was 17 on the track. Aaron Stanfield down at the other end runs 622, 211. And Wayne Johnson gave him a devil of a run. The margin of victory, 6, 6, 6. Jimmy Prevost and Wynette Hutchins come rolling in next. Wynette, who had to throw away a 6:09 qualifying lap, then come back and run a 6:13 to get into the show. The Skagadicky Race Shop, Skagadicky Performance Center combo, dialed in 6:12. Taking on Jimmy Prevost, the Land of Lincoln runner, coming over from Mundelein, Illinois. 632 cubic inch Rare Morrison power plant. A couple of Texas engine builders represent. Green light start, Wynette. Hutchins goes through 612. About a 21 thousandths back. 19 on the tree, dead 2 at 226 miles an hour. Wynette already picking up a win this year on the division trail. Top dragster category, picks up a round win here. Prevost goes 639 at 209. But negated any opportunity he had for fame, fortune, and glory in this race with a 20 thousandths of a second red light start. John Bond, your number one qualifier, gets the dubious distinction of taking on the StickerPunk.com kid, Jeff Strickland. Over there on the left-hand side, 632 the dial for Jeff. John Bond on a 610. I wonder if John ever found a golf cart. We found a golf cart that is for sale, can be purchased on site. Bond at the other end goes 611 on a 610, 635 on a 632. Strickland gets there by 4, takes 4, wins. At the other end of the racetrack, 0.004. The margin of victory for Jeffrey with sticking the nose of the signpunk.com entry out in front and getting the stripe. Cole Weaver, Matthew Kraft, Cole in on a 703 dial. Ran a 702 and a 704 in qualifying. Figured what the heck, let's split the numbers. Matthew Kraft, a 626 best run in qualifying. Matthew seems to feel the Iowa-based big block combo should be able to run a 625 this time around. See which one of these young gentlemen able to produce the win light on the scoreboard down at the other end of the racetrack. It's going to be Kraft, 638, 218 miles an hour. Cole split the numbers rather than picking up a number. He dialed a 703, runs a 701 at 187 miles an hour. We'll see him back in the next session of race cars coming up. That'll be Top Sportsman. As Cole will be back to help out Dad with his Corvette. Matthew Kreft's going to start working, planning, getting ready for round number 2. It's Bob Henry's air gas entry out of Owasso, Oklahoma. We'll be down that way next weekend. And Les Feist. 0.003 of a second. Bob Henry's 006 green. He's going to shut it off and coast across. His wind light already on. Henry runs a 3 miles an hour, but it's a W. 635 by Les Feist at 218 miles an hour. But Les was 003 red and took himself out. Mr. Galbraith coming up. It's a comp eliminator ride. Competing in Top Dragster this weekend. 688. The dial for Galbraith over there on the left. Jerry Githens here on the right. The Githens and Reed Racing. Joe Mondin chassis car. Interesting to Galbraith. Competing in Top Dragster here this weekend. To see where he ends up for race number 2, if he stays with Top Dragster, or if he moseys on over into the Cop Eliminator thick of things. It's enough to make a person say, Githens' car rolling on the line. He brought the RPMs up. But not quite enough. 641 by Jerry after the 007 red light. 733. Galbraith cruising through the other end of the racetrack, saving wear and tear. Shuts it down to 138 mile an hour lap. Prescott Dean and Afton Swanson comes rolling in. Afton wheel the NGK and Arnold Motor Supply. Spencer Chassis Hot Rod, lady who has stood on the winner's podium here at Heartland Motorsports Park, won it all a couple of years ago. Here at Topeka, 625 the dial for Afton. Prescott on a 673. So 1 bulb difference on the trees. I'd like to have a 008 reaction time and be second off the line. 674 on a 673. Prescott Dean was perfect leaving the starting line. I mean, triple zipple 000. That's a 10 thou package. Afton Swanson had 0.02 of a second to play with. She would have needed to have run a 625.1 or a 625.0 to have had a shot at that race. As it was, she goes 628 at 219. And it'll be off to round number 2 for the Arnold Motor Supply. Runner Prescott Dean. Afton goes to race number 2. Ascot Dean goes to race number 2. Round number 2. We'll get it all straightened out here in a minute. J.R. Loders and J.R. Baxter. J.R. is going to win this race, and it's going to be Loders. 006, dead 5, 11,000 back for J.R. Loders. J.R. Baxter goes 19 on the tree. He was burning fuel and wasting gas because he runs 619 on a 617. J.R. Loders, 006, dead on 5 for the win. Holy cow. Wowza. 11,000 back. Bob Butt, Brad Braskill. Warren, I'll bet you the guys with the Nationals BB wins this race. I am. Or psychotic, one of the two. Bob Button left side, 6:11 to dial. Brad Baskel on a 6:37. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes by now. Top Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. You're tardy, you're AWOL. You're MIA. Right side, Button left. Button separates him off the line. 300 at the stripe. Button gets the win, runs 6:11. Dead zero on the dial. 6:39 on a 6:37 by Baskel. As he cruises down the racetrack, but Bob Button moves on to round number next. Mark Moore's entry taking on John Biaggi. Biaggi out of Illinois. New Miller chassis car. Car will hike the front end up, rock back on the wheelie bar. Carry the front end out about 250 feet or so, set it back down, and never skip a beat. Mark Moore on the left-hand side. It's TNT chassis entry. Going to be going first, 694 to a 624. Wait a minute, let me do the math on that. That is 0.7 of a second handicap start. Yep. Once again, able to accomplish that fact without using Common Core. Biaggi likes gravy on everything? Okay. And Biaggi gets the win. Hikes the front end up, carries it out, sets it down. Mark Moore goes red by 2 fouls. Biaggi runs a 25 on his 24 dial, 215 miles an hour. 696 on a 694 by Moore, but after going too foul, too quick, too soon, off the line, Moore realizes too late that he can't do anything about it down at the other end. Oh. John Bradford and Wally Stelmach. Stelmach out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Champion Ironworks entry here on the right-hand side. A Dan Page chassis car. A Brad Anderson combination. Dialed in 646, Bradford's. Tucson, Arizona base, Borst Automotive. Hot rod there on the left, the Aeromotive side. Bradford out of the number 10 qualifying spot. The one thing about Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. In the show, you have the opportunity to win. You can win from anywhere. 610 with a 9 on 611 dial by Bradford. In any other race, that would be a loss, but because Wally Stelmach goes 13 thou red, John Bradford picks up the win. Moves to round number 2. Stelmach runs dead 7 on his dial. Missed a perfect lap by 20 thousandths of a second. Did Wally, unfortunately, 13 of them were on the wrong side of green. Super Stock need our first 3 pairs. Dixon and Erickson. Pitt and Schmidt. Stanfield and Johnson. Super Stock, first 3 pair. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock, first 3 pair. Need you to the lanes. Jennifer White, 762 cubic inch. I think it's Brothers combination over here on the right-hand side. And John Lobner. Saw JR get the win just a few moments ago. We're going to try and reel in John now by the time they go 1,320 feet, and she gets it done. And on 618 dial at 215 miles an hour. 34 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory. John Lobner runs 676 on his 670. Cruises through at 177 miles an hour. John will be the crew chief for JR. Jeff will continue being the crew chief for Jennifer. As JB Strasswick comes rolling up. The Meyer Distributing. DragstersForSale.com entry there on the left, and Victoria Johnson. The Saratoga Casino Fine Line Graphics entry. Here in our Fine Line Graphics Madcap Racing Top Dragster category. Victoria, who won it all out in Denver about 3 years ago at the Mile Highs. Formidable opponent or component of the Fine Line Graphics team. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Victoria's in. That's the second handicap start. She's off and run. Tried to steal a little bit more off the starting line over JB and gets the win. 672 dead 8 on the time. JB goes screaming down the racetrack. 619. Only 206 miles an hour. Victoria was a little bit better out of the gate. Victoria's a little bit more victorious at the finish line. And Victoria gets to come back and play in round number 2. The red bulb. 4,000ths of a second too soon for Jeffrey. Runs 25 on his 22. Harrington goes 83 on an 82. David will be back to play in round number 2. And Jeff Coron will get ready for race number 2. So one good thing about having a doubleheader race weekend. You lose today, you can still race tomorrow. Of course, you lose today and you lose tomorrow. I guess they would give you lane choice on the highway home. Brandon Martins and Lloyd McClure going to roll up, stare at each other next as they head down the racetrack. Lloyd over here on the right. Out of Kansas-based runner. Martinson on the left, coming down from the Hawkeye State. The legendary home of Radar O'Reilly. Up in Iowa. And Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes along with our first 3 pair of super stock. Whop on the throttle. Brandon Martinson gets the win. 19 on his 617. Take a 21 thou stripe for the W. 219 miles an hour. 652. Lloyd on his 651 dial at 201 miles an hour. Lloyd comes up short. Top Sportsman coming in next for their first round of eliminations. And Super Stock, first 3 pair. You should be in the lanes. And now, Super Stock, right side of the ladder. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock, right side of the ladder. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Kyle Firestone comes rocking in. His 51 Chevrolet, a.k.a. Darth Vader, over there on the left. Took out the little twin turbocharged mouse motor, put in a 665 cubic inch Elite Motorsports combination. Kyle on a 695 dial. Taking on Dad, Alan. Alan on a 657. They certainly didn't plan to do this, but that's the way the ladder worked out. Number 2 runs number 19, and, well, it's father and son. It is Alan Firestone Racing taking on Alan Firestone Racing. It is Elite Motorsports taking on Elite Motorsports. It is one up. Going to get to come back and play. I think I know who that might be, because he left the starting line with glee. 663 and a 009 line for Alan. 193 miles an hour, 703 by Kyle. Kyle, though, was a, what's the word I'm looking for? Late, leaving the starting line. Yeah, late works. Tardy. Delayed. Wait for it. Yep. All right, Jeff Sutherland comes rolling in alongside Phil Nelson. Okay, Phil, that's far enough. Don't want to go back to the water box. Grand Am over on the left-hand side for the Texas runner, going to be in on a 689 dial. Jeff Sutherland's Oldsmobile out of Andover. The Benson Auto Body and Paint. Olds Cutlass here on the right, 766 the dial, so about 7/10 handicap start. Going to go to the X-Pro stock looking Oldsmobile over here on the right-hand line. Super stock, right side of the ladder now, please. Super stock, right side of the ladder, if you would, please. On a 689, Phil Nelson goes 004 at 199 for the win. 767 on a 766 by Jeff Sutherland at 175 miles an hour. Warren sits up here and tells me that Jeff Sutherland, the only racer to have ever hit Warren with a race car on his racetrack. Roy Haynes comes rolling in next, the consultant out of Midland, Texas. Wonder what he consults on. Taking on Cameron Wright out of Odessa. 649 to a 670 dial. One driver gets a green bulb and the wind bulb, and that's Cameron Wright. 661 at 180. Roy Haynes got a really green bulb. Runs 682 at 199. And Roy, unfortunately, was never in that race. That one was Cameron's from hither to yon. Michael Chitty's Oldsmobile base. Cavalier comes rolling in alongside Glenn Wright. Saw Cameron get his win. Let's see if the patriarch of the Wright family and the Sinead Incorporated entry, their new Camaro. Glenn, your number 5 qualifier. Michael, number 22, but as is often said, it is simply a matter of qualifying for the show. And it becomes being able to dial the car, run the number. And a car very slow to get off the end of the racetrack down there. Looks like we got it all squared away now at the other end. Right side of the ladder, Superstock needs you to lanes, please. Right side of the ladder, Superstock needs you to the lanes. To remind all of our participants this weekend, Mary Bergeron with Eagle Eye Photography here snapping photos. You can go to egleye.com, Eagle Eye, and take a look at all the photos Barry snaps this weekend. Place your order, and they will be administered to you post-haste. It means like he'll get them sent out to you quickly. Glenn right now in 660 to dial. Michael Chitty on a 707. Superstock, right side of the ladder. You need to be there. Superstock, right side of the ladder. Glenn Wright, 661 on a 660 dial at 204 miles an hour. He gets the win by 6 thou. Michael Chitty runs dead on his 707 dial with a 4 and comes up short those 0.006 of a second. Dan Shy looks like he has a competition bye. And you can't be shy about a buy. Let me know. It is what it is. And a 780 lap for Daniel. Gets him into the next round. Mr. Shy moves on. Mr. Stahlbomber moves in alongside Craig Lyles. And he wasn't shy about it. That's it. Just remember, today you are you. That is truer than true. There is no one alive who is youer than you. That is Dr. Seuss. I love Dr. Seuss. Today you are you, that is truer than true. There is no one alive who is youer than you. Always remember that. No, but we may dig out the cat in the hat somewhere. Okay. Green eggs are kind of yucky. Ham's okay. Craig Lyles, a 687 dials. Todd Stahlbomber on a 736. The blown red motor. Stahlbomber entry over on the right-hand side. Going to partake of the racetrack a little bit earlier than Mr. Lyles will partake of his side of the racetrack here in the O'Reilly side. Stahlbomber hikes the front end up. Car makes a little shake and shimmy to the left. Is that going to open up the door for Craig Lyles? It will not. 737 for Stahlbomber to 183, taking 3 thou stripe for the win. Craig Lyles goes 687.5, dead on the dial with a nickel. But he was behind by a Hun leaving the line and ends up being behind by 3 thou down at the other end. Superstock needs you to lanes now, please. Everybody, Superstock needs you to the lanes. All y'all in Superstock need you to lanes, please. Brian Laird, Jim White come rolling in next. Brian Laird, Jim White. Jim over here on the right-hand side. Hayesville, Kansas-based runner at the wheel of the Cobalt. 679 to dial for him. Brian Laird Yeah, for Spencer, Iowa. He is in the injection molding business. Wonder if he does any injection molding for Falcon Plastics. Could be a subcontractor. You never know. Blair there on the left. 7:17 after the red light start. And on the dial 0. Man, that'll make you say words like, well, you know. 680 on a 679 by Jim White. Jim runs 80 with the 3 on a 79. So let's see, that'd be a 12. That'd be 25,000's package. Jim gets the win. He moves on round number 2. It's Don O'Neill for NGK, NTK. Double Towels, VP Fuels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Atoll, Patterson Racing. Chevrolet over there on the left-hand side for He and Die and Do It for Die. Tom Patterson out of Manitoba, Canada, coming down. 687 to dial for Mr. O'Neill. Patterson on a 730 prediction. Patterson right, O'Neill left. Both of them lit the pre-stage. Patterson goes right in. There's Don. Green light, Patterson. Red light, Don. O'Neill by 0.06 of a second too quick. And then he's too quick by 0.04 of a second out at the other end of the racetrack. 200 mile an hour lap by Don. Patterson goes 735 on his 730 at 194 miles an hour. So Patterson will be back for round number 2. Kelly Land and Dennis Padilla will come rolling in next. Padilla out of Arvada, Colorado. Of course, our good friend here in Division 5, longtime announcer, Bruce Cabada, former mayor of Arvada, Colorado. Padilla dialed in 791. Kelly Land on a 691. So 2 bulbs on the tree. Padilla's in. He's gone. Kelly waits for his side. He's gone. Land out of Amarillo, Texas. The Land Motorsports Corvette lights up the scoreboard. 693. 198 miles an hour. 794 by Dennis. About 165 down at the other end of the racetrack. So Dennis's race number 1 has come to a conclusion. Land will see if he can make it back for round number 2 without any delay. As Eric Burnett's twin turbo Cavalier rolls in, take on Dusty Meyer. Dusty number 9 in the country last year in the RacingRVs.com top sportsman category. Driving the truck. 800 plus cubic inch Sunny power plant. And Greg Nicoletti sends me a note, says Bruce wasn't mayor of Arvada, he was former mayor of LaSalle. Bruce always told me he was mayor of Arvada. Huh. A little stink. Burnett bringing the RPMs up, spooling up the turbos. Dusty waiting for him to get in. Dusty's in. Burnett's the machine. Problems at the get-go. 703 by Dusty as he cruises through at 180 miles an hour. Dusty waited for Eric to spool up the turbos and then went in. That though had some problems there on the line. 1640, 63 mile an hour lap. Mike Seacrest and Dave Slatton come rolling in. Well, Greg, I thank you for the update, my friend. Wonder why Bruce always told me Arvada. Arvada must be a bigger city than LaSalle. Alrighty then. Seacrest in on a 709 dial left side. Slatton on a 677. Dave out of Colorado as well. Only this time Fort Collins. Slatton throws the parachutes early, runs 684 to 172. He's way out of light. Sure, Joey Keith. Seacrest goes 710 on a 709. Unfortunately for Michael, the runner out of Wichita. Seacrest was a tad late leaving the starting line. Super Stock, you should be in the lanes for round number one. Super Stock. To the lanes, please. Round number one. Need you to come on down. Super Stock to the staging lanes, please. So Jim Thorpe comes rolling in alongside Laird Mars. Mars out of Iowa, the Cobalt. Got a Graphic Edge. Napa Auto Parts. Thorpe coming up from Merchant, Texas in the very colorful Chevrolet Camaro. Jim debuted a new Camaro down in Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Went all the way to the final round in his new car debut. Had some problems in that final round. Brought out the old car for the race here at Topeka this weekend. And the old car's performing like the new car. And that's a good thing. Thorpe on a 682 dial. Mars on a 714. We are off and running. Uh-oh. I see problems ahead. The Mars gets the win, 728 at 161. You can see Jim's car out there. Looked like maybe a little do-si-do. Yep, about 400 feet out in the right-hand lane. Looks like we got a piece of something laying out there in the middle of the groove. That's not a good thing for our next contestant, J.J. Eber, coming up. Everybody's running out to check the right-hand side. And it is exercise day. So the two guys from over the wall, from half track on, come over the wall. They check out the right-hand lane, say, nope, nothing. The guy from back here at the starting line runs all the way out there to pick it up. Bails over the wall, and away we go. Larry gets the win. Jim Thorpe will concentrate. On to Dragster, Lance Rutland and J.J. Eber getting ready to make their way down track. Lance, who won it all down in Thunder Valley Raceway Park in Noble, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Transmission and another one of our 63 Corvette split windows. Going to take on the Ford. For JJ and Jeremiah, the 2008 champ over at Bandamere for the Quick 16 program. JJ on a 690 dial, Lance on a 777. All right, JJ right side, Lance on the left. Handicap start, going to go to the Corvette. The pony is going to set side for the other end of the racetrack and gallop its way down to try and catch it. Oops. So much for trying to catch. When you leave a red light back here, it doesn't matter what you do going down the O'Reilly side. Lance Rutland over there in the aeromotive lane is going to get the wind, running 780 at 174 miles an hour. 689 for JJ at 201 miles an hour. So he will concentrate on race number 2. Lance will concentrate on round number 2. J.R. LODRS should be taking on Rod Moore, but no Rod. So J.R. gets the competition by run. He goes 003, 741 at 181 miles an hour. Rod was the S10 yesterday. That is correct. The S10 out of Rushville, Missouri. Got a little up close and personal with the wall down at the other end of the racetrack. Greg Lair comes rolling in now, fresh off the win at the Mile High Nationals 5 short days ago. Greg Lair should be teamed up with the Blair, Nebraska runner, Terry Pope. But again, a competition by run. So Greg will get the single run down the racetrack. The Buick and GMC dealer. Jerry Haas, a chassis machine. We'll ease on into round number 2. Grabbing the Lenko shifters, working his way through the gears. How about a dead on to 7 on a 658 dial? Yes, indeed. And into the next round he goes. Jeff Staub should be taking on Rick Bowman. Bowman's Metro Harley Davidson. Camaro, a no-show. Stop at the Pontiac out of Amarine Motorsports. Those cruising through 775 on 776. So Stop will be back for round number 2 on yet another competition buy, and one more to go, it appears. Mark McDonald should be taking on Kevin Hampton's Pontiac, the Hobbs, New Mexico-based runner. Doesn't appear to be able to answer the bell for the opening round of eliminations in our Fine Line Madcap Top Sportsman field of racers. So the dragsters for sale.com. Mustang and Mark McDonald will make its way down the racetrack. McDonald says, how about a 662? Green light on this end, and a 662 on that end. It's as simple as that. You look from here, you drive to there, and it makes it look like you really do care. Dr. Seuss, I'm not, right? Thank you very much. And Monty Weaver, your number 1 qualifier, the official buy run for the category. Came up yesterday, said, hey, how about a 631? And I'm going to take the number 1 spot away. And you know what he did? He came up and went 631. And took that number 1 spot away because with the odd number of cars, it is a buy run for the number 1 qualifier, and it is a tune-up run for the rest of the day in eliminations. So Monty, who is your reigning division champ, stood on the stage last year and most graciously accepted his first ever division championship. Pro-charged Corvette, about a 634 on a 633. Okay, so it's no Mark McDonald, 62 on a 62, but it'll work. Both of them advanced to round number 2, and well, that's the objective from when you rolled out of the bed this morning. Keep going rounds. Superstock getting ready to come at us now as we roll into round number 1 of eliminations. Jacob Pitt should be taking on Larry Schmidt, the 55 Chevrolet Super O automatic machine. But Larry with problems out of the classic Chevy. Jacob, who came up a little bit short in a tight battle in round 1 of stock, will get a free ride into round number 2 of Superstock. Runner out of Fort Worth, Texas. Burning a couple of vacation days to come up and see if he can work some magic here at the Double-Double at Topeka. And Pitt cruises through 972 at 136 miles an hour. Easing off the throttle down at the other end of the racetrack. Just a skosh. But a tune-up run for him, and into round number 2 he goes. Super Gas, your turn to come on down. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Round number 1. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Round number 1. Super Gas to the lanes. We continue on our second pair now in super stock action. Dan Nixon's Copo Camaro left side. Karen Van Erickson. This GTP automatic. Little 283 cubic inch combination 69 Camaro. And someone's engine doesn't sound real happy out there. Erickson on the right, 1155 the dial. Nixon on the left, a 936. Standing super stockers. Off and running, Erickson. Out in front, Dan Nixon. Left a whole lot back here on the starting line, and that you don't do. Erickson was 12 on the tree, runs 60 down at the other end of the racetrack. Taking a stripe by a 10th and the win by a 10th. And moving on to round number 2, Nixon goes 942 at 140. You want your starting line reaction time to start with a 0. And 99 9/10% of the time, it will take a 0 to win a round. When your starting line reaction time number starts with anything above a 0, you know, like in a 1, a 2, or 3, it's not generally a good indicator that things are going to go well for you. Greg Stanfield taking on Rick Johnson. Johnson goes red, Stanfield goes green. And problems out of Rick Johnson's Super B automatic entry. Puff of smoke down there just before half track. Of course, the red light start back on this end didn't help matters any. Stanfield goes 854 into round number 2, using it as a little tune-up for the Stanfield Enterprises. Copo Camaro over there on the left-hand side. Sean Marquette taking on Chris Stevenson now. 1085 to 1078. How'd you like to have a 350 Buick Apollo? Look over the lane next to you. Realize that that is a 4-cylinder, 4-speed Mustang. And you're basically going to be racing him side by side down the racetrack. Marquette on a 1085 dial. Stevenson on a 1078. So, I mean, they're all but dialed. Heads up. Super Gas, need you lanes, please. Super Gas, round number 1, need you lanes. Come on down. Stevenson, right side. Small, minuscule, minor. And Sean goes red. Well, pooh. Here we're going to make a good side-by-side race out of it. Marquette leaves the red ball behind him. Stevenson takes the opportunity for a tune-up run this morning. Runs 1073 at 121. Sean Marquette, 1086 on a 1085. Had he left the starting line green, it coulda, shoulda, and probably would have been a pretty good old drag race. Bob cruising up now. Senior cruising. Division 7 champ taking on Larry Berger. We're out of Omaha. 455 Buick there on the left-hand side. 1082 on a 1079 by Larry. 933 dead 3 on the dial by cruising. He takes 16 ten-thousandths of a second. True margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. Larry's going to say, what's a guy got to do? I was quicker off the line by 3 hun. Cruising able to steal it at the stripe by 16 ten-thou. Mike Town, Archie Cone. Archie over here on the right-hand side, wheeling to Copo out of Stanfield Racing. Yeah, it's a 350 two-barrel. Buick Regal. Off and running. Archie goes red. Down your former U.S. Nationals champion. 1069 on a 1067 after being 007 off the reaction timer. Archie turned on the red bulb by 22 thousandths of a second. Goes 861 at 157. But his day is done. Town moves on. Carol Warling's Pontiac moves in next. That is a 1974 Pontiac there on the left-hand side. You can tell by the split grille on the front that she's not a Nova. It's Sean Vincent. Sean's Super Stock F modified. A little 275 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood of the Firebird. Got the smaller of the two motors. Still going to give up the handicap start. Warling off and running. Sean trying to reel him in. Top end, not going to get her done. 1070 by Warling gets the win at 111. 1044 by Vincent. 129 miles an hour. And again, Sean still celebrating the announcement that they are going to be having a baby girl. Wyatt Wagner, Tim Nicholson. Ooh, I like this pair. This will be interesting. The 4-speed 283 Chevy 2 on the right-hand side. Wyatt Wagner, your reigning division champ. Out of Wagner's Classic Cars. Mecum Auto Auctions, a 350 Super Stock G automatic entry. There on the left-hand side. 10:01, the dial for Wyatt. Tim Nicholson off and running. Works his way through the gearbox, settles down, looks over his left shoulder. Runs 10:22 to take the win and the stripe by 4 thousandths of a second, 116 miles an hour. Nicholson. 10:02 on a 10:01 by Wyatt at 130. And Wyatt's day comes to an end. Randy Klein's Super N Automatic 56 Nomad. Taking on Rob Cruiser. Rob's your winner in the truck. As Randall goes red, 265 cubic inches of high wide and small block Chevrolet. Gets stretched out at the other end of the racetrack. He goes 1157 at 111. But Cruisin gets the win in the truck. 1032 at 128 on his 1030 dial. Super Gas, need your lanes, please. Super Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Joey Keith. Yes, I will. Tyler Castle taking on Eric Pearson now, the young Pearson. Father and son team down from Rochester, Minnesota, home of that world-famous Mayo Clinic at Castle. Over the left-hand side, you saw the Castle family racing Nova. Going to round number 2. Tyler's going to see if he can join the Castle. Bunkers. Copo Camaro. Not going to be joining him, though, because Eric Pearson gets the win. 1071 on a 1068. He was better out of the gate by a couple of hun. Wins by 3 down at the other end of the racetrack over Castle's 962. 141 mile an hour lap. Derek Finners. Oldsmobile comes rolling in next. 971 the index for the GTF automatic car. Taking on Angelo DiCarlo. Carlos H automatic. Corvette. Nice wheels up launch, Angelo. Ooh, it looked pretty. Just hope it doesn't cost the race down at the other end of the racetrack. And Fitter's going to get the win. Well, it didn't cost Angelo. He still runs quicker than his 986. Runs under by 4 thou. Took 89 stripe to break out by 4. Can you say ouch? Angelo might have a few other words besides ouch. Derek Finner gets the win. 980 on a 971. 131 miles an hour as he gets to stay and play today. Mark Jenkins. Little Cavalier out of Wymore, Nebraska. The 350 combination there on the left-hand side. Taking on Mike Mann's A Super. Fast Shocks, K&N, Mickey Thompson entry over on the right-hand side. 884 the dial for Michael. 969 the dial for Mark. Couple of gentlemen long associated with the Superstock Battle Plans here in D5 territory. He hikes the front end up, the fast shocks on that Firebird, carry it out, and set it down so gently. Gently enough to drive on through for the win. 885 on the 884. 969 on the 969 by Jenkins. Mans was 11 on the tree, used the better start to get the win by 10 thou down at the other end. Craig Galtier, your number one qualifier, taking on Gary McClasson, the engine builder. 72-year-old, long-time racer. 350, small block Camaro. 997 to dial for Gary. 948 to dial for Craig. Galtier at the wheel of his new GTG automatic entry. Green lights appear and away we go. Uh-oh. Can you say Rut-Row Ralph? Craig Galtier saying a few other words besides Rut-Row Ralph. Let me tell you, runs dead on 4. Dead laid out of the gate. Gary McClasson runs 10 flat. He was 007. 125 miles an hour. Whew. Yeah, Craig Galtier needed a cup of his own coffee. Got a Roaster's Coffee and Tea. Your number one qualifier out, round number 1. And his light was really green. Stephanie Nikema. Stephanie rolls in her GTI automatic. 350 Nova. Stephanie's got to get to the finish line in front of Gene Bickelmeyer. Gene is coasting at the stripe. And Gene gets the win, 24.22 in front of Stephanie's 12.46. Wow. Gene dumped the clutch, sidestepped it, headed for the other end of the racetrack. The Nova had problem. He's coasting down the racetrack. Stephanie sitting on the starting line. Her light's green. And it's kind of like, go. And by the time she took everything into account, realized what needed to be done, Bickelmeyer was coasting to the win at the finish line. Chris Cheney and Dennis Nelson working their way down track now. Cheney on the left-hand side. He's not coasting. He's winning. 1020, 003 on his 1016 dial. 1112, dead on 1. 62 on the tree by Denny Nelson. So a 00 light by Chris. A dead on run by Dennis. You take their little numbers and their big numbers and give the win to Chris Cheney by 20 thousandths of a second. Dean Messenbrink comes rolling in now. The Camaro out of Rochester, Minnesota. Taking on Lloyd Wofford, the engine builder out of Engines Inc. down Jonesboro way. Red light start, Dino. Oh, 1,000th of a second too quick. Another competitor who will be saying words like, dang nabbit. Wofford goes to round number 2, runs 981.9 on his 983. 1092 on a 1094, but Dean was 001 red, and that's all she wrote. Troy Ross and his B Supercar, the 87 Camaro, right-hand side. Coming off the win down in Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Justin Jenkins on the left-hand side. Justin coming off the win. Just a few days ago in Denver. Both these drivers taking home a Wally within the last 13 days. Troy working his way towards another one. Goes 918 on a 917. 968 on a 970 by Justin. Troy takes a stripe by 0.02 of a second down at the other end. Keeps his hopes alive. Jared Swinehardt's truck, the 98 S10 over here on the right-hand side. 980 to the dial for the truck. Albie Merrill's Camaro, the Super G automatic entry there on the left-hand side. On a 1006. So the handicap start going to go to Albie. Side of the tree, the orange Camaro goes first. Here comes Swinehardt. Jared reaching for at the other end of the racetrack now, the Piedmont, Oklahoma-based entry. And not going to get it. 983 on a 980 by Jared. 1010 on a 1006 by Albie. 0.010 of a second margin down at the finish line stripe. And Albie took 0.02 of a second, put him in his pocket, leaving the starting line. Pete Perry lining up alongside our Connecticut runner, Joseph Santangelo. Joe all the way from Marlboro, Connecticut, dialed in 1039. He'll be off and running. Pete Perry's machine. Number 3 in the world last year, going to be trying to chase him down off a 920 dial for the Pontiac. Pete off and running. Joseph off and running. Good race shaping up here. Two very good, very talented drivers. Perry at the top end comes up short by just a skosh. 917 on a 920. Santangelo gets the win. 1039.8 on a 1039 dial. 24 thousandths package. Pete had 1,000th of a second to play with. Needed to run 9.200 to get the win. Jason Stalls, wheel stand and Firebird. Larry Ingles, wheel standing Corvette. Jason, wheel standing Firebird. Wheel stood too early though. And a 1057 on a 1056 by Ingles. He puts together a 17 thousandths package in the Corvette. Cruises through at 123 and into round number 2 he goes. Jeff Effler, 1018 dial. Taking on Riley Spears, 1023. A scant handicap start. Going to go to the young lady here on the right-hand side. The Valvoline Super J automatic Firebird taking on the Lucas Oil Emmons Motorsports Pro 1 safety equipment. Camaro there in the left-hand lane. Effler will be giving chase. Riley's green, Jeff's green. Riley looking over at Jeff, Jeff looking over at Riley. Effler, who has won here before, wins this round, goes 1022 at 115. Miss Riley Spear goes through 1020 lap on the 1023. She was a little behind leaving the starting line. Tried to do a little makeup down at the other end of the racetrack and well, it just don't work. Dennis Lund, Dave Janik. The Janik brothers, farmers out of Texas. Got the Cobra Jet Mustang on an 855 dial. Dennis Lund of Bettendorf, Iowa. Davenport, Iowa. Quad Cities, Iowa. C modified. Brother there on the left-hand side. Here goes the brother. Here comes David. David's red. Dennis Lund is triple simple perfect. He goes through 933 on a 938 and dances right on into round number 2. I guess you could say with the perfect light, he waltzed right on in. Stanfield and Phil Giles come rolling in next. Aaron on the left-hand side. Saw Dad Greg bow out moments ago in the Copo Camaro. Aaron's going to see what he can do with Giles. Giles out of Flatonia, Texas. Stanfield out of Bossier City, Louisiana. Stanfield gets away a 989 on a 987 dial at 130. 939 on a 936 by Giles. Couple of hun in the bank, leaving the starting line for Stanfield. Couple of hun in the bank at the finish line for Stanfield. Matthew Lund's Quad Cities base Firebird now, the Super H automatic entry, taking on the 40th anniversary Patterson Racing Special, painted in the famous Patterson beige on the side of the Omaha track. Patterson Racing Copa. Matthew Lund says all that's great, grand, groovy, and glorious, but watch this. He goes 008, 988 on a 986. Patterson goes 921 at 143, 921-0. Dead on the dial by Todd. Now look at the reaction timers. See that Matthew was 008. Todd wasn't. Son of a gun. Golly gee willikers. It's Tyler Wodarczyk. Grant Singer come rolling in. Grant's B Super Camaro on the right-hand side. 928 mile for the Canadian. Red light the run for the Canadian. Tyler Wodarczyk, Super J automatic entry. We're rolling down track to a 1023. 1023.8 on a 1024. 13 on the green by Tyler. The young gunner missing a perfect lap by 15 thousandths of a second. But gets the W, and that's the part that counts. Dan's Rust GTA automatic. 426 cubic inch combination for Daniel. Taking on Ricky Decker, probably the hottest super stock racer in the country right now. Thoughts and prayers going out to brother Steve Decker. In Indy a few weeks back. Still saying our prayers and our get well wishes for him. Ricky off and running. Dan's Rust trying to chase him down top end and does. 911 on a 909 by Dan. Takes out the hottest guy in super stock. Decker goes 997 on a 996. Comes up 2 thousandths of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. And Decker right now uttering words under his breath that I can't repeat. Well, I could, but I'd have to turn the microphone off. Randy Johnson, Opak car, the Nebraska-based runner on the left, taking on Brett Spears' machine. GTJ automatic entry, goes 10:06 on his 10:04. Spears your winner for the Fort Ripley, Minnesota-based runner. 10:33 by Randy on his 10:33. 3 hun behind, leaving the starting line. 15 thou behind down at the finish line. So Brett moves on. Randy's day is done. Michael Lund on the left. Wayne Dinklaw on the right. Wayne at the wheel of his 55 Chevrolet wagon. Super stock oak, 265 cubic inch combination. And Wayne goes red. Michael Lund gets the freebie green and heads to the other end of the racetrack. Cruising through 996, dead on 0 on the dial. 132 miles an hour. Dinklaw goes 1142 on the 1148 after the red lights start on this end of the racetrack. And, well, that is chapter on verse and how not to win a drag race. Tony Schaefer's Day Automotive. 350 cubic inch Malibu on the left. Red light start. Tony. Not too quick. Tripped the trigger by 12 thousandths of a second. Neil Rhodes in the Gober Jet cruises through 980 on a 984 dial. 136 miles an hour. Schaefer's Day came to a screeching halt, running dead on his dial with a 9, 1084.9. But when you're 12 thou, too quick out of the gate, any other plans you may have made Well, they basically get tossed out the windows. Gene Mosbeck and Scott Pearson. We saw Eric up earlier. Advanced. Mosbeck looking to do the same. The gentleman who won it all here in Topeka. The Menards Nats a few weeks back. Did it on his birthday. Not going to get a chance to repeat for race number 1. 1064. Pearson gets the win. 112 miles an hour. Mosbeck a little late leaving the starting line this time around. He runs 1036 on a 1035. Still comes up over a tenth short. Down at the other end of the racetrack, and for you seasoned observers of drag racing, that'll give you an indication of how far behind at the starting line he was. Billy Ingles taking on Kurt Heed. Curtis goes round. He's 4th out, 2 quick out of the gate. Kurt Cycle Center and Kurt's Dairy Queen entry. Not going to stay in play, at least for race number 1. 1035, Billy Ingles. Super High Automatic Firebird, the Trans Am getting the win. Cruises through at 127. Kurt at 132. But he took himself out by 4 thousandths of a second. Sean Tucker's Super Stock AA, 427, 69 Camaro. Out of the Cruisin' Race Shop in the great state of Oklahoma. Travis Gusso rolls in now. The Dakota Speed Merchants. Roller Jet. Travis going to get the win because Sean Tucker lights the red bulb over on the other side of the racetrack. 9 thousandths of a second too soon. 894 by Travis on his 890. So Travis moves on. Sean's day is done. Bill Rose, beautiful little Chevy 2. 67. 2-door post entry. Taking on Jimmy K. Rose. Factory GTK. Take a 79 Plymouth Volare. Whoa. And stick a late model drag pack motor underneath the hood of 360 cubic inches, and it becomes a factory GT car. .1002 to a 1004. The difference between the dials, respectively, for K-Row and Row. K-Row and Row. Dennis office down in, anyway. 1003 on a 1002 by K-Row's good for the win. 1005 on a 1004. Billy Rowe comes up short. There was 12 thousandths difference between him leaving his starting line. There was the exact same 12 thousandths of a second difference between him at the finish line. So K-Row wins that one on the better light. Don O'Malley and Victor Penrod. Victor over the left-hand side. Another gentleman who has been substantially hot here this year. Super stock racing. Let's see if Penrod can get around O'Malley. And the answer would be, 986 on a 983 by Victor. 991 on a 993 by Mr. O'Malley. And Don can resume the retired life, at least until tomorrow, when we get ready to go with race number 2. Dave Bogner and Morris Vogus. Morris Super J Automatic taking on the Hemi Bognar Automotive Machine. This should be fun. Old mouse-motored Chevy 2 trying to scare off that elephant down at the big end. Gets it done. 1030 on a 1022. Bogner's elephant motored Mopar goes 913 at 135. So Morris moves on. Tyler Bohannon taking on Scott Stillings. Tyler came over from Louisville, Kentucky. Stillings came over from Floyd's Knob, Indiana, and they're probably looking at each other going, man, we could have raced a whole lot closer to home and not had to travel so far. But then one of them wouldn't have been able to go to round number 2. Oh, baby. Bohannon out in front. Here comes Stillings. Top end. Not going to get him. 973.2. Under by 18 was Scott. 911.3. Under by 7 was Tyler. Bohannon gets the win. Down at the other end of the racetrack, taking 16 10,000 stripe and picking up the W. That, boys and girls, was fun. Well, for Tyler it was. For Scott, not necessarily, but and for the rest of us, it wasn't bad. Super Gas getting ready to come up next. 990 is going to pop up on the scoreboard as we have put Super Stock into the books. Super Gas rolls in. Joey Keith, who loves the Super Gas category, comes marching into the tower, taps me on the shoulder and says, wait a minute, Bob, that's Norm Brungart. That's Dale Fox. That's the first pair of Super Gas I want to do. First, I'm going to tell you they're dead even out of the gate. Norm Brungart gets the win, 995 over Fox's 1002 down at the other end of the racetrack. Next pair comes rolling in. It's Dan Gamblin. It's Don Wetstein. It's Joey Keith.
Thank you, Bob. Yep, Super Gas 990 Index coming to us here. First round eliminations, race number 1. March right on through to finish out race 1 today. You will start race 2 tomorrow morning, but right now our attention's on the Chevy 2. Wetstein, Monte Carlo, and Daniel Gamblin. Out they go, 2 thou apart from the start. They're looking over and they're looking over and they're going to go up. Chevy 2, 989's a pair, 89.5 for the Chevy 2. Takes out the 89.3 of the Monte Carlo. So Donald moving on. 2 more coming up. Tim Moore, Tim Walker. The Corvette Roadster out of Pueblo, Colorado. And the Cavalier at Leavenworth, Kansas of Timothy Moore. And we're out. Well, we are dead even from the start. And the finish line, whoa. Well, Timothy Moore, your winner. All right, 995 for Scott Dudenberg. Dudenberg out of Minnesota going on to round number 2. Bringing up the for sale Corvette of Tim Miller. Peter Gehan out of Dallas. Beautiful Chevrolet Camaro Roadster. Dallas. Tim Moore, the contractor out of Santa Fe, Texas. Pair of Division 4 racers. Motored down the racetrack to a 996 win light for the Camaro. 015 bulb. Takes on to round number 2. Takes out Tim Miller. Chet Tucker, the Tucker Wood Corvette Roadster out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Joe Ackerman. Side down the top end. It's going to go 991, Joe Ackerman. Great 008 reaction time, 19 thousandths total package for Joe. Chet was behind from the start. Ends his day in round 1 of Super Gas. He'll try again tomorrow. Travis Salter, reigning division champ in Division 4 out of Baytown, Texas. He's SalterRacing.com, Chevrolet Camaro. and Kenneth Sanders. The Dakota Truck Linco. True story. He rolls the beam. Oh my, go Salter. That little truck could not keep the truck in the stage beam, so Travis getting a free run, goes 989.7 at 154. We go 2 more. Buddy Wood and George Meyer. George out of Brainerd, Minnesota. Hey, we'll be up there in a couple of weeks. And Buddy Wood out of Sulphur. We'll be down in Tulsa next week. Buddy in the Camaro Roadster, the Wood Tucker. I think they got 4 or 5 entries here this weekend. Clean and green from the start. We are a nickel apart. Here comes top in charge of the Camaro Roadster. Not going to get there. Breaks out by 0.06 of a second. George Meyer, 991.4 to move into round number 2. Bob Fuller, Van Arnold. How about that? 992 Van Arnold. Bob Fuller could not run the number down there. Slowing to only 139 mile an hour. Got to think that maybe something not happy in the Corvette Roadster. He had a better reaction time than Van, but could not parlay it into a win. So Van Arnold, 992, 163. Brian Turner, the anesthesiologist out of San Marcos, Texas, and Mark Price, the Titan fuel tanks, 2017 Roadster. Oh boy. 992 Winlight Brian Turner. 019 reaction time. And the Mustang moving on. Craig Maddox. Sarah Becker. All right, here we go. Sportsman Motorcycles to the lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. 990 with a 1. 001 reaction time for Craig Maddox. How about 2,000s total package for Craig Maddox to go into round number 2. My, oh my. Once again, Sportsman Motorcycles to the lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycles. Justin Allen, the golf course manager out of Mansfield, Texas. Don Westra. $9.90 with an 8 for Justin Allen. 013 reaction time. 22,000's total package. Westra was 28 at the start and in the way at that point. Here comes Steve Collier. Manpower Collier Racing entry, Little Vega, out of Benton, Louisiana, and Jerry Call. $9.95. 147 for Steve Collier. For the Winlight. Once again, Sportsman Motorcycles. We need you to the lanes, please. How about Tom Carlson takes out the reigning Super Gas champion Devin Eisenhower. Devin breaks out 0.02 of a second. Tom, your winner, 990 with a 6. Keith Kuhn and Nathan Vroman. $991 for Keith. And the win light, 013 reaction time. Nathan tried hard but couldn't make it happen. Keith Kuhn moving on. Heidi Robinson and Gary McMahon. Well, we got trips on one of them, and it's Heidi, and she goes 991. Triple perfect reaction time for Heidi, 991, 156 for the win as McMahon, 021 under by 0.02 of a second. Out of here in the Monza. Robert Coleman and Rod Walter. Rod was your winner. Was our winner last night in our Super Gas shootout out of Mustang, Oklahoma. Self-employed. Racing this weekend. Robert Coleman out of Columbia, Missouri, the pipe fitter. Coleman Racing. Well, $993 Rod Walter. I tell you what, he was behind at the start by 0.03 of a second. Goes down there, feeds the stripe to Coleman, who breaks it out 0.12 of a second. So Rod Walter moving on. Comes Coy Collier and David Bigby. $991 Coy Collier. 012 reaction time. Moving on. Takes out David Bigby. Here comes Michael Miller alongside Lyle Schreiner. Attention, Austin Williams and Jacob Pitt. Austin and Jacob, we need you to report to the IA Trade registration trailer in front of the tech building. Austin Williams and Jacob Pitt.
You do that on purpose.
Sorry about that. The NHRA trailer. Wow. Well, dang it. $990 for Miller. 007 start. 14,000 total package. Mercy. The NHRA trader. Austin and Jacob, please report to the NHRA registration trader, please. Bill Causey, Jim Ripka. Never lived that one down, I can assure you. $989 for the loss for Ripka. 016 light, $990 with a 2. 18,000 total package for Bill Causey. Craig Henderson and Daniel Gilgosh. $9.99 for Daniel. Great 003 reaction time. Moving into round number 2. Here comes Bob Prose and Clint Parker. Bob Prose and lovely family, the part of that Honey Creek Collision business. Got several cars on the property with us. And Clint Parker out of Gilmer, Texas, the mechanic. $992. Wow. $992 for Bob. Takes out the $9,900 for Clint Parker. Reaction time difference went to Bob Prose by 14 thousandths of a second. He will parlay into round number 2. Tough break there for Parker. James Kunkel. Randy Vados. The assurance inspections. Cool hot rod here. Probably never see another one like it. No doubt. Out of Cedar, Minnesota. James Kunkel. Aluminum. New car for James. He might have his hands full here as he is behind from the start by a little bit. And no, $990's a pair. $990 with a 5 for Randy. Takes out the $990 with a 2 for James. So a 17,000s package for Randy. We'll move him on to round 2. Dale Evans and Joe Lukog. Joe out of Burleson, Texas. Left side of the racetrack. Alongside Dale Evans, top end shows us $990 with an 8 for Dale Evans. 27 light, 35 thousandths package as Joe. 13 light, 893 for the loss. So Dale Evans moving on. $10.01 for Butch. Takes out Bob Arbuckle. We have 2 more coming up. Cameron Volkart and Mike Burkhart. Mike, Dodge City, Kansas runner. The Burkhart auction and real estate. 34 Ford. $995, Burkhart, your winner. 3 thousandths margin of victory going to Burkhart. Bruce Johnson and Ray Sawyer. Ray, number 3 in the world in 2018. Multiple-time Division I Super Gas champ. 987, Ray Sawyer moving on. Tim Parker. Chuck Lewinsky. Prior Lake, Minnesota. Parker, Longmont, Colorado. The Parker sheet metal entry. Good reaction time side by side here. Here comes Parker up alongside. Got it. 987. 011 light. Lewinsky was 006. Breaks out farther. Final call for Sportsman Motorcycles. Chris Hess and Alan Bush. $990 with a 2 for Alan Bush. 16 light, 18 thousandths package for Bush. Hess breaks out 3 thousandths of a second. 2 more coming up, Jason McClure and Dennis Hay. All right, round 2, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2. We need you back to the lanes, please. Top dragster. All right, racer in need, racer in need. Need a 410 rear gear for a 9-inch Ford. If you have one, go see Rick Huffman. He's parked the Lucas Oil Contingency pit area right by the tech building in the grass. So a 410 gear, 9-inch Ford. Go see Rick Huffman. Racer in need. All right, Dennis Hay, your winner. Wow. McClure, better reaction time, a big time hole shot down there, but could not make it work. Dennis Hay moving on. Once again, top dragster to the lanes, please. Terry Pollard, Casey Wagner. $993, Terry Pollard. Moving on, Casey Wagner breaks out, $988.5. All right, Mike Sawyer up alongside Jeff Franklin. Mike out of Massachusetts. 4-time Division I champ. Franklin in the AMX breaks out. Sawyer moving on, 989.5, breaks out the least. On the brakes hard down there and will be your winner. Al Gavlowski and Kevin Burnett in the Ferrari. That's cool. Parker, Colorado runner. And Al out of Minnesota. .001 light for Kevin Burnett. 10:02, 127. The top end's going to go winner picker as Gavlovsky breaks out 7 thousandths of a second. Chris Edson, Jay Pepler. Thank you. That was quick for whoever stepped up and got Rick that 410 rear gear. Yesterday or last night, Bob was making some odd announcements for golf carts and all kinds of different things. That's the first I've heard in a while. We needed 2 of them. Was the order filled?
We have a supplier here today that can help us, yes.
Cool. Great. Win line goes Edson 989.7. Pepler, a great 006 reaction time. However, he breaks out more. Chris Edson. Moving on to round 2. Larry Christensen and Martin Breeze. Top dragster, please. Top dragster. Well, I tell you can see who reacted first there. Big time. 995, 142 for Larry Christensen. Randy Nygaard, your winner, 991, 141, 8 thousandths margin of victory for Randy. Harrelson, 21 light, 991.0. Falling behind there, so Nygaard moving on. Joe Lee Mitchell in the Malibu, and Shannon Brinkley, the Corvette Roadster, Highlands, Texas. Red light start for Brinkley by 001. $987 for Joe Lee at 143. All right, attention to the pits. Round 1 for comp. Competition eliminator, round 1 to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator. Round 1. Need you to the lanes, please. All right, Mark Philbrick, 008 light, 991 for the win light. Robert Rowan, 27 and under by 3. Philbrick moving on. Dwayne Cole, Dennis White. $993, Dwayne. Great 009 reaction time. Moving on to round 2 for Dwayne Cole. Roger Warren, Jeremy Siffring. 992, Roger Warren takes out Siffring. Here comes a Chevette. Light start for John Long by a bunch. 22 thousandths too quick there for John. So Kevin moving on. 986, 165. Jeff Crooks and Vernon Rowland. Vernon, who owns the Chevette. They just watched John Long go red in. The Calais out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Crooks, the runner-up finisher in our shootout last night. The Firebird. And Crooks goes red by 9,000. Vernon moving on. $989.5, 160 for Vernon. All right, Lyle Owens, alongside Mitch Withers. Well, this is going to be good. 990 with a 1, Mitch Withers, both drivers. React to green, going 0-10 on the reaction timer. Withers goes down. 990 with a 1. Owens letting him go to a 93. Out of here. Withers moving on. Man, gave him a thou to get in there. Be tough to do. Chuck Ridenhour, Charlie Stewart. Vega got it, 994 for Chuck Ridenhour in the Vega. John Freeburn. 2,000th margin of victory for John and the win light. Here comes Brianna. Up alongside Chris Whitfield. Now, Little Vega had problems yesterday. Don't think she made a run at all. Was backed off the line first time trial yesterday. $992 for Whitfield. Tell you what, Brianna was right there for no time trials yesterday. She comes up, goes 19 on the tree, 93. Whitfield snuck in there, 13 light, 992. Just a tough draw in round one's all it really was. Todd Nielsen, last week's winner at Bandimere Speedway. Steve Hayes. How about Steve Hayes? 014 light, 991. Here comes Tim Nicholson. Here comes Don Freeze. Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas. A very different setup, you might say. He rings the table. You see that Camaro go way out there, and then you'll see the nose drop right about now. Not going to get there. Breaks it out 3,000s for Nicholson and Don Freeze. Moving on, 991. Looks like our last pair, round one of Super Gas. We'll go into Sports and Motorcycles, followed up with Top Dragster round two. We have called Competition Eliminator round one to the lanes. We are in race day eliminations. Danny Toole, Don Nichols, there they go, closing out Super Gas. It's going to go Danny Toole. 005 light, 995 to seal the deal as motorcycles have come to fire.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Into round number two of our sportsman motorcycle category. Top Dragster round two, Comp Eliminator round number one. Gents, you've been called to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, our fine line, Madcap Top Dragsters. Need you back to the lanes, round number two. And Comp Eliminator, need you to the lanes, please. Leonard Sykes and Derek Dory. Dory, over here on the right-hand side, the Kingwood, Texas-based Kawasaki. Winner, chicken dinner for Derek. Sykes aboard his Kawasaki. 6th too quick off the starting line. Then runs 9:08 on a 9:10. Too quick here, too quick there. A little too quick everywhere. 9:18 on a 9:13 by Derek Dory at 137. That was an adapted Dr. Seuss. Yes, it was. Michael Nash, Leonard Fox. So far today, I've had feedback on Dr. Seuss and feedback on Common Core. Thank you, Stephanie. Michael Nash up on the left-hand side, 8:11. Leonard Fox on a 9:10. Leonard's going to go first. 99% of a full second ahead of Michael Nash. 9:10 to an 8:11. Michael's going to sit and wait. A couple bulbs on the tree on his side. Going to be behind Leonard Fox's bulbs on that side. Whoop! Leonard, got to wait for your side of the tree to come down. Michael Nash sits, waits patiently. So Leonard Fox leaves before the tree is even activated. Michael Nash, as the starter, waited to make sure that Leonard made it out of the way. Michael Nash sat there and then effectively took the green light for the win. Felicia over there on the left-hand side aboard her Kawasaki out of Colorado. Michael Shelton coming to us out of Great Bend. His Suzuki here on the right-hand side. Felicia working her way down track now, goes 9:45 for the win. Dead on 2, 003. How about a 5,000s package, Felicia Olson? Whoo! 962 on a 963 by Michael Shelton. Michael, son, you had nothing to work with there. 003, dead on 2 by Miss Felicia. And wow. She may be on a roll today. John Fitzpatrick and Bill Homuth. Homuth out of Illinois over here on the right-hand side, his Suzuki. Fitzpatrick, the reigning division champ, gets the win. Red light start by Homuth here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. As we whittle our way through. Fitzpatrick at 8:47 lap at 151 miles an hour. 9:11 by Will. So he's too quick here, too quick there. A little too quick everywhere. Pat Roetto rolls in. And Miss Brenda. Well, we've seen Ricky K go out here in the opening round of eliminations. Brenda, going to see if she can put hubby to work as her crew chief for the rest of the day. Do that, she's got to get around Roetto. Brenda looks over her right shoulder, sees where Patrick is. Hunkers down on board that Suzuki, gets to the finish line stripe, runs 9:11 on a 9:03. 8:89 on an 8:87 by Roetto. Brenda shouldn't have looked over her shoulder, because when she did, it slowed her down just a skosh. Alex Larson off and running aboard his Yamaha over here on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. Down track he goes, but Phil Yates catches him. The Kawasaki out of Wichita goes rumbling down track to a 9:09 at 135. 13:36 by Larson on an 88-mile-an-hour lap. Larson gave it a shot. He was 0:01 off the starting line. It's Gordon Farkmeyer out of Lincoln, Nebraska, comes rolling in now. His Suzuki there on the left-hand side. And Tony Davis, the bright red sparkly Suzuki on an 848 dial. Tony over here on the right-hand side. Tony on the 848, Gordon on the 865 dial. Suzuki there on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack, going to go first. And he goes to first. 001 red by Farkmeyer. Win line automatically to Tony Davis goes 8:52 at $1:53. Farkmeyer an 8:67 lap, but 147 miles an hour. So Gordon's out round number 1 of our Sportsman motorcycle competition. Tony Davis moves on. And I do see one pair coming in, Dwayne Towson and Cameron Belial. Cameron out of Columbus, Minnesota, the UPS supervisor. Kawasaki's a pair, Dwayne on his out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Lake Charles, Louisiana, home of the LODRS Casino. We see on Shannon Brinkley and Shauna Brinkley's ride. .892 at 145 miles an hour. Towson gets the win. 9:25 on a 9:21 after Cameron goes red. Leaving the bulb back here on this end of the racetrack. Dave Olson comes rolling in now alongside Matt Solano. It's our Sportsman motorcycle opening round of eliminations. Continues on. 2 more Kawasaki's, 2 more Colorado runners. Making the tow over. Solano on a 1020. Olson on a 901. $8.99 by Dave Olson. 140 miles an hour and a double breakout. 10:18 by Solano. He's under by 12. Olson's under by 12. Both of them under by the exact same amount. The win goes to Olson via his reaction time advantage of 0.010 of a second. Donnie Dernberger comes rolling in now. Hey, Chad Ferguson, I understand Donnie has passed on the El Camino. Let me know when I can come pick it up, would you please? Byron Kissel over here on the right-hand side. Byron aboard his Suzuki. And he gets the win, 964 on a 958 at 125. Dernberger goes 1048 on a 1035. Donnie was well off his dial. A most unusual sort of circumstances there for Dernberger to be off his dial that much. And here comes Underdog, taking on Robert Sanders. Mike Voss right on a 953. Robert on a 919. Sherry sitting at home or at work listening in. Voss goes trip, zip, 0 perfect, but Robert gets the win. They both break out. Robert runs 917 on a 919. 948 on a 953 by Mike Voss. 128 miles an hour. Robert being a little bit closer to the dial. Gets the win in that run and moves on to round number 2. An Underdog comes up a little quick. Wyatt Neeson. Out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Neeson cruises through 970 on a 973. And if you lost your cheaters down in the staging lanes, come see me here in the tower. We've had some cheaters turned in. As we wrap up round number 1 of our Sportsman motorcycle. Our Madcap, Fine Line, Top Dragsters should be in the lanes. Competition should be in the lane. And our Circus Motorsports. Top Sportsman cars need you to the lanes now, please. Circus Motorsports, Top Sportsman cars need you to the lanes, please. Super Street, get them ready for round number 2. We're going to be calling you shortly. Stock Eliminator round number 2, likewise. Well, you get the idea. And then Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, Sportsman Motorcycle, et cetera, so on and so forth. I want to welcome everybody listening in to DragRacer.tv across the country. Warren over there pushing buttons frantically as we try to get you all the camera angles we can here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Beautiful day. Man, I wish you all were here. Absolutely stunningly gorgeous for the end of July in the middle of Kansas. And again, racers, don't forget, Barry Bergeron here from EagleEye.com, EGLEYE.com, Eagle Eye Photography, our official Division 5 photographer. Barry has worn out one finger. He's now working on the second finger on his camera. He's worn out this one. He's now working on this one. He's working on this finger on his camera. Barry Bergeron, our official D5 photographer, EGLEYE.com. He'll have all your photos from this weekend's competition online.
So that makes it easy, right? You got one? Is that it? There we go. Oh, that's first round. All right. Is this on?
I don't know, Don. Is it on? Are you on?
I have no idea. We don't have a sound in here, so I don't know.
You weren't on earlier today.
No, I was not. Well,
you were on. It was a good run, yes.
Yeah, it was a good run.
It just came out on the wrong end.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Don O'Neill sliding in, going to help tell us about Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. You're on.
Okay, just checking. I don't have sound in my ears. Strick getting 5 on Riley's side of the racetrack. 006. I wonder where I saw that. That was on my ticket earlier today. 637. 636 dial. So Strick will move on into round next. And round 3?
Yes.
Round 3. And here comes Frank Young and Jennifer White. Blower motor versus nitrous. I want to make sure how well I sound here, so Warren was nice enough to give me a set of headphones. Bob's been doing this so long he doesn't care how he listens, or how he sounds rather. Is that it? Jeff and Jennifer over on their aeromotive side with White Noise. 762 cubic inches out of Conroe, Texas. Looking over at the crew that came in from California. Frank Young lists his occupation as miscellaneous, so kind of sounds like most of the things that I'm good at, miscellaneous. So he's dialed in at 611, Jennifer at 619. Just a little split here between them. Both of them well over. Both of them were 10. However, Frank was 10 red, and Jennifer Lexington 623 with a 617. And she will move on to round number 3. Once again, it seems to be Pro Chargers, and Pro Chargers. Bob Henry on the aeromotive side out of, how do you say that? Owasso, Oklahoma? Owasso? Oklahoma. Executive for Air Gas. 540 Pro Charge motor in his 18 Spitzer, looking over at Rusty Baxter. 66 years old and retired. He also with a 540 Pro Charge motor. Rusty's dialed in at 620. Bob at the ceiling, 610. So he went 611 in qualifying. Number 2 qualifier. Little shake out of Rusty's car on the O'Reilly side towards the stripe. Give it to Rusty. 623.8 As Bob was off with a 673.0 as they ease on down the Heartland. Are we Heartland Park or Heartland Raceway? What are we this year? Heartland Motorsports Park. I've been coming here so much that the names change and I can't keep up with them. Change the names to protect the innocent. I like that. We're going to hold them up here as we're going to get the top end cleared out. Yes, if you're in drag racing, you are not innocent by no means. They can play the Law and Order sound bites. Slow when you go 170 miles an hour and throw the parachutes out. Takes you a long time to get to the end of the racetrack.
You are struggling with Owasso, Oklahoma. We're going to be just south of Owasso, Oklahoma next weekend at Osage Casino, Tulsa Raceway Park. It's right on the border between Tulsa and Owasso, and we're going to be there for a makeup Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event in Oklahoma.
I bet it's going to be so freaking hot there. There's going to be little red people running around.
Dude, it's the end of July in Kansas. How is it outside?
It's beautiful. If you
There
missed
you
out,
go.
yeah.
There you go.
Now, last year it wasn't. We came here, it was like 110, and I think we had 26 heat casualties or something like that.
Yeah, you fried an egg on the hood of the car,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
It's the middle part of the country. You never know what the weather's going to be.
Well,
We could be wearing sweatshirts next weekend in Tulsa.
I
The
would
probability's not high, but we could be wearing sweatshirts in Tulsa.
yeah, I know there's a casino close by, but they're not giving odds, and they're not good odds on that for sure. No, and this is an oddball year for this double to have the beautiful weather that we have. I think 3 years ago we had hurricanes and easy ups flying, and last year we were 110 degrees and couldn't get an ounce of wind to blow through here, where it's typically wind
Windy.
blowing. Is the beautiful American flag over behind the grandstands on the aeromotive side is at full stiff, if you will, as it's blowing along, and just I can't believe it. It's the way the weather
It is beautiful here
It
this
is.
weekend. And those that are listening in on DragRacer.tv that didn't come because, well, they thought it was going to be hot, guess what? It's not.
Yeah, well, and hopefully it's not hot where they are. We'd much rather them still be enjoying themselves. So I think we had something fall off, it looks like, as chase vehicles coming back, and
Could have been a pilot chute. They're
been.
relatively easy to run out and pick up.
yep. So we got water going down in the water box as Al Peevler from Olney, Illinois, on the aeromotive side with a 540 Pro Charger is looking over at Randy Dahlberg, 54-year-old electrician, with a little bottle. 51. He's number 51. He's a division champ from last year, or I guess you could say current reigning, defending bullseye on my back. Dahlberg from Hudson, Colorado, as the bottle gets turned on, and we're going to have a little Pro Charger nitrous battle, if you will. I think we have everything that's great about drag racing in competition right here. You have a 13 American on Hoosiers with a 540 Pro Charge motor taking on a 12 undercover on Mickey Thompson's with carburetor and nitrous. So anything that can be played out in Top Dragster is basically on the starting line right here. 615 for Al. He qualified at a 615. He's number 6, taking on Mr. Dahlberg at 674 dial. He qualified at a 675. Going to be a little bit of discrepancy here. Probably, I'm going to venture to say, don't have a sheet up here, there's probably going to be 15 to 18 mile an hour difference in the stripe. Mr. Dahlberg is pre-staged. Here comes Al. And away we go. This is definitely going to be good at the stripe. 1-6, 1 is 12 at the stripe. Giving to Mr. Dahlberg. 675.3, taking 400s. 621.4 for Peevler. He was 006, had a little bit back here, and Randy was 12. Moving on to round number 3. Closed circuit for Scott Hall. I can't answer a cell phone while I'm announcing. Be unprofessional. Probably about as unprofessional as me giving you a shout out. Anyway, here we go. Aeromotive side, Wayne Johnson from Crest, Texas. Farmer Rancher, Pro Charger, 15 American, 540. Looking over at David Harrington from DeSoto, Kansas, and I got to assume that that's probably pretty close based on where we're located. I don't know, really. I probably need a map in a geography class. It's closer than Crest, Texas. 641 for Mr. Johnson, 684 for Mr. Harrington, another Pro Charger nitrous. One is 3, one is 7. Who's it going to be at the stripe? Oh, Mr. Johnson. 8 thou under. Taking 14. Gives the win over to Mr. Harrington, who is 9 total. He's dead on 2, 7 up front. And the numbers just doesn't work. There was a little room there for Wayne. He was 3 up front. And just took a little too much. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Here we go. Another look over there. Nitrous motor over for Victoria Johnson from Arvada, Colorado. Once again, I'm noticing here in D5, a lot of people have job occupations that are listed as miscellaneous. I've got to start checking miscellaneous. Victoria's dialed at 672, and looking over at Wynette Huggins from Clyde, Texas. Scroggin and Dickey's Pro Charge 540, 17 Spitzer, dialed at 612. Victoria's at a 672. Not much difference on their dial-ins from qualifying. But this, again, will be a big mile-an-hour split at the end of the racetrack. Away we go. Huggins has some work to do here. If she's going to pull this off, top end, give it to Victoria. She's 14, 2 above. Wynette was 48 and 2 over and just left way too much back here on the starting line. But the thing about the double is you can put it up and come back, and we get to try it all again tomorrow. Next up, Ronald Scott from Watauga, Texas. If I got that right, I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. Dialed in at 648. Looking over at John Biaggi, runner from over in D3 land, Granville, Illinois. Dialed in at 624 with his nitrous motor. Mom D out there. For those in the D5 area, if you don't know about Mom D, she is one of the best Italian cooks in our pits over in D3. She's the reason why we all have to put our cars on diets, because we like to eat her food. So 648 for Ronald Scott. Looking over at 624 for John. Gravy on everything. Both of them pre-staged up. Here we go. Midlight start for Ronald Scott. 1 stinking foul. John's 21 and dead on 7. 28 pack for him. As well as we would have had an 8-pack there. Mr. Scott going to turn to green. Up next, Brandon Martinson in from Ledora, Iowa. Taking on, for D3 runners, Tony Galbraith. Which, how about, or Troy? I was wondering about that, but you know, maybe he wanted to go by Tony since he's normally a comp guy and he's running in Top Dragster, so you know, maybe he's trying to protect himself. Brandon's dialed in at 619. Troy, aka Tony, is dialed at 688. Troy typically is running this car in comp, but I understand they put a new engine combination together and they're just getting a little practice. And where better to go practice than at Heartland at the double? Because we are right around the corner from Bowling Green and the U.S. Nationals. And if you're a comp guy, everybody knows they're ready for the U.S. Nationals.
So let me ask you a question, Don O'Neill. Do you think Troy will run that car in comp later this weekend or run Top Dragster?
If they're happy. 23. Didn't leave anything back here. Top end. 692.8. for Tony, Troy. 23 light up front. Brandon was 30 and 4 above.
So for Troy, Tony, I'm going to be confused by that. That is his best run of the weekend by about 0.4 of a second.
I'm going to say that they're sneaking up on that combination, and they're going to get it. And if they're happy, I bet you'll see him in comp tomorrow. Coming up next, John Bradford from Tucson, Arizona. Looking over at J.R. Lobner from Gardner, Kansas. JR's dialed in at a 707. Looking over at John, a 611. Now, I don't know how quick John is. If he eats really quick, he probably has time to get a sandwich in here on the split on the tree. So JR is going to be way down there by the time that Mr. Bradford gets to him. So let's see what happens here.
So Bradford qualified number 10. He was the slow car out of that fleet of button transportation cars.
We won't have to worry about it. Bradford turns it 007 red. JR got himself a clean lick and lifted. He'll move on to round next. Coming up on the Aeromotive side, Mr. Danny Nelson. They call him the owner and the big cheese down there at Racecraft. Driving a 19 dragster, 540 Pro Charge motor. Or actually, I need to check on that. I think somebody said he switched to Vortec. Is it a Vortec? Got to give credit where credit's due. Looking over at Mr. Matt Kreft. Dialed in at a 629. So Danny's 619. Matt's at a 629. Blower motor. And the lovely Vortec supercharged of Mr. Danny Nelson. Matt Kreft from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Red for Mr. Kreft. Side note, Matt plays a really good golf game. Danny is 28 and 4 above at 206, and he'll move on to round next. Mr. Bob Button in from Lafayette, Louisiana. Blower motor, listed at a 454. I'm going to go out on a limb and think that that's probably not right, but maybe so. 611 dial. And he's looking on at Prescott Dean. He is listed at age 25 and a pilot. And for most that are out there at DragRacer.tv land, this is a former J.R. Lobner car from the Lobner family, his blower motor. And Mr. Dean has purchased it, and he is out here racing this weekend as John is standing behind the car. And just like that, Mr. Dean is moving right on as Bob goes 11 red. Dean is 3 above. He was 13 up front. So I'm going to say that the former Lobner dragster still has some luck left in it as Mr. Dean is moving on.
Number 3, Strick and Harrington, Dean and Nelson. Baxter gets the bye. Victoria takes on JR. Jennifer gets Biaggi, Dahlberg, and Brandon.
Well, it's my lovely, well, probably used the wrong word, lovely administrative assistant just handed me the ladder filled out. Mr. Strickland's going to take on Mr. Harrington. Mr. Dean's going to take on Mr. Nelson. Mr. Baxter is going to get the bye-bye. Victoria Johnson and JR, Jennifer White, and Mr. Biaggi, along with Dahlberg and Brandon Martinson. That will be round number 3. And just like that, when the screen changes to comp, I just want to drop the microphone and run out of the booth as fast as I possibly can. But I want to stick around for at least this first pair because I'm going to just throw my whole entire professionalism out the window as my buddy Brad Ford is coming in the buggy over here in the Aeromotive side. The number 1 qualifier looking over at Mr. John Vincent in the truck. And, I mean, it's a truck. So we got a buggy and a truck. That's what we got.
Are we ready to go swamp racing down in Florida?
Well,
we got buggies and trucks.
Look, I can tell you this right now. There is nothing that's well, I don't know, maybe. I don't know that Brad would race motocross, but I'm pretty sure if it's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, Plord will let go in it.
Plord will let go in it. He'd go swamp buggy racing. Brad Plord and Sean Vincent now as we roll into round number 1 of Comp Eliminator. And I need right side of the ladder for Super Street. Round number 2. Right side of the Super Street ladder to round number 2. Right side of the ladder for Super Street. Round number 2. Comp Eliminator, round number 1. Brad Plord, number 1 qualifiers. Don O'Neill told you, and Sean Vincent coming off a race in Joliet a couple of weeks ago where he literally had to mow through all the bad boys in the class to claim the wallet. Do not, under any circumstance, count out the truck. Plord on the top end, hustling to get there, gets him 6:52, 170 miles an hour, and 8:53 laps. Sean needed the 10th that he lost from qualifying in that run, but Plord gets the win. He'll move on. Next round of eliminations as we've got our pairs working their way down. Sean Vincent comes up short with that 8:53 lap. 155. Sean had the better light. Just not able to parlay it into the win at the other end of Steve Baskel's C Econo dragster now comes rolling up on the left-hand side. Matt Harris is altered for the W&H Manufacturing, the family biz up in Bellevue, Nebraska. Chevy Cobalt qualifying number 5. Running on the 830 index. Baskel qualified number 15. That qualified against the 792 index. Harris is going to get to go first, the Chevy Cobalt. Baskel's going to have his work cut out for him. Harris, the quicker of the 2 in qualifying, but we run him down the racetrack for the simple fact that you never know what's going to happen. So Harris working his way, and Baskel goes red. Matt Harris gets the win. Running down about the 1,000-foot mark, step off the throttle, coast across with a 9.99 lap. But the important part about that pair is the green light on this end and the winning light on the other end. As Harris moves on to the next round, Baskel 776 at 142 after lighting the red bulb back here. Tony Pontillo's Kenosha-based B dragster automatic taking on John Maritek. Maritek, your number 3 qualifier. Picked up the chassis down at the Deal and Park Shop a couple of years ago. Hauled it out to Brighton, Colorado. Put the A Nostalgia Dragster small block Chevrolet combination in the front of it. Maritek, your number 3 qualifier. His 2 runs, a 687 and a 688. Against the 748 index. Tony Pontillo on a 738 B dragster automatic. 689 and 690. Oh, Maritek. Dead late out of the gate. Is it going to cost him at the other end? Yes, it is. That's why we send him down the racetrack. Tony Pontillo out of the number 13 qualifying spot. Moves on to the next round of eliminations, and Maritek goes 690. He's gone 687, 688, and 690. Unfortunately, he gets to spectate for the rest of the day. Just a little bit late out of the gate. Tried to make it up at the other end of the racetrack and could not do it. So Pontillo goes to the next round. Top Sportsman. Sitting in the lanes. And Super Street, round number 2, right side of the ladder. You should be there as well. Super Street, round number 2. Right side of the ladder, letting you all make your way in, and we'll call the rest of them. Pontillo from the lucky number 13 spot moves on. Todd Patterson's B-altered automatic. He says, hey, it works for Pontillo. Maybe it'll work for me. Jim Greenheck's D-altered automatic. the C-Tech Manufacturing racecabinet.com entry. We talked about the color scheme and the layout of the new look for C-Tech Manufacturing. Yesterday when Chris Hull's car was up, it just looks good, shows good. Patterson giving chase at the other end, not going to get there. Greenheck gets the win, 768 at 157 miles an hour. Cruises down the racetrack, looks over his shoulder. Can't see Mr. Patterson anywhere. And Greenheck moves on. He gets the dubious distinction of coming back in the next round of eliminations and running Brad Plord. So it'll be C-Tech Manufacturing, D-altered automatic, and the AA altered methanol in round number 2 of comp. Patterson able to focus, concentrate on race number 2 for his comp eliminator ride as Bob Sherwood's A Supermod comes rolling in. Doug Eagles, little V6 dragster. .764 by Ingalls. He's 10 on the tree, runs it through at 149 miles an hour. Ingalls will come back to take on Pontillo in the next round of elimination. 8:18, Bob Sherwood's best run of the weekend. And he comes up a little bit short against Pontillo here in this round of eliminations. And looking at the reaction times, some of our comp eliminator drivers, you would think that this round of comp eliminator was sponsored by Mr. Pillow. Serta? Serta Super Sleeper mattresses? Yeah, they had the sheep, yeah. Marketing at its finest. You still remember that. That's it. Well, I figured this was the My Pillow round of comp eliminator. Whew. We have a few tardy lights. Dwayne Robeson and Will Hatcher going to make their way down track next. Yeah, but you don't want to use it all up at the big end. Alrighty, checking on Dwayne. Dwayne on a 795 index. Going to leave here on the O'Reilly side first. Here comes Hatcher, and he rattles the tires once again. Gets back into it. Works his way down track, but it's Dwayne getting the W as he moves on. 739 at 178 miles an hour. And Robeson will come back to take on Matt Harris in the next round of eliminations. So that fills out one side of the ladder. Now we're going to go to the short side of the ladder. By short, I'm meaning there are only 4 cars going to survive this round. They will be duking it out for the bye run to the final round a little bit later on today. Robert Bailey. Bailey's A Econo dragster made 1 run in qualify, went 669. And they're up against Michael Compton. Compton's still trying to get acclimated and situated in his new D Supermod automatic entry. Runner out in Neosho, Missouri. Picking up the car from the Bayou Boys down in Louisiana. Best run in 877 down the racetrack. Super Street, need all of y'all to the lanes, please. Super Street, need each and every one of you. Staging lanes, please. Compton out in front. Bailey, giving chase, slows up. Compton gets the win, 874 at 156 miles an hour. Robert looked like he was drifting a little out of the groove down there. Rather than fight the car and try to ease it back in, figures, hey, there's another race starts tomorrow. We'll just get ready for that one. He slows up to an 834 at 107 miles an hour. Bailey had the better reaction time over Compton. Just could not get her done down at the other end of the racetrack. And once again, that's why we send them down track. What appears to be a race win for somebody on paper could always end up being that way. Christine Harris taking on Terry Teasel now, the H-altered Grand Am for the young lady out of Nebraska City, Nebraska, albeit now a Colorado resident. Terry Teasel, the I-Car, Pontiac GXP up on the left-hand side. And again, Super Street. Need all of y'all to the lanes, please. Super Street. Round number 2 needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street, round 2. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Don communicating with all of his fans while we run Comp Eliminator before we get into Top Sportsman, and he can...
I was going to say all 4. All 4. Two of them are family.
Oh, okay.
Does that count?
How much do you pay him?
A lot of them.
Christine goes red. Lights the red bulb. Terry Teasel gets a freebie. He'll move into the next round of eliminations, and Teasel cruises through 885 at 125 miles an hour. And we are down to 4 cars left in the opening round of Comp Eliminator. Top Sportsman to follow. Don O'Neill up here prancing, pacing, nervous.
Prancing? What am I, a reindeer?
You're show horse.
Hate horses.
He's a show pony.
I do look pretty good, just saying.
Yeah, and if you don't believe you, just ask Di, right?
Hey,
She'll vote for you.
I married way up, and she married way down. And I have
You did good. She's a sweetheart.
Yeah, I
Yes,
have
you
no problem admitting it.
Frank Aragona should be taking on Brian Stufflebeams, Econo altered, but no Brian. So Frank's going to do what the NHRA rules and regs say you got to do. Start the car, stage it under its own power, take the tree, accept the green light, save wear and tear on your race car if you want to, and Aragona will come back to run. Michael Compton in round number 2.
All right, so maybe we need to get with Sarah and Travis. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Frank Aragona and crew has got to get the long distance award. I haven't seen anybody. I mean, how far is it from California here? Cali to here has got to be.
Aragona's from the East Coast,
from
not
New
California.
Jersey.
He's from New Jersey.
I know, but the Button crew's from California, right?
What about the Sawyers from Massachusetts?
I did.
What about Sant'Angelo from Connecticut?
I didn't know that Sant'Angelo was here.
Sant'Angelo is here in stock
Okay.
and super stock.
Okay, well, maybe. Were we going to flip coins? Somebody pull out a Globe or Google or something. I mean.
I got news for you. We do it the old-fashioned way. We pull it up on MapQuest and let them tell us exactly.
Okay. All right. See, that's why I don't do comp. I can't do all that math. It's just horrible. Yeah, looking at a map. We have another broke by here.
Another broke by. Chad Voga should be taking on John McLaughlin's Econo altered Cobalt. John just getting his comp license this weekend. Unable to answer the bell. So it'll be Vogus and Teasel in the next round. Aragona and Compton. Harris and Robeson. Pontillo and Ingalls. Plord and Greenhack. And they'll be duking it out for a twofer. Run after Plord and Greenhack will be duking it out, yes.
Nice. I'm
There's
sure
the winner there will get the bye.
I'm sure Katie and Paxton are tuned in lovely Alabama.
788 by Chad at 132 miles an hour. And comp round number 1 is now in the books. And coming up next, the Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman category brought to you by Mr. Don O'Neill.
Brought to you by. They got some lofty expectations, that's for sure. Gee whiz. Well, hey, for anybody that's not watching NHRA TV and they're watching Drag Racer TV, Mikey Coughlin just went to the top of the sheet in Sonoma for first qualifying session of Top Dragster. So as they are getting underway out there, we're going to pick it up here with some Top Sportsmen as we move on, as I got to think that the Firestone is coming out pretty soon. Nope. First up, Daniel Shy and Dave Slatton. Daniel, I love how Daniel has 38-year-old airline. Daniel is a pilot for our armed forces, as he is serving currently with his 96 Beretta, 632 cubic inches. He'll be dialed in at 781 in the aeromotive side. looking over at Mr. Dave Slatton and Slatton Racing Engine 675 dial in. His 05 Pontiac, 673 cubic inches. Dave qualified number 8, and Dan slid in the lucky number 34 slot. I don't know if it's lucky or not, but that's what I'm going to call it. That's right. You just got to be in to get there. That's it. When are we going to, I mean, like, where's the track temp and the weather conditions? We don't have that in the tower? We are really low budget around here. Must be because they pay Bob so much. They get me to do it for free, so I think we should be able to have weather. Just saying. Oh! Dan turned it red. 4th out. Dave was right there at 007. Legs it on out. He's 3 above. 678 at 208. And he'll move on to the round next. Up next, Mr. Tom Patterson, who I had the pleasure of turning my side of the tree red to in round number 1. From Loretta West, is that Manitoba? Is that what that means when it says MB? Okay, you guys got some crazy acronyms and abbreviations, so I just want to make sure. His 94 Camaro Pro Charge 540 dialed into 736. He's looking across the racetrack at the number 2 qualifier with the 641, and Alan Firestone, who had to race his kid first round. And then, I mean, his kid's a pretty good sport about it. He's over there fanning the driver's door. I mean, I probably would have told him, yeah, I don't think so, Dad. Anyway, but then again, Alan's probably paying the bills. So, taking on a Elite Motorsports car, Alan Firestone. 16 Camaro, 754 cubic inches, a little bit of nitrous. Kyle gives him a little pat on the hood there. We'll see what happens here, as this is a run for a buy run next round. The winner here will get. We're both in, and here we go. Mr. Patterson is going to have to do some work because Mr. Firestone's got a starting line advantage. Top end, give it to Patterson. Give it to Firestone. I almost said Patterson Elite there, even though it would have been good. He's 007 up front, 661.9, taking 800s. Mr. Patterson was 38 back here, and that's all that it needed to be said for that round. So Allen will get the buy run next round, so that'll make the Elite Firestone camp happy. Coming up next, the number 2 man in the world last year, J.R. Lobner, in his 96 Cutlass, 622 cubic inches on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack, taking on Cameron Wright, qualified number 4, 649.8 in his 19 Camaro, 762 cubic inches, and it is, I'm going to go out on a limb, I think they call that electric blue. Might be the color of that from, I mean, it's just one beautiful car. He's dialed in at 652, taking on JR at 742, so the Cutlass is just going to ease on down the racetrack, and Cameron's just going to try to clip him right there at the stripe. Here we go. Cameron's got a little work to do. JR's 11, Cameron's 21. Top end, give it to JR. He's 2 above, taking 7 foul. 744 with a 9. Cameron is 654.6. He's 21 back here. JR went on down there and snugged her up. Up next, Mr. Todd Stahlbomber. Seneca. Cynical? Cynetic? Anyway, Stahlbomber, Lumber and Construction, I can get that right. Dialed in at 736. He's taking on Mr. Dusty Meyer, number 9 in the world last year. Qualified number 20th. He's dialed at a 7 flat. So a little bit of split here. Dusty's going to chase after that blower motor of Mr. Stahlbomber. Dusty's dad, Joe, looking arms folded, saying, let's get it done, kid. Well, neither one of these two are going to get the reaction time award of this round. Top end, there it is. Todd is 42 above. Again, 7th out the stripe. Dusty was 47 back here. Gets down there, and I think he just probably said, you want it? Go ahead and take it. So Todd in the blower in the 90 Camaro will move on to next round. Up next, Philip Nelson out of McAllen, Texas. 04 Pontiac. Dialed in at a 692 on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack. He looks over on the O'Reilly side at Glenn Wright from Odessa, Texas. Shocker for these two. Newsflash, you could have stayed in Texas and raced each other. You didn't have to drive to Kansas. Just saying. Glenn dialed in at a 662. Philip at a 692. Nice, easy 3 split up front on the dial. Glenn qualified number 5. Only dialing up 1 from his qualifying at 661. 2012 Camaro, 762 cubic inches for Mr. Wright. They are staged, and here we go. A little bit of shake there for Mr. Nelson on the Aeromotive side. Pretty tight on the reaction times, and give it to Glenn Wright. He is 29 up front, taking what they would proverbially say a mile with the early parachutes, as Mr. Nelson had that terrible tire shake over on the Aeromotive side. So Mr. Wright will move on to the next round. Welcome back to the racing circuit for Mr. Larry DeMars from Carroll, Iowa. Him and his son putting it all back together, getting the Cobalt put back together after a little bit of a shutdown mishap at Norwalk last year. Dialed into the 717. Looking on the other side is Mr. Monty Weaver, runner-up last week in Denver on the mountain. Division champ out of Lubbock, Texas. Dialed in at a 634 with his Pro Charger from the APD folks. Cole gives it a little love tap on the back window. Larry is going to try to cut the tree down and make Monty drive the stripe at probably a solid, let's go with a 30-mile-an-hour split. We'll see how close we are. Oh, Larry is going to, Jeremy, just keep all the sharp objects away. Just keep them all away. Larry's 008 red. Monty is 58, and he was making popcorn as he left the starting line. So Monty probably has some work to do there underneath the hood before the next round. Up next, Kelly Land from Amarillo, Texas. 63 Corvette, 674 cubic inches. Dialed into the 694. Looking over at Mr. Jim White. 681 dial on the O'Reilly side. In his 09 Cobalt with 865 cubic inches. Jim qualified number 9 at a 677. Kelly, 693. He snuck right on in there. So Hayesville, Kansas, and Amarillo, Texas. They both decided to come right here to Topeka. Mr. John Richardson in Sonoma just went 6'10" with a 0 at 223 to take over the top spot in Top Dragster. For those that are listening on Drag Racer TV and can't get 2 screens up on your laptop or your desktop. We're both pre-staged. 63 Corvette, 09 Cobalt, both of them. Black, red, and white. Who is going to get the stripe? A little bit of shake for Mr. White on the O'Reilly side. 26 up front for him. Kelly Land, 15, headed towards the stripe. Give it to Kelly. He's 1 above, taking a hunt. That's all he needed to do. 1 above for Mr. White, and 26 back here. Gave Kelly the room that he needed at the finish line. Up next, Lance Rutland. And I would not have recognized his car as it got a paint job over the winter. Lance from Spring, Texas, 37-year-old manager, qualified number 33, the 778. Dialed in at 780 on the Aeromotive side, and he's looking across the racetrack on the O'Reilly side. It dialed in at 660, Greg Lair. Coming off his win on the mountain, with, as I think everybody heard, it was clutch car. So that's all we heard on the Winter Circle interview. So we'll see if Mr. Lair has got what it takes to get by Mr. Rutland, as we need stock to the staging lanes. Stock. Round two. Yeah, round two. Yeah, well, you don't get to come back if you already lost round one. Just saying. All right, we're staged up. Here we go. Mr. Lair's 37 to Mr. Rutland's 11. Top end. Better give it to Lance. He's 2 above, taking 100. Greg was 37 back here and dead on 7, but that's all he needed to do was open the door for Lance, and Lance will move on to round number next. Up next, Jeff Staub from St. George, Kansas. His 89 Pontiac, 572 cubic inches. Dialed in at 776 on the Aeromotive side. Looks over to the O'Reilly side of the racetrack at Mr. Mark McDonald. Dialed in at 663 all the way in from Boonville, Indiana. In the, what I'm going to call iconic at this point now, 3 years in, blue 67 Mustang. Wife Deidre behind the car. Oakley Motorsports providing some horsepower for it. He's dialed at a 663. Qualified number 6 on a 661. And we are going to patiently wait as Mr. Staub makes his way down the racetrack before Mr. McDonald gets to play chase. Yes, it is. Final pair of round 2 in Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. We're staged. Mr. Staub turned it red, and he is going to be looking for a sharp metal object, as Mark was 64 and 1 above. So he will move on to round next. So in the next round, we'll have Mr. Weaver and Mr. McDonald taking on Mr. Lobner and Mr. Slatton. And Mr. Firestone, you will get the bye-bye. Glenn Wright taking on Kelly Land. Stall Bomber against Mr. Lance Rutland. And that will be your matchups in round number 3. And since there's nothing else for me to talk about, Bob.
Any more qualifying updates from California?
Still got, looks like still have Top Dragster going on right now.
Still got Top Dragster going?
Yep.
Okay.
We're going to do play-by-play for the folks out there in Sonoma.
Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, round number 2, we need you to the lanes. Super Street, round number 2, you should be in the lanes.
Oh, are they watching us out there?
Well, there are some out there that are watching us, and we're sitting here watching them. And
can we say hi to Kyle?
Absolutely.
Hi, yeah. Kyle. Whole Seipel family right now. Yeah, Mr. Richardson is still leading the way, 6'10", 211.
Well, there's no window.
Yeah.
6'10" to 0, that's
223. Yep. That is the case. Got a pretty strong field down to number 26 qualifier, all in the 6-second zone. And they're moving along. I wonder if this is what the Fox guys feel like when they're doing football games. Like we're all, there's literally, if people do not understand, there's 8 monitors up there. I'm got ADD going on. My neck hurts. It's just all I'm doing is looking. No, all I'm doing is like left, right, left, right. All right, that would be Super Street, and that is my signal. I'm out. I'll see you next round, Bob.
Toodles. Thanks, Don. Appreciate you stopping by. He gets lost up here in all these monitors. Brett Thornton, Rick Huffman, as we put 1090s back on the scoreboard and roll back into Super Street. Round number 2, whittle our field down again one more time. Battle of the 69 Camaros. Battle of the big blocks. Battle between the Sunflower State and the Lone Star State. Battle between those who concentrate on the tree and those who don't. Brett Thornton concentrated on the tree and gets the win. 1094 to 138. 1085 by Rick Huffman. Rick was late. Yeah, I can use that word, late. Allison Pro's taking on Glenn Dilday. Glenn over on the left-hand side. The Sibley, Missouri body shop owner, able to get some black suede sprayed on the Nova. Taking on the young lady out of Terre Haute. Running Creek, a collision machine. Allison right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. Lights up her scoreboard, 1093. Dilday had the better line. He was holding 9 fouls. They went past the Christmas tree. Allison closed it up, tightened it up, gets the win, 1093. At $1.34. Dilday, 1098. 150 miles an hour down the racetrack. Kurt Epperson tried to take out Nick Siebert. In our next pair is Epperson's Silver Lake-based entry for Small Little Berg up on the north side of Topeka. Taking on Siebert. The 64 Buick Grand Sport over here on the right-hand side. Nick, like we said earlier, was final round contestant at the Thunder Valley Raceway Park in Noble, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Picking up another round win here, 1095 after going 002. Nick cruises through to $1.16, 1087 by Epperson, trying to chase him down. 141 miles an hour. Kurt's light was good. Siebert's light was better. Brandon Milliken taking on Tony Leonard now, the Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota Chevy Nova. About a car that looks like it could be driven on the street every day. Tony Leonard's deuce is just that, but Brandon Milliken over the left-hand side knows how to wrap it up as well. Not going to happen today, though. Tony Leonard, 1093.5 at 120, takes out a 1094.8. Brandon had 3 thou at the starting line. Ends up coming 10 thou short at the finish line. Gary Miller taking on Steve Wilson now. Wilson, Stinner Racing. Small block Chevy 2 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Miller's first generation over there on the left-hand side. As he goes hustling down the racetrack, and it's going to be Terry Miller getting the win. 1095 to a 1096. 17 thousandths of a second. Difference down at the other end of the racetrack between the two up. Terry Miller's first generation takes out Steve Wilson's second generation Chevy Nova. Jeff Kaufman's deuce gets ready to take on Gary Wombold's Camaro. Wombold out of Arvada. Up on the right-hand side. Kaufman there on the left. All I can say is, if you like Chevy 2s, you probably got another one to root for. Yep. 10902. How about Jeff Kaufman? Dead on 2, 001. Gary Wombold had 3 thousandths of a second to work with, and he was 26 on the tree. He was already mathematically eliminated from any chance of winning that round. We just didn't know it yet. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need your lanes, please. Stockers, round 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. This is Daryl Bostwick and Jeff Landholm. Come cruising in next. Jeffrey over on the left-hand side. His Camaro. Taking on Bostwick in the Ford-powered Mustang. Emphasize the Ford-powered Mustang because, well, we got a few Chevrolet-powered Mustangs. Jeff Landholm, though, gets the win. 1088.7 after being trip zip perfect on the tree. 146 miles an hour by Landholm. 1088 by Bostwick. He's under by 7 thousandths of a second more than what Landholm is. Chris Allen's big motored Mopar taking on the big motored truck of the big motored Ford of Jim Burrell. 632 Ford, 600 cubic inch Dodge. Everybody's using a lot of cubic inches and a lot of come from behind. Jim Burrell goes perfect. Chris Allen goes red. The Torino out of Claude, Texas. Be back for round number 3. Runs 1092. 149 miles an hour. Chris Allen, after going red, runs dead on 8. 10908 at 146. Scott Dugdale and Reagan Wilson. Scott up in the Camaro left-hand side. Reagan with the big Brodix combination in the C10. I'd like to have a 009 reaction time and be late. Dugdale goes trip, zip, zero, perfect. The triple zipple runs 1092 at 120. Reagan down there pushing him out. He was 009 on the trade. He kept pushing. Just didn't push hard enough. Dugdale gets the win. 1097 by Reagan. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. The Larson Farms, Minnesota-based. Corvette Richard on the left-hand side, taking on former champ Sandy Causey. Sandy won it all here before. Super Street champ in the division a couple of years ago. Winner out in Salt Lake City, Utah at the now closed Rocky Mountain Raceway a year ago as well. Causey comes up shorter, 1091. Gets beat on a hole shot by Richard Larson, 1092. Richard was 006. Sandy was good. She was 21. Comes up 0.003 of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. Brian Gustafson taking on Troy Ross now as we continue on the mouse-motored Chevrolet Nova. 500 cubic inch Mopar over there on the left-hand side. Cut a light, run the number. B00, take 00. Ross out of Wamego, Kansas, looking to do that. Gustafson said, hold on a minute, Sparky, you're not going anywhere without me. Leaving the starting line virtually side by side. Win line's going to go on for Ross. 1091, 113. He was 15 on the tree. Gustafson was 18 on the tree. Got down to the other end of the racetrack, parked the car on 11 flat run at 122. Troy gets the win. See him again in round number 3. Jason Hennessy, your runner-up in Indianapolis a couple of weeks back. Taking on Scott Vandeventer, the Colorado electrician. 70 Chevy Nova over here on the right-hand side. Hennessy's Pontiac out of Pleasant Hill, Mo. See if he can chase down Scotty over here on the right-hand side. The answer would be negatory, Mary. 1093, 130. Vandeventer gets the win. 1095 by Hennessy. Cruises through at 142 miles an hour. And is behind by 500 at the finish. Chris Harrelson's second generation 70 Camaro taking on Mike Hancock's Longview, Texas based small block powered 70 Nova. And then 383 cubic inch stroker combination. Mouse motor. Hancock also has the red light start line option, which is the wrong option to pick, by the way. Harrelson will get the win. He cruises through 1087 at 142. 1094 by Michael Hancock over there on the right-hand side, but all for naught after the red light start. Connor Pullen's Firebird. Tom Phillips Camaro. A couple runners from down Texas way. Connor out of Amarillo. Phillips out of Dallas. 1090s on the scoreboards. Line them up. Take aim. Fire. Waiting for Connor to roll in. Eighth down difference down here. And a win light for Phillips, 1093 at 140. 1086 by Connor at the other end of the racetrack. He cruises through at 133 miles an hour. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the lanes now, please. Stockers, round number 2 to the lanes. Steve Dominguez, Rodney Pickens. Steve may have just survived again. He did. Steve's light wasn't special. Rodney Pickens was special less. Less special. Not as good. Worse. Worser. Worser. Rodney's day comes to an end. 1087 at 135. Dominguez goes 1091. The car's running good. We got to get the driver tuned in. Big Dog still searching. Tony Jones and Jonathan Anderson, number 2 out of the Division 2 competition a year ago. Little Pontiac. Big Chevrolet. Jones trying to play catch up. Can't get her done. 1089.7. Took 4 stripe, breaks out by 3. Talk about having a small window to work with. 1092, Jonathan Anderson gets the win. The Georgia-based machine moves on to round number 3. Chris Presley's 69 Camaro taking on Dell Hall. Dell, who had that spectacular run there earlier. Chris Presley pulls in, drives off into the sunset, except it's not ready to set yet. Dell Hall waits patiently for his side of the tree to come down. And click, bang, boom. 1087 at 140. Dell rolls into round number 3. Presley was obviously in a hurry to get to the other end of the racetrack and couldn't wait for the Christmas tree. Some days are like that. Yeah, they are. Tim Ford Shees Pontiac up on the left-hand side. Austin Claiborne's Camaro out of the tomato shed. Speaking about that, I wonder how my tomatoes are doing at home. I've been able to grow anything in my life, and I got 6 tomato plants full of tomatoes. They're actually surviving. Tim Forshee gets the win. Austin Claiborne turned it red on this end. 1092-2 by Tim. 1093-3 by Austin after the red light starts. So the 1093-3 basically becomes circumstantial evidence. Battle of the Trucks. About Scott Rudo taking on the 67 Mercury pickup over on the right-hand side. Yes, I said Mercury pickup. It's Canadian. He's down from Manitoba. He's also moving on to round number 3 with a 1091 lap at 112. Rudo's S10. The little truck got whooped up by the big truck in that pair. It's Gary Nicholson's Chevelle out of Wagner Classic car, getting ready to take on Landon Neely's station wagon. Little mouse motor says, I think I can, for the 19-year-old youngster up from Florence, Mississippi. 1092 beats a 1091. Landon was 11 on the tree. Gary was 23. Neely goes down, takes 3 foul stripe at 2 over for the win on the hole shot. Ted Ash up in the Corvette taking on Luke Siebert. This will be interesting. Comes the Kansas-based runner right side, Ash on the left. We'll hope for Gary Stinnett over at Stinnett Automotive. Ash's Corvette. They are off and running. Ted looking at Luke, Luke looking at Ted. Luke tapping the brakes at the other end, lights up the scoreboard. 1091, 1, 2, 3, 3, the speed. Siebert moves on, 1082. Ted got down there, took a huge chunk of stripe. They were 5 thou difference off the line. Ted thought he needed to try to tighten it up, missed. Michael Chitty's Chevy Nova left side. Prokop, Mr. Eugene Prokop, over here on the right, the 78 Malibu. Again, stock eliminator, round number 2. You should be in the lane. Stockers, round 2. One light goes to Chitty over on the left-hand side as he cruises through for the win. Takes it away from Gene Prokop. Michael will be back for round number 3 here in a little bit as we call Super Comp to the lanes now, please. Super Comp. Round number 2 needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. Round number 2 needs you to the lane. Wade Metzinger, Gary Horseman. Metzinger took out the reigning division champ in that opening round. See what he can do here with Horseman's Falcon. Nope. 1095.9. Whoops up on a 1096.9. Horseman was 007. What Metzinger was, well, he wasn't 007. Let's just put it that way. So Horseman into Falcon. Out of Nebraska, gets to come back and play. Out of Missouri. Chris Thies rolls in. The Chevy 2 out of Nebraska. Dan Smith's Minnesota-based Camaro here on the right-hand side. Daniel's big block. Off at just a little smoke down track. 1093 at 148. 1097 by Chris Thies there on the left-hand side as the Nebraska-based runner comes up 22 thousandths of a second short down at the other end. Battle of the 92 Camaros now. Battle of the big block 92 Camaros. Dave Ash right side. Chuck Lowry left. Couple of hometown racers. The Kansas boys going at it here. Ash out of Victoria. Lowry out of Wichita. Better out of the gate, Dave. Better at the stripe, Chuck. 1088.2 gets whooped by a 1089.0. Take the 0, subtract the 2. That gives you 8, as in thousandths of a second, as in margin of victory. So Dave Ash, Ted Ash go out for 2 here in round 2. Braden Staub. Remember you making a comment earlier about the Chevrolet-powered Mustangs? Ta-da! That's Braden there on the left-hand side. Jeffrey Wheats, our runner out of Morrison, Illinois. Father and son race operations. Jeffrey goes 1091 at 133. 133 miles an hour by Jeffrey. And he moves on in Austin Seamers, the Malacca Unclaimed Freight Shoebox Chevrolet in Morrison, Illinois is the home of. That's right. The farmer, Mr. Beswick. And Seamers cruises through 1087, 146. And that, guys, gals, boys, girls, ladies, gents, and you too, David, wherever you may be. Put Super Street, round number 2, into the record books. Trimmed them in half one more time. Stock getting ready to come up. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. And do want to remind everybody, non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. in the pavilion between the grandstand and the concession stand. Certainly invite one and all, each and every one of you. Make your way over to the pavilion at 7 o'clock in the morning for Racer for Christ, non-denominational chapel service. James Jurgens taking on Jeff Strickland now. The Berger Chevrolet. GMPartsNow.com entry out of Cagnazzi Racing. James up on the right-hand side, 11:34. Not quite 2 full second handicap start. Going to go to a little 305 Camaro. And the late model Copo going to be off and running. How Jameis does at the other end against Jeff. It's going to be Jurgens getting away at 11:36 at $1.14, 9:58, 138. Strickland pushing hard at the other end of the racetrack. They were both in the teens on the reaction timer. And the margin of victory by Juergens, 23 thousandths. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Kevin Leinart's 318 two-barrel Dodge Dart. Getting ready to take on Austin Williams, the 340. Mopar car for the former champ. Austin's been a winner this year. He's been to the final round a couple of times. And he loves coming to Topeka. Always done quite well here at Heartland Motorsports Park. He picks up the round win here, 11:54. 105-mile-an-hour run, 13:37 by Leinart. On a 96-mile-an-hour lap, Parker DeVore's Volare taking on Norm Warling's Pontiac. The Catalina, 389, that combination. 12:04 the dial for Norman. Parker on 11:87. This one's going to be a pretty close side-by-sider. At least based on their predicted elapsed times. We'll see what reaction times can do for either one. Plus or minus. Well, it's a big minus for Norman. Because Norman goes red. Norman, ooh, went red. Ooh. Parker DeVore, 1190 at 109 miles an hour, gets the win. Norman runs 12 at 28 after that red light start. Norman goes red by 14. Foul. Jimmy Findell, Minnesota-based, 340 4-speed Mopar car, taking on Bill Jenkins. Jenkins survived a pretty good opening round confrontation in his own right. The 400 cubic inch Firebird out of Chris Stevenson's race shop. Ooh, Jenkins brings up the RPMs, forgets to mash down on the brake pedal to set the trans brake. Or the two-step, I should say, not the trans brake. That's my bad. Findell goes through 11:28 at 116. No trans brake in stock. It's the two-step. You mash the brake pedal. Most everybody's got the two-step under the brake pedal. Brings it up, pop, 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 and away you go. But for Bill that time, the car just rolled right on through the beams. And I think that comes from the unfamiliarity of driving that car as much as Chris Stevenson has. Vern Buchanan's Mustang on the right-hand side, taking on Bill Hatcher. Whew. Talked earlier about Vern being a card-carrying AARP member. So's Bill. The Fry Iron Associates machine out of Satanta, Kansas, over there on the left-hand side. Vern coming up from Arkansas, down Conway way. Make a lot of school buses down in Conway, Arkansas. Or at least they used to. Yep, Bluebird. Back many years ago when I drove a school bus, I had to go down and pick up some new buses a couple of times. Vern gets the win here, 11:39 at 108, 11:19 by Bill Hatcher. Vern the better reaction time. Turned it into the win light down at the other end of the racetrack. So Hatcher's day is done. Vern moves on. Tim taking on Tim. 340 Mopar taking on 340 Mopar. Duster versus Demon. Stick on the left, automatic on the right. I'll take Tim in the 340 Mopar for the win, please. Yes, I will. Mosbeck is your winner as Tim Ames goes red. Mosbeck 11:12 at 116 miles an hour. 11:06 at $1.19 on the left-hand side. So Mosbeck moves on. Ames' day is done. Troy Henderson rolls in. His stick shift 396. First edition Camaro. Taking on Jay Schmidt's Cobra Jet over here on the right-hand side. 881 to a 1054. Troy's going to be in high gear by the time the Mustang takes off. Oh, and the Mustang blows the tires off. And Troy goes red. And Jay Schmidt, oh, that was ugly. on both sides of the coin. But Jay comes out the victor with a resounding 10:55, 150-mile-an-hour run. 10:70 by Troy. You'd like to have those 7,000ths of a second back again. Ted Romero's Corvette getting ready to take on Archie Cohn. Saw Archie bow out last round of Super Stock. See if Archie can keep things going here. Nicopo Camaro against Romero's C5 Corvette. Hey, we're green lights a pair. Although one of them is really green. And that was Archie's. As Ted Romero gets the win, 10:72 at 115. Cone goes 9:67 at 137. And I don't know what it is with the runners that use Stanfield power over there, but the green lights seem to be awfully green. Here in race number 1 for the Stanfield players. Dave Peach taking on Rob Turkle. Turkle stick shift, 350 Camaro. Peach with the stick shift, 351 Mustang. Ford and Chevrolet, Mustang and Camaro. Does it get any better? Double breakout win goes to Turkle. He's under by 0.003 of a second. 11:40 with a 7 at 107. 11:07 with a 9. Turkle's under by just a skosh more. So Peach done. Turkle moves on. Dwayne Dickens, the San Clemente, California base runner. Taking on former Indy champ Kyle Radcliffe, and Kyle lights the red ball. Kyle playing with the stick in the car now instead of the automatic. Dwayne Dickens says, well, you picked a great time to go red. Thank you, sir. Dickens runs 11:86 on the 11:88 at 108 miles an hour. That's good for the win. Kyle then goes 10:77, dead on 8 after the red light start. You know what the good thing is for the Kyle on that run? He can come back tomorrow morning and start all over again. Rochelle T-Bear, number 2 qualifier, taking on Danny Toole's little 4-cylinder Mustang, and Toole goes red. 7th too quick out of the gate. Rochelle, nice job of sitting on the line, holding her concentration. Cuts a 0:06 reaction time. And marches right down track to an 11:80 on her 11:79 dial. How about Rochelle? Sees her competition goes red. Knows that the race is hers. Concentrates on the tree, goes 0:06. Puts together a 21 thousandths package in that round of eliminations. Brian Doherty goes red. James Reed in the Copo gets a freebie as he spun. Doherty didn't. He goes 11:76 on his 11:77. But by then he was already 29 thousandths of a second too quick off the line. So Doherty's day is done. Reed gets a freebie. He'll move on. Here comes Chuck Rose and Neil Webster. Another 340 Mopar combination for the runner out of South Sioux City, up Nebraska way. Neil's Little Canada, Minnesota based. 68 Chevy 2. The Deuce with the 350 on the right hand side. Off and running. Here comes Chuck. Rose can force him out at the other end. Yes, he can. 11:23 by Chuck on the 25. He's closer. Webster goes 11:84 on the 86. The true margin of victory there, 2 thousandths of a second. Chuck moves on to round number 3. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes for your next round of elimination. Super Comp, need you to the staging lanes, please. And Jessica's 340 Duster. Craig Maddox in the 426 Drag Pack Challenger. Handicap start to Dan. Here comes Craig. Maddox out of the Maddox Motor Company, Sydney, Nebraska based machine. Gets the way at 951 on a 948 dial. Craig was 16 on the tree. Jessica goes 11:18 on the 11:21. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack, so Craig can come back and play one more time at least. Steve Schlossland taking on Sammy Rowland. Rowland's drag pack there on the left out of White Lake, South Dakota. Schlossland out of South Dakota. A little town called T, South Dakota. Right down the road from Crumpets. Need Crumpets? Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. 11:30 at 127 miles an hour by Sam. Schersless goes through. 11:46 on the 11:41. Sam was 19 on the tree and Steve was behind at the get-go. Tyler Wodarczyk Pontiac comes rolling in next alongside Brian Heath, the Cheney and Wodarczyk machine there on the left-hand side. Heath's B stock automatic machine. As Brian goes red against Tyler. Tyler was driven to the victory circle here before at Heartland Motorsports Park. Love to do it again today. 10:49 at 125. He's one step closer. We'll be back a little bit later on. Michael Bullris and Paul Marola. Marola. Great battle in the last round. Couple of stick shift Chevrolets. Paul proved victorious. Now he's got to take on the Corvette of Michael Bullris here in round number 2. And Paul not going to have that opportunity because he lights the red bulb back here. Michael Bullris going to take a Friday afternoon cruise down the boulevard here in his Corvette. 11:39 at 115 miles an hour. Marola 10:89.8. Put the red bulb back here by being a little quick on this end. It goes a little quick on that end. So he's wrong here, he's wrong there, and well, 2 wrongs don't make a right. This is Brett Spears, B-stock automatic, pulls in alongside John Brimers, A-stock automatic. A couple of good hot dogs getting ready to come up next. We'll see which one gets to come back and play for round number 3. Spears, Big Block Nova. Brimers, Big Block Camaro. Going to be Spear because Brimer goes red. John yanks the front end out of the beams. 21 thousandths of a second too quick. And a 10:47, dead on 9 lap for Brimer after the red light start. 10:97 for Spear, stepping off the throttle at 101 miles an hour. For the chiropractor down from the land of 10,000 lakes is Michael Lunds. Firebird gets ready to take on Stan Kopetka's 16-second Aries wagon. Here we go, another one of those 6-second handicap starts. Kopetka just needs to turn it green, and that puts all the pressure on Michael Lund. Green light start, Stan. Lund sits, waits, counts, waits, counts, waits. Goes. Look at how far Stan Kopetka made it down the racetrack before Michael Lund even left the starting line, finish line. Give it to Stan. 1680 on a 1679. How about a 16,000th package out of the little Dodge Aries wagon? Michael Lund comes cruising through, 10:36 at 122 miles an hour. Passed him up at a 50-mile-an-hour difference down at the other end of the racetrack. But Stan gets to come back and play with all dollars and no cents. Bill Feist taking on Johnny Diekema. Diekema's Corvette on the right-hand side. 390 stick shift Camaro. 396 stick shift Camaro. Feist to 428 stick shift Mustang. 1012 to 1028. No 6-second handicap start here. Couple drivers grabbing gearboxes, looking out the side window at each other. Both of them 00 at the hit. Diekema gets the win. 1013 on a 1012. He was 007. Feist goes 1026 on the 1028. He was 009. Whew. That, boys and girls, a good race. Here comes another good one. Phil Giles taking on Larry DeForest. The Copo Camaro taking on the Cobra Jet Mustang. Late model factory wars at its best. Factory stock C for Giles on a 958. Factory stock D for DeForest on a 974. And again, green lights a pair. Headed for the other end of the racetrack. Giles marching through, and he takes out your number one qualifier. 964 on a 958. 982 by DeForest on his 974. He's 37,000 short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Scott Dugdale comes hustling back. Jumps in his stick shift Chevy Malibu, to take on Ron Prince. The D-Stock automatic entry over here on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. Handicap start to Dugdale. Red light start to Prince. Two Minnesota drivers obviously have squared up against each other before. Dugdale gets the win via the red light, runs an 11:53 at 113 miles an hour. Prince's day is done with an 11:04 dead-on lap. But unfortunately, all that predicated by the red light start. Logan Warden, 383 cubic inch Mopar, taking on John McLaughlin's 383 cubic inch Mopar. 8 years difference between the two. Sure was a lot of work in the styling studios in those 8 years, though, wasn't there? Woo. 70 Roadrunner over here on the right-hand side by McLaughlin. Off and running, stick shift car. Logan Warden. And that classic 62 Plymouth there on the left-hand side. McLaughlin looking over. Tried to size up Logan. Takes the stripe, runs 11:26.3. Took 11 at the finish line, broke out by 7. Logan Warden was perfect. Triple zipple. Runs an 11:37 at 114. That's good for the W. This is Joseph Santangelo and Dick Geary. Get ready to rock on. Geary's day is done. Takes a shot at Santangelo, the runner out of Marlborough, Connecticut. Discussing long distance award winner a little bit earlier. 10:58 at 111 by Santangelo. Gets the win, 11:70 to 111 for Dick Geary. Anybody out there got a line lock solenoid? Got a racer in need? A line lock solenoid? Come see us here in the tower if you would, please. Line lock solenoid, or go find Glendale Day. Got the black suede Chevy Nova out of Sibley, Missouri. Glenn needs a line lock solenoid. If you don't know Glenn, can't find Glenn, come see us here in Race Control, the announcing deck, and we'll put out a call for Glenn. But anybody out there's got a line lock solenoid, got a racer in need of one. Glenn Dilday, if you would, please. Oop, my phone's already buzzing. Let's see if somebody answered already. Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Stock needs you to the staging lanes. Nope. So we'll just keep buzzing. Line lock solenoid. Anybody out there got one? Glenn Dilday needs one. Chris Cheney should be taking on Jay Randall's 2016 Copo Camaro, but no Jay. And we got Chris. So Cheney, he's on down the road. Oh. And into round number 3, he goes with a 1043 at 109 miles an hour. And Super Cop, round number 2 getting ready to come at us. We'll hand the microphone over to Warren. We'll give him the official button for the computer screen. And is it too early to gargle?
No, it is not.
Okay, thank you.
I give you permission. So, Super Comp round 2, half as many as we had last time around. Super Stock. Super Stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. Super Stock to the lanes. Rick Hughes and Jordan Pratt will start things off here in Super Comp round number 2. Hughes left side, Fishers, Indiana. Pratt right side, Otsego, Minnesota. Pratt, the young man, carrying the banner for Top End Graphics. Former division champion over here on the right side. Rick Hughes out here for A&A transmission and Rolla competition engines. Pratt gets in. Hughes right behind. Well, I wasn't expecting to see that on the starting line. Jordan Pratt, an hour and a half late at the start. Rick Hughes, your winner, 892 at 164. Jordan Pratt must have got his thumb stuck in the buttonhole over here. 884 at 160. That'll bring up Tyler Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky. Still in Super Stock. Super Stock, we're looking for you back to the lanes alongside Rick Huffman. Yep. Rick Huffman. Got the second. Coin flip at the start. Finish line will decide it for Huffman on the double breakout. 887 at 162. He's 3 under. Bohannon takes him across and breaks out by a little bit more, 886.3 at 170. Took 9 thousandths advantage at the stripe and broke out by 8 thousandths more than Rick Huffman. Craig Anderson, Devin Eisenhower, how about that matchup? Big head, left side. Eisenhower, Super Gas World Champ right side. Another double breakout. This time it's Big Head for the win. 889 at 176. He was 008 on the tree. Left second, Eisenhower 007. James Bond Green, 887 at the finish line. Eisenhower breaks out by a little bit more. Give it to Big Head to move on to the next round. Super Stock to to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes. Blake Johnson, Jeremy Demers coming up now. Johnson left side from Arvada, Colorado for Saratoga Casino and Fine Line Graphics. Jeremy Demers for Mickey Thompson Tires and VP Fuels, Dennis Ridgeway Enterprises, and all sorts of companies helping him get out to the racetrack. He appreciates his sponsorship. We appreciate our sponsorship here for Drag Racer TV. Happy to be broadcasting the double here from Topeka. A little bit better at the start was Blake, but the win light going to Jeremy. Jeremy Demers with an 891 at 172. He's 15 thou over. Johnson 35 thousandths over, 893.5 at 167. Johnson was 010 to Demers 025. So the margin at the stripe, 52 ten-thousandths of a second. Jonathan Anderson pulls up now. That is the red dragster left side for the runner out of Williamson, Georgia, Division II runner. For HJ Wings and Things. Coy Collier alongside, number 3 in the world last year. The professional drag racer out of the Collier Racing Stables, carrying the banner for Manpower. This is the third pair we've seen where reaction times were only 1 thou apart. Collier getting the win, 891.3 at 159. 013 at the starting line. Jonathan Anderson, 014 at the starting line, 892.1. Margin down there at the finish line, 93 ten-thousandths of a second. Collier gets the win. Paul Moore pulls up now alongside Steve Collier. Steve just watched Coy turn on a win light. He'll try to do the same. Collier, Steve Collier, number 8 in the world. Collier in good shape. Moore didn't even need to stop and get his time ticket. He just goes straight to the trailer with that run. Collier, 898 at 167. Paul Moore, 881 at 172. He was in trouble from the start. Hey, a big shout out to my buddy, Jay Hullinger. Jay Hullinger watching from home back in Bunker Hill, Indiana, alongside Cameron. Jay and Cameron, good to hear from both of you. Hope you're enjoying the show on the big screen TV. Caleb Clewine, Bob Prose. So they were both 007 on the tree. 891 for Caleb Clewine gets the win as Prose breaks out, took the stripe by 2 and broke out by 2. Caleb Clewine, your winner, 891 at 175. So as I said, good to hear from Jay and Cameron. They're enjoying the show back in Indiana. Jay occasionally helps me out as executive producer of DragRacer.tv. We worked together down in Gainesville earlier this year. And some of the stuff you see in the production right now was Jay's ideas and advice, and that helped out and made the difference. Ken Sharp wins this round. He's 006 on the tree, 890 at 177. Heidi Robeson, 007, 891, not good enough to pick up the win slip. Sharp moves on to round 3. Scott Freeze and Dane Pluta coming up next. Freeze left side, Omaha, Nebraska. Pluta right side, Blair, Nebraska. Red light start for Scott Freeze. Pluta 9:04 at 165. Freeze red light start 8:87 at 154. Give you two more right now, Tony Leonard and Matt Selden. Tony, Matt, head down track. Wind light says it is Matt Selden. Better at the starting line, goes dead one down there, 890 with a 1 at 155 for your number one qualifier. Selden, the winner. Tony Leonard, 891 at 165 to finish up his day here in round number 2. Richard Leone and Jim Jarrett-Harris. They'll pull up now. Leone, the New Jersey runner out of Division 1. Brand new 2019 Race Tech chassis. Jim Jarrett-Harris alongside the Spitzer car out of Batavia, Illinois. Breakout on the right side for Jim Jarrett-Harris. Wind light left side for Richard Leone. 893 at 167 for your winner, Leone. Jarrett-Harris breaks out by 1, 889, speed of 169. Super stock, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. Super stock, you should be in the staging lanes. Tanner Schiffner and Lee Edmond wrestling down track now. Edmond the Night Owl, St. Peter, Minnesota. Schiffner looks up, watches the wind light come on for Lee Edmond. Edmond, 009 on the tree, 892.2 at 148 down there at the finish line. Tanner Schiffner, 892 at 154. They're both 892. Better reaction time for Lee Edmond makes all the difference. .890 with a 7 gets it done for Travis Nygaard. Brianna Johnson winds up with an 895 at 158. Bob Fuller lines up right side of the track alongside Terry Pollard. Pollard out of Montgomery, Texas. Bob Fuller, Rogers, Arkansas. Bob Fuller perfect on the tree. Too much wind stripe, breaks out by 2, 888 at 163. Took 6, broke out by 2, 892 for the win for Terry Pollard. Now it's time for Tyler Selden and Tyler Banks. Bob's favorite drop bets. I'll take Tyler for the win. Selden left side from Omaha. Banks out of Kansas City. Banks, your winner, 886.3 at 162. Breaks out by 3 thousandths less than Tyler Selden's 886.0 at 166. Chuck Ridenauer hustling down track right now. And Eckert's Willie the Wildcat themed dragster gets to go back to the trailer and wait for tomorrow. Chuck Ridenauer, your winner, 894 on the win. Danielle Jaramillo. Jeremy Lurkey coming up now. Lurkey out here for Larice Motorsports Insurance along with Autometer. Remember, racers, if you're looking for insurance for your racing operation, whether it's on track or off, race car, rig, the whole operation, go see Jeremy Lurkey over in the pit area, as they can take care of both on track and off track coverage for everything related to your racing passion. Danielle left side, the Danielle family racing dragster. 002 red. Danielle, Jeremy will be back for another round. Jeremy Lurkey, 888 at 165. You'll use that to get dialed in for the next round. Danielle, red light start, 893, speed of 152. Dalton Olson, Ricky Hill coming up now. Olson, left side of the track, the aeromotive lane. Green and blue and gray and all sorts of colors over there left side, alongside the red, black, and gray dragster over here on the right for Ricky Hill. Pointing down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. As they head down track, Hill started perfect, broke out by less, moves on to the next round. Perfect light for Ricky Hill, 889.5 at 167. That's your winner. Dalton Olson broke out by more, 888.5 at 178. And that ends his day here in round number 2. Again, super stock. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. We need you. Taryn Green and Todd Piper coming up now. Taryn out of Burleson, Texas for Green Motorsports. Former national champion in junior dragsters. Todd Piper, former national champion in Super Pro. So 2 very experienced racers. One of them goes on to the next round, and that's going to be Taryn Green. Reaction time helped her a bunch, 894 at 166. That took out the quicker but losing 893 at 160 for Todd Piper at race 1 right here on the starting line. Tony Tony Brown pulls up now alongside Gary Womble. Brown left side for Manpower and Collier Racing. Kind of an extended member of the team there. Sunset Racecraft powered Worthy chassis ride, left side. Gary Womble right side for Colorado. Maximum Automotive Machine. And it's going to be Tony Brown for the win. Better at the starting line, 891.2 at 176. Brown is your winner. Womble was behind at the start, playing catch up all the way, broke out trying to do it, never got it done. 889 at 164. Michael Bjorum, Cami Nicoletti. Bjorum from Justin, Texas. That's the car in the Aeromotive lane. Cami Nicoletti, last round, she pulled up, staged against her opponent. Her opponent had the red light start. Cami never moved an inch. The car lost fire on the starting line, but Cami got the round win and is back for round number 2. In fact, all three of the Nicolettis advanced. Cami loses round 2 the same way she won round 1. Red light start for Cami ends her day. Mike Bjorum gets the automatic win, 881 at 155, driving it out the back door. Cami was 891 at 177. That number was good. That way early red light was not. Bradford Core pulls up left side. The consultant out of Crowley, Louisiana. Rear Morrison alongside Stuart Way. Way making his way down track. At the finish line, it's going to be Bradford Core. How about a dead one run right there? 019 up front, 20,000's package. Stuart Way, a 26,000 package. Gets to park it in the trailer. 891.4 at the stripe. 012 on the tree. Not good enough to pick up the winner ticket this time around. Dusty Meyer sets up now in the Aeromotive lane. Meyer from Tonganoxie, Kansas for Overland Tow Service. Lines up next to Dylan Wagner from Galesburg, Illinois. Chassis builder by trade. Let me think. Chassis builder, Galesburg, Illinois. Rick Jones? So the boss is out west at Sonoma, helping out with the cars out there. In the meantime, Dylan trying to pick up a round win, not going to get it done. We're breaking out over here on the right side, 887. He was still behind all the way down the track. Meyer puts 3 zeros at the top of his time ticket, 891.6 at the bottom. At 167, Dusty Meyer. He is your winner. Michael Bailey and Shannon Nicoletti this time around. We saw Cami already. Cami unfortunately losing here in the round. Shannon trying to do better and advance. Michael Bailey left side, Midlothian, Texas. Works in the aerospace industry. Nicoletti, Racers Evolve. Nicoletti's are 0-2. Another red light start. This time it's Shannon going red. Bailey was perfect at the starting line, 888 at the finish at 172. Shannon would have won it on the double breakout as Shannon was 889.9, but that 014 red light spelled defeat. Justin Owens and Todd McCann pull up now. Owens from Oklahoma, McCann from Colorado. Owens, the car with the wing. McCann, the car without a wing. McCann trips at 001 red. That's no good. Justin Owens gets a free pass in round number 3, 893 at 171. Todd McCann, red light start, 892 at 163. Here's Jay Bunce, the Cunningham Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Tires sponsored entry. Bunce from Piedmont, Oklahoma. That's the left side. David Dale, right side for David Dale Custom Homes. Clute, Texas is where he calls home. Both cars staged and ready. Another red light determines the winner this time around. David Dale goes red. Jay Bunce, 001 on the tree, 885 at the finish line. He gets the winner's ticket. He'll be back for third round action. David Dale, red light start, 891 at 181. Colin Cole pulls up now alongside Dwayne Cole. I don't think it was supposed to work out this way. It's Colin and Dwayne, I'm guessing father and son based on all the info on the screen. Colin in the longer car, Dwayne in the shorter car. Cole versus Cole. I guess the upside is one of the Coles will be around number 3. Based on the lights, I think I know which one. I would have been right. Dwayne Cole better at the starting line by 0.05 of a second. 890 with a 4 at the finish line. 157 for the speed. Dwayne Cole, your winner. Colin Cole 3 off, 893 at 167. Michael Sechrist, Gary Holst. Sechrist cleans it out a little bit there behind the starting line, left side. Sechrist from Wichita. Turns wrenches for a living, a mechanic over there, left side. Gary Holst. Gary's Quick Stake. Meade, Nebraska. Holst in the O'Reilly lane. Again, super stop. If you're not there, you are late. $3,000 coin flip at the start. How about an 891 for your winner, Michael Sechrist? He left second, 027 to 024. Closer to the number, 891.0 at 182. Sechrist, your winner. Gary Holst, 892 done at 176. Super gas. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Once again, we need super gas to the lanes. Sarah Vang, Landon Stahlbomber coming up now. Vang left side. Mountain Motorsports. Stahlbomber right side for Leander Express. Stahlbomber was better at the starting line. Gets the win on the double breakout, 888 at 167. Stahlbomber, your winner. For Sarah Vang, 5 under 885, trying to play catch up. Was never going to get there. Behind all the way. And so Sarah's day is done. Landon moves on to the next round. Steve Evans, no relation. Moore, Oklahoma. For Canopy Life CBD. He is the president of the company. Wheeling his Mondin chassis, Sunset Racecraft powered dragster left side. Timothy Schuster alongside for Georgetown Mortgage. That race car rolled off the Don Davis jig. Big block Chevy power right side. Steve turns it red. 002 on the red side. Timothy Schuster your winner. Via the red light start. Schuster 886 at 170, driving it out the back door. Evans off the throttle, 1126 at 86. So we saw Shannon Nicoletti and Cammie Nicoletti. This time around, it's going to be Greg Nicoletti. Greg alongside Chris Whitfield. Nicoletti from Lakewood, Colorado. Whitfield, Littleton, Colorado. Ford power over their left side. Our old buddy Philip Oakley cranking out the horsepower over there on the left side. Whitfield with the traditional weapon of choice. Big block Chevy power. Greg Nicoletti. How about a 10-pack? All 10 up front. 010 at the start, 8,900 at the finish. 175, so Greg carries on the family name into the third round with a 10-pack. Chris Whitfield was 020 on the tree, wasting gas, 891.9 at 157. Now let's bring up Dan Pluto left side and Dan Foley on the right. Pluto, part of that Pluto Racing team. Dan alongside Dan Foley. This one down the track, right side of the track from McKinney, Texas. We'll take Dan for the win. I don't know. Dan just got beat by Dan. Pair of 893s up on the scoreboards. The better one of the two, that's Dan Foley. He was better at the starting line, 893.1 at the finish line at 160. He's your winner. Dan Pluto, 893.5 at 167 on the loss. Jeff Beckman, he'll line up left side for High Performance Lubricants, 101 Transport. Beckman out of Princeton, Minnesota, taking on Sean Brinkley. Brinkley turned on a win light in round number 1, trying to do the same in round number 2. The young lady out of Highlands, Texas. And we have been confirmed what we thought earlier. That was her first round win in NHRA competition. She's going to try to go 2 for 2 here. Shauna gets in there, gets staged. Hey, she'll be back for round number 3. Red light start from Jeff Beckman. Shauna Brinkley gets the round win via the red light, 882 at 175. Jeff Beckman, 886 at 165, and that pesky red light by 3 thousandths of a second allows Shauna to come back for third round. So, crew chief / dad Shannon out there grinning from ear to ear. June very happy as well. Her brother there, the whole family happy to see Miss Shauna go on to the next round. Terry Sullivan and Tim Parker pull up next. Sullivan left side, Parker right. Parker for Parker Sheet Metal. Sullivan for Sullivan Motorsports. Pair of big block Chevy powered dragsters, both out of the American Race Cars chassis shop. Let's see who can turn on a win light here in round number 2. Neither driver appears to be in any hurry to stage the car. Parker goes ahead, moves in. Sullivan better at the starting line, gets the double breakout win, 888 at 173. That's 2 under. Parker 5 under, trying to catch him at 175. Sullivan had 400s in his back pocket as he went down track, 019 to 061. Terry Sullivan is your winner. Kyle Freeze for Innovative Print Marketing out of Blair, Nebraska. The Rebate People. Taking on Austin Williams, Waxahachie, Texas. 2-time world champion over here on the right. Engineer by trade for Miller Race Cars and Goodyear and RacingRVs.com. A 2019 Miller Race Cars dragster. We'll be back to show it off again in the next round. This Kyle Freeze. 002. Too early on the let go. Austin says, well, might as well see what it'll run. How about an 890 with a 2 at 164? Freeze 883 at 164 on his way back to the trailer. Prescott Dean and Robbie Gear coming up next. Dean competing in Top Dragster, as I recall, as well as Super Comp here. Olathe, Kansas, his home. Robbie Gear from Greenwood, Missouri for BacklotCars.com. Difference at the starting line. Top end will decide it for, wow, Robbie Gear. 887.4 at 167. Takes out Prescott Dean on the double breakout. How about that reaction time? 022 to 019. So if I'm doing the math, that's effectively a dead heat at the finish line. Robbie Gear gets the win. So Super Comp winding their way down. There's 4 pairs left here in the category. Vern Rowland and Todd Irwin trying to see if they can stick around for another round. It's going to be Vern Rowland for the win, 891 at 162. Irwin was behind at the starting line, 023 to 015 for Rowland. Irwin breaks out getting there, 887 at 174. Rowland, your winner, with a 1 over 891. Jason Chapin and Brian Milam coming up now. Chapin from Lincoln, Nebraska, the Chapin Racing American Race Car entry. Brian Milam from Lawndale, Illinois. Drives a truck for a living, undercover chassis machine. Big block Chevy powered boat. It's going to be a double breakout. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not right. Brian Milam for the win, 893 at 166. Chapin took the stripe by 2 and broke out by 1. 889 at 163. And looks like the final pair sitting there getting set to stage them up. Jason Crank, Higbee, Missouri. He'll pull up left side of the track. Right side, Cool Hand Luke Bogacki, former world champion for K&N Filters, an American race car. Featured cars out of the American Race Car stable. Luke, Jason, Luke. How about Luke? 895 at 160. Last time I saw Luke, that was at Chicago, as he was sitting in the winner's circle, hanging on to the Wally from there. Trying to continue that streak right now. Luke Bogacki, your winner, 895 at 160. Jason Crank, 898 at 157. And that will wrap up Super Comp round number 2. Super Stock waits in the wings. And the next voice you hear on the PA after a couple of commercials will be Mr. Bob Unkefer. For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com.
Super stock, round number 2, getting ready to come at us now. We'll take what should be about 37 cars, whittle it down. Gary McClassen gets the by run, 996 at 131 miles an hour. So he had to buy after going up against Craig Gaultier in the opening round of eliminations. And Vic Penrod. The by run making his way down the racetrack. .988, 134 by Penrod as he goes cruising through the Oklahoma-based Camaro. Let's see if we can get them paired up now. Send them down to the other end of the racetrack, side by side. Chris Stevenson taking on Greg Stanfield. Stanfield on the right, dialed in 860. Stevenson on the left on a 1078. As we get ready to head down the racetrack. in and ready. The little GTM automatic. 74 Apollo working its way down track. And he gets the win, 1075.5 at 111. He's under by least against Stanfield, who goes 857 on the 860. True margin of victory, 1 foul of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Carol Warlings. Pontiac to take on Rob Cruzen this time around. Cruzen's GTE automatic. Another power plant. Tucker Racing. Warlings Pontiac. Willie's Best Oil. 74 400 cubic inch trying to hold off. Robert Cruzen can't get it done. 932 out of 935. Cruzen under by the least. 1063 for Carol Warling at 122 miles an hour. So Robert moves on. Now let's see if Rob Cruzen can move on. He's got to take on Tyler Wodarczyk to do so here. And that's never an easy task. Cruzen, though, going to give it his best shot. The GT truck. Flames all over the front of it. Goes to 1030 at 128, 1026.9 by Tyler. Again, both drivers under their dial. As everybody's pushing hard on the floorboard down at the other end of the racetrack. That time Tyler Wodarczyk comes out on the right end of a double breakout. Neil Rhodes, Cobra Jet, Jimmy K. Rose, 79 Volare. I do not believe this Volare has the rich Corinthian leather in it, though. K-Row now has the opportunity to take it to the upholstery shop and get it redone if he wants, because he's gone. 9,000 too quick out of the gate. Neil Rhodes continues his march through rounds of eliminations. Mike Town coming up alongside Chris Cheney next. There's a couple of drivers who have stood in the winner's circle on numerous of occasions. Get ready to do battle. Wheels up launch, Mikey. Red light start, Chrissy. Cheney leaves the starting line, 9,000 too quick. Mike Town's going to motor through 1069 at 121 miles an hour. And he will. Continue on as the former U.S. Nats champ. Going to try and keep on rocking and rolling. Larry Ingalls, GTJ automatic, 327 Corvette. Mike Manns at the wheel of the Fast Shocks, K&N. Firebird over here on the right-hand side. Again, tip of the cap to everybody at Fast Shocks. Their sport. Qualifying here in race number 1 for stock and super stock. Race number 2, it'll be Top Sportsman and Cop Eliminator. Mike Manns gets the win here, 885. .1056 by Ingalls at 123 miles an hour. Jeff Heffler and Dan's Rust. Rust came up in that opening round and dispatched one of the big dogs. Let's see what he can do with another big dog. Jeff Heffler, the Lucas Oil Emmons Motorsports Pro 1 team car, Super H automatic, 350 Camaro there on the left-hand side. Rocking the wheel stand out of the gate, Heffler. Rust hikes the front end of the total engine. Gold Coast Hemi over here on the right-hand side, but it's going to be Heffler picking up the win, 1019 on a 1018. Take a 10-thou stripe for the win at the other end. Rust goes 909 on the 912 in dial. Derek Fitter and Jacob Pitt come rolling in next. Pitt's factory GTH, late model Dodge. drag pack powered 2003 Dodge Stratus body. Derek Fitter with the 400 cubic inch combination underneath the hood of that 91 Olds Calais. Green lights apparent, away we go. 983 and 975. Respective dials. Pitt whopping the throttle down there, takes 21 thou stripe for a dead on win. 975.6 on the 975. Derek Fitter 986 on his 983 at 128 miles an hour. Tyler Bohannon getting around Scott Stillings in the opening round of Super Stock. He's got to take on Morris Vogus. Again, Super Gas needs you lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Round number 2 of Super Gas. Come on down, Morris. The right-hand side, a 10:25. Going to get a small blink of an eye handicap start. Tyler coming off a strong showing over in Joliet just a couple of weeks ago. Trying to keep his win streak going. Bohannon eases through 10:18 on a 10:13 for the win. 10:30 on a 10:25 by Morris. Vogus comes up 21,000 short down at the other end. Tyler moves on to round number 3. Alvy Merrill and Scott Pearson. Pearson, senior of the Pearson clan. Both drivers advancing out of the first round. Now Scott's got to take on Alvy Merrill's Super G automatic entry. Scott's going to go first, the little AMX out of Minnesota. Over here on the right-hand side, 360 combination for both he and Eric. Tried to grab a little extra at the starting line, did so. 001 runs 10:16 at 121 miles an hour to take an 18 thou stripe win. 10:64 by Scott Pearson at 120. As he comes up short at the other end. Dennis Lund and Aaron Stanfield. Third generation racer out of the Stanfield family. Bossier City, Louisiana youngster. GTI automatic, 991 the dial. Dennis Lund on a 937. There goes Aaron. Here comes Dennis. Dennis Lund may have given up too much at the starting line, something you cannot do against a Stanfield racer. 992 at 127. You give them a little bit to work with off the starting line, and they'll turn around and whoop you up with it. 936 on a 937 by Dennis Lund. So he breaks out by 8, trying to chase down the kid. But Aaron gets the win. 992 to $127, and he will be back. Kevin Erickson now comes in, the 69 Camaro. Out of Nebraska on the right-hand side. Lund's hot rod, the Camaro over there on the left-hand lane. GTH automatic entry, pulling up alongside about half track. Lund sticks the nose out in front, gets the easy win, 10:13 as Kevin has problems, slows up to a 12:74 lap on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So Kevin's day done. Michael Lund moves on. Joe Santangelo, the 87 Camaro. Taking on Gene Bickelmeyer. Bickelmeyer, who won one of the crazier rounds of racing in the opening round that we have seen in the last decade. See what he can do here. Bickelmeyer, tough. 283 cubic inch, 4-speed Chevy 2. Other end of the racetrack. Puts it together, get it done. 10:27. 127. Bickelmeyer was 009. Santangelo, 10:45 on his 40. Comes up 700 short down at the other end of the racetrack, and that all started back on the starting line as Picklemeyer's 009 light left Joe looking for a help. Just wasn't going to come. Brett Spears, GTJ automatic entry now, taking on Matthew Lund. This is the Lund family coming down from the Quad Cities. Matthew at the wheel, the H automatic entry. The two F-bodied General Motors machines reach for the sky. Spear on a 1007 dial. Goes 10.068 at 125, and I don't know about you, but 10.068 on a 1007 usually doesn't work so well. Matthew Lund says, I'll take it. He runs one over at 987 on his 986, and Matthew will be back for round number 3. Tim Nicholson, the 4-speed Castle Family Racing Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. Taking on Troy Ross's machine, the Wabego, Kansas-based Chevrolet Camaro right lane. B Supercar, Troy coming off the win. We mentioned earlier down in Oklahoma a couple weeks ago. Race season really coming at us fast and furious now. Lots of race dates, some early season makeup dates. Virtually competition every weekend across the country. Tim Nicholson gets the win, 10:20 at 126. 9:21 by Troy Ross at 137 miles an hour. Troy's day is done. Sportsman Motorcycle needs you to the lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle, round number 2. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Travis Gusso, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Cobra Jet. Factory Superstock B entry, going to try and chase down Eric Pearson's 10-second AMX. Pearson off and running. Here comes Gusso. Out of South Dakota, coming, not going to get him. 1071 by Pearson at 117. 8901 by Gusso at 151 miles an hour. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes. Billy Ingles Trans Am, the 74 edition, should be on the left-hand side, the runner out of Maryville. But he's not there, so it looks like the Engines Inc. machine out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Lloyd Wofford going to cruise on down the boulevard with a free ride into round number 3. Racers do want to let you know that starting third round, if you're in the money, you will be handed a 10 or a W9 down at the other end of the racetrack. Comp Eliminator, round number 2. Everybody else in round number 3. If you receive that W9, you do need to fill it out and bring it to race control, please. As Wofford cruises through 983 at 137. Again, racers, each and every one of you, as you go through the race day. Starting round number 3 for everybody but Comp, round number 2 for Comp. You'll be handed a W9 at the time slip booth with your time slip. That W9 does need to be filled out, returned to race control. You do need to bring it back to race control so we have it in hand and on file so that all checks can be issued and mailed to you. You're from Heartland Motorsports Park. Again, if you are in the money, they will hand you a W9 slip down at the other end of the racetrack. Once you have that W9, it is your responsibility to get it filled out and turned into race control so that your check from the event this weekend can be mailed to you. Super Gas getting ready to come up next. Sportsman Motorcycle going to be right behind them as we continue working our way through rounds of elimination, crowning our champs. Super Gas drivers, don't forget, you have the opportunity to pick up 4 old crinkly dollar bills and a couple of DragRacer.tv stickers from Warren Evans if you win in a door car. Whereas if you have a Roadster, a couple of brand new, fresh, crisp, uncirculated, sequentially numbered $2 bills, and a couple of Unc's 30th anniversary decals will go to the winner in a Roadster, a non-door car. It's a special deal for our super gas competitors here this weekend. 2 fresh, crisp $2 bills for the Roadster guys. 4 crinkly, old, ugly $1 bills for the door car guys. Special stuff for our super gas competitors here this weekend.
If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices, all in one place, look no further than SalterRacing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter. All your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more. Give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to SalterRacing.com. Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Time Slip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com. If you're a new car dealership principal, service manager, or parts manager, turn to the source dealers trust, Service Department Solutions. With over 40 years of industry experience, the SDS team will help you improve your processes and increase your profits. They will work with you to improve sales and service processes, training, and customer retention rates, and help you work with your manufacturer to secure increases in parts and labor reimbursements that you're entitled to. In some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars left on the table. Service Department Solutions helps dealerships nationwide, and they can help you too. No upfront fees, no hassles, and no risk. Call them today at 412-651-2356 or visit them online at servicedepartmentsolutions.com. Service Department Solutions, the source dealers trust. Lucas Oil is proud to continue our support of sportsman racers again in 2019 as a major contingency sponsor with NHRA. Lucas Oil awards contingency payments on oil, transmission, and differential gear oils at all NHRA National and Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. New for 2019, Lucas Oil has expanded its oil contingency program to include not only racing oils, but also select truck and API passenger oils as well. Lucas Oil has made signing up for the program simple. To sign up, visit a Lucas Oil representative at the track and purchase $100 worth of oil, $75 worth of transmission or differential gear oil, or both, per race car. National event winners will receive $300, $100 for a runner-up. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winners will receive $100 and $50 for a runner-up. You will be eligible for the contingency program for 1 year from the date of your sign-up. Stop by the Lucas Oil trailer on the Midway at NHRA National events to sign up with Joe or Pam Phillips, or look for the following companies at most of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. In Divisions 1 and 2, see Jeff Kondratik of JKR Racing Product. In Division 3, sign up with Dwayne LaFleur of Lucas Oil. Division 4, stop by and see Rick or Chase Huffman of Accelerated Graphics. And in Division 7, see Les Figueroa of Fig Speed. Thanks for your support of Lucas Oil, and best of luck this season. FTI Performance is the leader in racing transmission and torque converter technology and is proud to sponsor racers in the NHRA this year, posting $172,000 in contingency awards for the 2019 season. Make sure you run FTI Performance products and get paid. Reliability, consistency, and performance is what FTI Performance is all about, with outstanding customer service, including trackside support at select races across the country. See why all the winners choose FTI. Find them on Facebook or visit them online at www.ftiperformance.com.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronicsinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them.
Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazir Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. This superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency, a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power, and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable starting power, choose Mazir. Visit our website at www.mazir.com.
We'd like to extend a big thank you to Bob McCosh Chevrolet as our presenting sponsor for DragRacer.tv coverage of the double here at Topeka. Bob McCosh would like to invite you to stop by their dealership, meet their award-winning sales team. Bob McCosh Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac is located at number 1 Business Loop 70 in Columbia, Missouri. They are a full-service dealership, open 6 days a week for parts, sales, and service. Locally owned and operated, they carry a huge inventory of cars, trucks, SUVs, and medium-duty trucks. So call, click, or stop by and experience great service second to none. Come by and see us in person or click bobmccosh.com. Remember, Chevrolet makes the car, Bob McCosh makes the difference. We'd also like to welcome Falcon Plastics. Falcon Plastics, proud to sponsor Chad Fergan this season. Falcon Plastics, a custom injection and blow molder, has been molding consumer ideas into a variety of products used every day all over the world. If you want to learn more about it, stop by and see Chad in his pit area today, or visit the company online at www.falconplastics.com.
Yeah, a little track prep going on, a little scrape as the sun beating down on the racetrack, heating it up, and the accumulation of rubber from all the launches and all the burnouts. Bring her back down to a little bit more manageable level. Take some of the squiggly off of the starting line. Do want to remind everybody, VP Racing Fuels, best known as the world leader in fuel technology. Fueling champions in virtually every form of motorsports on land, sea, and air since 1975. VP is the official racing fuel of more than 60 VP sponsored series and sanctioning bodies. As part of a retail branding program, gas stations and convenience stores across the U.S. are being branded as VP Racing Fuels, with each providing distribution for VP's other product lines, including ethanol-free VP small engine fuels, formulated for 2- and 4-cycle outdoor power equipment, VP Manatee Performance Chemicals, and VP Power Wash and more. VP Racing Fuels, sold on site here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Be sure to visit the VPRacingFuels.com for more information. Yes, coming at us next as we continue on. Round number 2, Jolie Mitchell, Brian Turner. Jolie gets the win, 989 at 141. Takes out Brian's 987 at 144. And the young lady from Ennis, Texas continues on. Butch Clewine and George Meyer come rolling in next. As we continue working our way through limbs. Myers, Malibu. Clewine's front street repair. Roadster bodied machine there on the left-hand side, and it's Clewine on a double breakout, 987.8 over a 987.6. 2 thousandths of a difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Butch getting the win on that very tight double breakout run. Don Wetstein's Chevy 2 now off and running against Heidi Robeson. Robeson at the wheel of the Fleet Care Corvette Roadster left side, but it's going to be Wetstein getting the win. 988, 145 to a 986 at 163 miles an hour. We saw a tremendous number of breakouts the last round of Super Stock, and we're seeing it here in Super Gas. The air conditions certainly changing around a little bit. Everybody picking up. Mitch Withers taking on Terry Pollard, as we call Top Dragster and Cop Eliminator. Back to the lanes, please. Top Dragster and Competition Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster. Our Fine Line Graphics, Madcap Engines, Top Dragster. And Cop Eliminator back to the lanes. Mitch off and running. Terry off and running. Again, double breakout. Withers, 986, 159. Good for the W. 985 for Terry Pollard as he goes cruising down the racetrack. Keith Kuhn and Tim Moore come reeling in next. Timmy on the right-hand side. The Moore Cabinet Shop, Chevrolet Cavalier, Kuhn's Pickle Belt, 87 Ford T-Bird, and ex-Bob Glidden car. And no, it's not for sale. Not unless you got a great big pile of money and can convince Keith to part ways with it. Kuhn working his way through 989 at 154 on a double breakout win. Tim Moore goes through 988 at 155 miles an hour. And again, the double breakout, side-by-side underruns continue. Tom Carlson's Minnesota-based Corvette Roadster left side, Steve Collier. The Manpower Racing, Collier Racing. Louisiana-based runner. Sunset Power Plant underneath the hood of the Vega. 615 cubic inches using a shoehorn, 14 sledgehammers, and a power ram to get it in. And after all that, Collier goes red by a foul. Tom Carlson's 005 on the tree, runs a 988. Oh, Collier. 001 red, dead on 2. And Tom Carlson's going to the next round, and Steve Collier in. That's enough to make you curse. Say bad words. Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Dragster, and Cop Eliminator. Need you lanes, please. If you're not there yet, need you. Want you. Gots to have you. Come on down. It's Dan Gilgosh. Steve Hayes doing battle. Hayes in the Camaro door car. Gilgosh, one of the plethora of roadsters. 993.9 beats a 993.0. Both drivers over the 990 index. Steve with the better light, able to win on a whole shot. And the Camaro comes back. Mike Burkhart. There's a pair of roadsters now lining up. Oh, Michael, take it on Michael. Miller with the Ford-powered roadster right side. Burkhart with the Chevrolet-powered roadster left lane. Miller for K&N and Lucas Oil. Who's your tires? And the Miller Racing clan. Burkhart, a second-generation racer. Taking over his dad's hot rod, and Burkhart goes red. 16 thousandths of a second too quick. Michael Miller moving on to round number 3. Does so with the 989 005 rod. 992 by Burkhart after the red light start. Bob Prose, the wheel of his Super Gas Roadster, taking on Dennis Hayes. 85 Corvette on the right-hand side. A runs through 989.2 to take out Prose's 988.3. 9 thou of a second. True margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack for Hayes. Colorado-based Corvette. Ray Sawyer out of Massachusetts. Taking on Roger Warren's Texas-based entry, the 63 Corvette. Roger, Jackie, David, and Bullet. Oh, man. Sawyer gets the win, 997 at 160. Warren goes down, takes a little bite of stripe, goes 989.3. 001 light by Ray, 002 light by Roger. Ouch. Kevin Dick taking on Dwayne Cole. Kevin Dick up on the left side out of East St. Paul, Minnesota. Cole coming down from Lincoln, Nebraska. Corvette Roadsters a pair. Cole trying to hang on at the other end, gets it done. 9904, 002 for a 6-pack. Kevin Dick goes 988 after being 30 on the tree. And there was absolutely nothing for Kevin to work with down there at the other end of the racetrack when Dwayne threw down that 6-foul package at the other end. Chuck Ridenour, Bill Causey's ride, another one of our Canadian runners, Causey out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Right now on the left, the 8.8 Trans, Little Vegas. Giddy up and go. Here comes 578 cubic inches of Ford. He may be running out of racetrack. He did. 989.9 at 164. 991 right now. The Vega moves on to round number 3. Chris Edson and Don Freeze come rolling in next. Top Dragster, Cop Eliminator, you've been called to the lanes. If you aren't already there, you should be rolling. And the call goes out now. Let's add Top Sportsman to the mix, just, well, because. Circus Motorsports, Top Sportsman car. Come on down. You're still around. Freeze off and running. The Nebraska-based runner, 987. Too quick to Chris Edson's 988. This again, both drivers under the 990 number, working their way down track. Freeze's day is done for the man who says there are no Chiefs on his team, just Indians. John Freeborn, Coy Collier, Coy right, Freeborn left. Collier for the Manpower team, 988.8 beats a 983 by Freeborn. Iowa-based runner. Trying to hang on down at the other end of the racetrack. Coy out in front, wasn't giving him anything to work with. It's Randy Nygaard's Team Ethanol Cavalier coming down from South Dakota, taking on Kevin Burnett's 62 Ferrari. Kit car body that set in the rafters for a few years. Burnett walked in one day, saw it up in the rafters, said, "Hey, what are you going to do with that?" Made a deal to the guy, bought it, 572 cubic inch Mopar and a chassis later, and we got a super gas racer. 996 by Burnett, going 009 at the hit. 995 by Nygaard, 17 on the tree at 140 miles an hour. Burnett taking 7th stripe at the other end of the racetrack is Larry Christensen's Corvette Roadster, taking on Alan Bush in another one of the door cars. Again, Top Dragster, our fine line Madcap Top Dragster cars, our Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman cars, and our Cop Eliminator machines. Need all y'all to the lanes, please. Well, I say all y'all, but only those that are still left in competition, which is becoming fewer and fewer as the day goes on, and, well, that's a good thing because that's the overall plan, Stan. Just listen to me. Get on the bus, Gus. How about Alan Bush? 001-900. Woo, baby. Give you a 1-pack, and Larry Christensen was burning gas. He's 13 on the tree, runs 987, and had no chance. 001, dead on 0. Scott Udenberg, the challenger. Randy Vados in his hot rod. 32 and a 38 out of the gate. The 990 gets beat by 991. Can you say Udenberg on a hole shot? Well, if you can't, we'll make it up for you. 15-10 thou margin down at the stripe for Udenberg. Vados goes cruising through 9906 at 145. Mark Philbrick's machine taking on Travis Salter. Former division champ taking on a reigning division champ, left lane to right lane respectively. Salter out of Texas, SalterRacing.com Camaro. Philbrick out of Colorado. And the Ford lights up the board. 007, dead 7. 14 pack. Taking 11th thou stripe at 162 for the win. 988 by Salter. A little tardy off the line. And one going to make it up against Philbrick's run. Justin Allen's hot rod now. The Don Davis chassis entry. Taking on Norm Brungart. Norman over on the left-hand side, the 3D Resources Camaro Roadster. Justin at the wheel, the C5 Corvette. No, really? You think he was way behind? Norm Brungard gets the win, 993 at 166. Norm was 14 on the tree, and Justin Allen was pedaling as fast as he could. Trying to make up, but when you snooze, you lose. And Brungard took advantage of it. Peter Guillen and Team PD Racing. Joe Ackerman, Camaro on the right-hand side. Teams in the Pete's in the Roadster. Everybody's a little anticipatory down on the starting line. You can hear the RPMs up, then went down, and the RPMs didn't really make it back up again. Pete Guillen goes down track. 9.899. Taking the stripe by a 10th. Say goodnight to Pete. By the way, hide all the sharp objects in the trailer. Joe Ackerman dead late out of the gate, runs 10 flat, moves on to the next round of eliminations. That's one of those. Did I really just do that run? Rod Walter, winner of the Super Gas Aeromotive Shootout last night, taking on Timmy Parker's Camaro Roadster over here on the right-hand side. The great-looking Brogy chassis car for the runner out of Mustang over there on the left-hand side. Parlayed some pretty stout numbers into the final round of eliminations, and here we go with a red light start by Rod. In Parker's green, the Colorado runner moving on to round number 3. Does so with a 10.03 at 164. Walter then runs dead on 2 at 157 miles an hour. 10.03 by Parker, though. He gets to stay and play. Rod Walter's day is done. He'll wait for tomorrow and try again. Vern Rowland. Vern has been certifiably hot, coming off the win down in Oklahoma. Taking on the also certifiably hot Chris Whitfield, who had the double win out of Bandimere Speedway at the opening D5 race, winning not only in Super Gas but Super Comp, and won one of the Aeromotive Super Shootouts as well. Rowland takes a shot at the tree. He misses. Whitfield moves on. 9906 by Chris at 147. 1055 Vernon. Knew the red light was on. Knew that Whitfield's win light was on. Knew that, well, might as well say wear and tear. And parts and pieces. Get ready to come back tomorrow. Van Arnold taking on Mike Sawyer. Arnold out of Texas. Sawyer out of Massachusetts. Saw the other Sawyer car a little bit earlier get the win. This is the new Corvette Roadster for Mikey over on the right-hand side. New C8 body, or C7 body style. Pretty much dead even hit out of the gate, and Arnold gets the win, running 9.901. Sawyer runs a 9.92. Man takes 15th thou stripe for the W and moves on. Sawyer gets to put his back on the grass in the pit area. Craig Maddox comes rolling in, the Maddox Motor Company. Plymouth Prowler. Maddox laid down a 9.901 in the opening round. Earned himself the bye run here in round number 2. The Prowler, the 500 cubic inch Mopar underneath the hood. It's ready to move on. And cruise on down the road he will. For Maddox Motor Company, a 004 991.5. Little 19 thousandths package for Craig to dance him into round number 3. Dale Evans should be taking on Danny Toole. The Mustang for the farmer out of Jacksonville, not able to answer the bell, so Dale gets the bye. He hits the tree perfectly. Triple zipple. And moves on through with a 9904. How about a 4th pack on a buy run? Dale says, "Can I have do-overs, please? Please?" I want to save that one. I don't want to use that one up yet. Brandon Martinson, you are missing in the lane, son. Brandon Martinson. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Brandon Martinson to the lanes. Thirteen of our Sportsman Motorcycle contestants left. Wyatt Nielsen. Neeson taking on Michael Nash. You had that kind of bizarro opening round win, but a win it was for the runner out of Texarkana aboard his Suzuki. 811 to dial for Michael. Neeson up on a 970. He's going to go first over there on the automotive side. And Nash going to get the win, 813 on the 811. Both drivers were 003 off the line. So Michael moves on. He'll be part of our quarterfinal contestants. Robert Sanders taking on Felicia Olson. Felicia with that 5,000ths package for the Colorado Kawasaki in the opening round of elimination. Winner here is going to come back to take on Derek Dorian. I know that because, well, Derek's got the bye run with 13 bikes left. Felicia on the right-hand side, Robert there on the left. Sanders out of the gate. He beat a perfect light in the last round. He has the perfect light in this round. Sanders goes trip, zip, 0, runs 914 on a 913. Cherry back in Texas doing a happy dance around the desk again. Felicia goes 20 on the tree, runs a 945.9 on a 946. So Sanders moves on. He'll take on his good friend and traveling companion, Derek Dorian, in the next round. And, well, let's just say that they have duked it out before. Phil Yates taking on Pat Roetto. Roetto Suzuki, right side. 885 the dial. Yates on his Kawasaki on a 906. Excuse me, my polygrip's slipping. 885.9 by Patrick. Dead on the dial. 31 on the trig. 19th out the stripe, and Roeto, the runner out of Wichita, moves on to the quarters in our sportsman motorcycle category. Yates' day is done with a 906 and 140. Bruce Sampson taking on the reigning champ, John Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick, another runner out of Wichita. And Fitzpatrick gets the green because Sampson goes red. Fitzpatrick will come back to take on Michael Nash. That'll be a heavyweight knockout pair in the next round. 842 on the 844 for Fitzpatrick. 832 on the 833 by Sampson, but he was also 6 foul red leaving the starting line. So that automatically matched up Fitzpatrick and Michael Nash. Tony Davis, Dwayne Towson down to Lake Charles. Down the left-hand side, the Kawasaki. 890 the dial, 848 for Tony Davis. Davis goes through 852 and 153, but it's Towson getting the win as he motors on down the racetrack. The good thing for that pair and the good thing for Dwayne on that run is that is a twofer because there will be 7 bikes coming back in the next round, and Dwayne will have the automatic bye run into the semifinals. Dave Olson taking on Brian Kissel now. Kissel out of Littleton. Olson out of Littleton. Think these two guys know each other? I'd say so. Olson on the Kawasaki left side, 901. He's off and running. Kissel on the right, 958 the dial. He's being chased. Dave Olson pulling up alongside, looking over at him, gets the win. 905 at 137. To take out Kissel, who goes 959 on the 958. So David moves on. He'll take on Roeto in the next round. Here comes Derek Dory, number 2 in the division last year down in the South Central D4 competition. He'll come back to run Robert Sanders. 9:15 by Dory on a 9:13 at 139 miles an hour. So it'll be Nash and Fitzpatrick. The multi-time Summit ET Sportsman champ, Michael Nash, taking on the reigning division champ, Fitzpatrick. Towson out of Louisiana with the bye. Derek Dory and Robert Sanders, a couple gentlemen who have raced numerous times before. And Pat Roeto taking on Dave Olson. 7 bikes left in eliminations. Top Dragster getting ready to roll up next. And just because he loves coming up to see us and talk about all of his Top Dragster friends and competitors and his top sportsman friends and competitors. Don O'Neill, the NGK Chevrolet. Unfortunately, coming to a end as his race weekend in round number 1. He's getting ready and prepped to go for round number 2, but he loves to come up and join us and talk about top sportsman and top dragster here in the tower. So here you are, son.
Did you say I love to?
You love to. Well, if you're not racing, you like coming up.
Well, this is true.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like hockey's version of the penalty box.
There you go.
You know, I get penalized. I got to come up here and hang out with you.
Hanging out with me can be a penalty, let me tell you. Ask Warren. Ask Warren. He'll vouch for that.
So if I ever get a contract, should I ask for hazardous pay because I have to work with you? And in the Army, we always got hazard duty pay. So, all right. Well, yep. It's Fine Line Graphic Top Dragster, correct? That's what we do in Madcap. Sorry about that.
Madcap and Fine Line.
Madcap and Fine Line, Top Dragster. Okay. That's all right. I'm over here in D5 land. And I almost spurted off with Oakley Motorsports Diamond Pistons there. So round number 3, we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 cars.
How many are you going to bring back?
I don't know, 5, 6? Why's it got to be 6? All right. So, first pair to roll out from underneath the tower on the Aeromotive side, Victoria Johnson. She is going to look over and take on J.R. Lobner from right down the road in Gardner, Kansas. Victoria dialed in at a 673, J.R. 707. And I'm sure his wife and boys have the iPad playing at home, enjoying that as they watch Dad try to make his way on to round number 4. Victoria down from Arvada, Colorado. She is sponsored by Saratoga Casino. I'm going to go out on a limb and say she likes to gamble. And JR, he's a mechanic. Him and his dad run a mechanic shop in Gardner, Kansas. Work hard. Yeah, work hard, play hard for sure. Absolutely. So, 2 carburetor motors getting ready to take on, 615 and 632. Big block Chevrolets. And we're in and we're ready to go. Well, we're going to see if JR can make up this at the finish line. He's 41 back here. She's 27. And he does. 5-foul finish line. Victoria just kind of went down there, and I think she just kind of gave up the fight, maybe. JR, 712 with a 2. 41 back here. He snuck that one out. Next pair up, David Harrington from down the road in DeSoto, Kansas on the Aeromotive side. Looks over at one of the 2-time champs that's here on the property, Jeff Strickland from Red Bay, Alabama, sign pump, sticker pump, 14 American Pro Charger. I am sure Jeff's whole entire family is back home listening, tuned in. Somebody's got to run the shop when Jeff's out here on the road racing. So 685 for Harrington, 639 for Strickland. Oh, Strick turns it red, 2 thou. Harrington's 14 and 4 above. So he will move on to round number 4. Up next, we're going to have a battle of nitrous cars. Jennifer White and husband Jeff up from Conroe, Texas on the Aeromotive side. Dialed in at a 620. White Noise. Crazy paint scheme on it. Bye to final. There we go. All right. John Biaggi on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, dialed in at 624. So just a few numbers separating these two. Although they were separated by over a tenth in qualifying. Jennifer qualified number 13 at 619. John was 18 at 624. So he's hanging right there with the tune-up. So this will be, this more than likely is going to be decided right here on the starting line. Both cars typically get off, no shake, and cruise right on down the racetrack. 762 inches for Jennifer, 632 for John. We're inching. We're blinking. We're ready. And it is Jennifer's 24, John 16 at the stripe. Give it to Biaggi, 631 on a 624 dial. Jennifer went 638 and 212. Next, we're going to have Danny Nelson, Racecraft Chassis, 540 on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack, dialed in at 619. Prescott Dean in the ex-Lobner family blower top dragster. He's a 25-year-old pilot. How do they say that? Olathe? Olathe? They need to put a hyphen in there if they want that to be Olathe. Sounds like Olay. All right, 675 on the O'Reilly side, 619 on the Aeromotive side. Vortec charged on the Aeromotive side for Mr. Nelson. Blower for Mr. Dean. Dean was good. Danny Nelson's better. Finish line. And we're going to give it to Danny. Danny 005, and wow, she switched the screen on me. 21-7 at 230 to Mr. Dean 677 at 198. And this is our official buy, Mr. Baxter. Going to take a nice easy ride down the racetrack. And he put 623 on the dial board. Up from Beckville, Texas. Says he's 66 years old and retired. At least he didn't put Social Security in there, because then I'd, blinked it on, and here we go. Solid lap, 394 to the 8th mile. Got him a nice little time run there, 6:17.8. 182 to the 8th at 195 at the quarter. Things that make you go, Now we are going to have our broke by. Mr. Dahlberg, Division 5 champ, was supposed to be taking on Brandon Martinson from Ladora, Iowa, and he did not make the call. So Mr. Dahlberg's going to ease on down the racetrack with his Madcat Racing engine, 640 cubic inch. Oh, that sounded a little shaky. And he got him a clean one to the 1,000, 681.0 at 182. And Mr. Dahlberg will come back, take on Mr. Biaggi, Rusty Baxter and J.R. Lobner, and David Harrington, and Mr. Nelson in the round of number 4 for Fine Line and Madcat, right? Top Baxter? Okay, I'm going to get that right. And so next up,
Comp Eliminator.
oh, we sneaked them back in. Okay. Top, comp, and top. That is it. I'm noticing, Bob.
Super Comp. As we call Super Comp now, back to the lanes, please. Super Comp need round number 3, back to the lanes. Super Comp, come on down.
Bob, do you ever notice as the day progresses and the number of rounds continue, the number of golf cart tops at the finish line down there continue to increase? And multiply.
It multiplies, it grows. Well, it's kind of like people don't have cars to get ready, so they sit and watch.
I just want to see them do the wave from way down there. What time is it? Is it like 4 o'clock?
It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So I am sure that there's some cold beverages being consumed.
No, you think so?
Well, it's a little warm out there. They got to stay hydrated.
That's true.
Friday, 5 o'clock in Evansville, Indiana. Would there be beverages consumed?
Well, see, it's still 4 o'clock in Evansville because we're the only part of the state that's still in the central time zone, nonetheless. So, for those that are on the East Coast, though, please, by all means, crack a cold one.
Crack a cold one. Pop the top on a barley pop.
That is it for sure.
Yep.
But we are cruising right along here. What do we have in comp? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Very good.
How much you want to bet that Brad and Greenheck will be the first pair out? Do you think? Plord likes to go first.
Plord does like to go first. I'm not going to argue the point.
I'm looking. I don't see the buggy though. Oh, he's not going to be going first.
I've also had to race Brad Plord when we were the last pair down the racetrack.
I got a couple of those.
And thankfully he was having car trouble that day, and I got that first round win. Hey, my one and only claim to fame started with a first round win over Brad Plord.
Well, it's like anything else. If you race long enough, you're going to pick them up sooner or later.
Oh, I'm here to tell you. Matt Harris and Dwayne Robeson come rolling in now as we roll into Comp Eliminator. 10 cars left, as Don so succinctly counted up a moment ago. We'll whittle it down to our 5 quarterfinalists.
You do notice that I've used all 5 fingers on each hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I gave you credit. You didn't use Common Core.
No.
Because
just really easy
you'd
to-
still be counting next week at this time.
Yeah, probably so.
Harris in on the 830 index for the E-altered runner out of Nebraska. Dwayne coming over from Gardner. Just on the south side of the KC metro area. 790 the index for his C-altered machine. So we look to take our 10 cars, whittle it down to 5, work towards crowning our Comp Eliminator champion for race number 1 here at Heartland Motorsports Park and our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Harris is away. Dwayne's away. He can't get a whole lot tighter than that. But that's not a good sign for Dwayne because it means the higher qualified car going to cruise on down, and that was Matt Harris, 781 at 165 miles an hour as he dances down the racetrack. They were virtually identical in reaction time, separated only by a thou. And for Dwayne Robeson, that wasn't good because he needed to pick up a little bit more or a little bit advantage on the starting line to have any shot. So they weren't number 1 pair, they are number 2 pair. Bad Brad Port, your Lucas Oil rep, driving Harry Schwartz's AA altered methanol, 379 cubic inch, really a small motored Brad Anderson combination. 703 the index, your number 1 qualifier. He went 634 in qualifying. Doesn't want to do that here, trust me. The Jim Greenhex de-altered automatic. The C-Tech Manufacturing, racecabinet.com. On an 813 index, if Jim cuts any kind of a light, let me tell you, Brad Plort is going to have to use up some of that AA altered methanol index to chase him down at the other end. Because that's a pretty nasty little Camaro over here on the right-hand side, coming out of the number 6 qualifying spot. Plord, who's always been a known lever on the tree, going to be chasing down Greenheck.
And this is for a bye.
And this is for a bye at 5 cars. Yes, it is. A bye to the semifinals. Hang on to your hats. Greenheck out in front. Brad at the stripe, 644. It's 59 under for Brad.
Ouch.
As he goes cruising through at 195 miles an hour. 757 by Greenheck. Jim went down track. They were literally dead even out of the gate. Jim was 23 on the tree. Brad was 20, but Plord kept his foot in it. Used up a little bit, and something tells me that that Roadster has probably got a little bit extra to play with. Just saying. Tony Pontillo taking on Doug Ingles now. Your number 8 qualifier, Ingles, a little V6 powered. Jesse Plant chassis machine over here on the right-hand side. 791, Ingles is going to go first on his index. Tony Pontillo. The Don's Machine Shop, Kenosha, Wisconsin-based runner. B-Dragster automatic, and Ingles goes red. Pontillo gets a freebie. And Pontillo moves on to the quarterfinals. Well, he'll come back to take on Matt Harris. Doug Ingles, 18 thousandths of a second. Too quick off the line. Doug probably will tell you that he didn't need to push quite that hard on the starting line. He wanted a good line. But going 18 thou red certainly was anywhere close to what he wanted to do. Now Michael Compton, Frank Aragona come rolling in. They are on the short side of the ladder. Plord has already earned a bye run to the semifinals. Terry Teasel, Chad Vogus, Mike Compton, and Frank Aragona are all duking it out for a bye run to the finals. Because those two pair are getting ready to run now. And Compton, out of Neosho, Missouri, picking up a former Bayou Boys, Mosier Engineering. super mod machine. Pulls it out of the super stock ranks. Makes a few modifications, changes it over to the comp eliminator ranks. Michael's still getting a little acclimated to the car. A new hot rod for him. But he has progressively been improving as the day goes on, or as the weekend goes on. Frank Aragona, your reigning comp champ, the 6-cylinder Chevrolet out of New Jersey. Compton's going to make Aragona work for this one if he can. Yes, he can. 8:04. 148 miles an hour. Compton, I thought, had a little bit more ump down there at the other end of the racetrack. So Aragona's safe as he moves on to the quarterfinals. Now, who is Frank going to run for that bye run into the final round? Is it going to be Terry Teasel's iCar? Pontiac is going to be Chad Vogus with the half a V8 4-cylinder. Neal and Park's chassis machine coming out of Frank's shop. Frank and Scott's shop is right down the road from Heartland Motorsports Park. Vogus out of St. Peter's, Mo. 500 cubic inch V8, put on a bandsaw table, cut in half, made a 4-cylinder out of it. Chad coming off couple of pretty strong showings the last two Division III events over in Indianapolis and in Joliet, Illinois, where he made the finals both races. He proved victorious in one. Now Vogus on the 818 index, going to give Teasel's small-motored Pontiac a bit of a handicap start. They're trying to chase him down. And let me tell you, right now, Chad Vogus would love to take on Frank Aragona in the next round of eliminations. First and foremost, though, you got to get by Terry Teasel. Teasel's put this car in the winner's circle before on more than one occasion, and he knows how to get it done as well. So Teasel there on the left-hand side. Chad on the right. Teasel off and running. Chad off and running. 8 thousandths of a second difference between the two off the line. It's going to be Vogus. 772 at 163, taking 22,000 stripe down at the end. And Chad Vogus will come back to run Frank Aragona. Battle of the 32 Bantams. 843 by Terry Teasel. If he'd run his qualifying lap of an 835, well, let's just say things might be looking a little bit different. But the quarterfinal set and comp eliminator, Brad Plord with the bye. Tony Pontillo taking on Matt Harris, and Chad Vogus. Frank Aragona going to be duking it out for the twofer. And then moving on to the final round in comp eliminator.
That means it's time for Top Sportsman.
That's why I turned my microphone off so you can talk.
First player coming up with a nice little easy bye run, whoever the winner gets here. Todd Stahlbomber in the Aeromotive side, dialed in at 740. Taking on Lance Rutledge, 781 from Spring, Texas. Whoever wins here gets a bye into the next round. Oh, Rutland won an oval 2 weeks ago. So we could say that Lance is on a hot streak.
Not doing bad.
Not doing bad. 615 cubic inches, taking on 530 inches with a little bit of blower going in front of Mr. Stahlbomber, contractor from Seneca, Kansas. Is that what it is? I need to understand the Indian names. We're bumping in. And here we go. Well, one was 11, one was 20. Top end, here it comes. Scoreboard, little rip. Give it to Stahlbombers. Taking 6th out, one above. He was 11, Rutland was 20. Mr. Stahlbomber will get to enjoy the bye run into the next one. Aeromotive side, Kelly Land, Amarillo, Texas. 696 dial. Taking on Glenn Wright in his 2012 Camaro, 762 cubic inches. out of Odessa, Texas. Another two people that could have stayed inside the state and raced each other. They didn't have to come all the way to Heartland Park, but we are glad that they decided to make the trip. I'm sure Rob Park will go down and shake their hands later for stopping by. They could have gone to San Antonio. Yeah, they could. They could have just met in a Walmart parking lot as long as it was in Texas. Had to have been closer than coming here. Just saying. Kelly Land, 674 cubic inches in his 63 Corvette. Easing up towards the starting line. Mason motioning Glenn into the pre-stage beams. We're going to settle this one in 1,320 feet as they slowly bump in. Here we go. Somebody is not going to be happy when they look at their time slip. Kelly Land, 21, dead on 0, taking 500s. Glenn Wright is dead on. However, he was 70 back here. He'll move on. Mr. Monty Weaver, Division 4 champ last year from Lubbock, Texas, 63 Corvette in the finals. Runner-up last week in Denver, 540 cubic inches on the aeromotive side, dialed in at 636. Now, be very interesting. Monty was making popcorn last round on the starting line, and he's looking over at Mark McDonald, 664 on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. And Mark was not looking at the Christmas tree when it came on last round. So we've got potential popcorn and starting line issues. We're going to see which one of these are going to forget what happened last round and make it happen this round. Not much separation on the dial. 36 and a 64. Mile an hour wise, they're going to be relatively close. And we still have popcorn, and Mark was paying attention this time. 006 up front and dead on 9. Taking a lot. Yeah, a lot. Okay. Well, the good thing about it is the Weaver camp will get that fixed for the next race, as Mark will move on to the next round. Up next, number 2 man in the world last year in Top Sportsman, J.R. Lobner, 745 dial, taking on Mr. Slatton, dialed in at 681 from Fort Collins, Colorado. He's an engine builder, 05 Pontiac, 673 cubic inches in his Grand Am. JR 622 in the 96 Cutlass. This, I think, happened a couple different times last year that JR and Dave ended up matched up. As JR whittled his way through the Top Sportsman ranks to end up with a number 2 on the side of his car. When all was said and done, Mr. Slatton does not care. He's looking to turn on a win light and move on to the next round. And just like the number on the side of JR's car, Dave Slatton turned it to red. And JR eased on down the racetrack. So this is our laddered by Mr. Firestone. And he will move on to take on Kelly Land next round. And Mark McDonald and J.R. Lobner will be the top side of the ladder with the bye to the final on their side. Alan Firestone getting a little breeze from his son Kyle, who obviously is forgiving his dad for beating him first round. I don't have my dad racing with me, but still, if he beat me, I'd probably still have some hard feelings, just saying. So we're going to say that Kyle's a lot bigger person than I am. Give that door a little slam and tell Dad to get it done here. Firestone out of the elite group, 16 Camaro, 754 cubic inches, little nitrous, just a little bit. And we're going to see what he's going to decide to show his hand here as he moves on into the next round. 005 red, and he legged her right on out. 660 with a 4 at 210, and he will take that confidence builder into the next round against Mr. Kelly Land. So what's that give us? How many is that left there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you even wrote that? I thought maybe you were just like drawing over there. That was like, dude, is that that's that professional announcer stuff that you guys do? You write? Oh, I got.
We make notes for the.
Oh.
Like to sit in and help.
The interns?
Yeah.
I get it. I totally get it. We need like manpower, Kelly Services. We got like temp help. I turned in an application. They just never called, so I just figured I'd just show up. Not really sure how that works. All right, Bob. See you next round. I'm going to go get my picture taken.
I figured you were going to go down there to the finish line and lead the wave.
Bob, that might be a challenge accepted.
Well, when you get down there, tell everybody I said hi. And we can see him from up here. Be sure and wave.
Give you the parade wave?
Give the parade wave.
Parade wave.
Or do the big wave. I don't care.
We'll have some fun.
Super Gas needs you to lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to lanes. Super Cop, you should already be there. Super Gas needs you. Do the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. We continue working our way through rounds of elimination. Don says he's going to go down and lead the wave down there at the finish line amongst all the golf cart spectators. So look for Don O'Neill and Di to come down and join y'all here in a little bit. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, our Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster cars down to our quarterfinalists. Our Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman cars down to our quarterfinalists. Cop Eliminator down to our quarterfinalists. And same for our Sportsman motorcyclists. Super Cop getting ready to come up. We got a few of these to whittle down. And as he has been all day long, Warren Evans steps in and says, hey, I'll do Super Cop. And I'm like, okay, you got 39 of them left according to my numbers.
Well, I think I can make my way through that. I'll try my best. Anyway. 39 Super Comp. That means 20 of them will be back for the next round. Steve Collier, Benton, Louisiana, left side, number 8 on the car. Top 10 finisher in the world last year. Jeremy Demers, alongside from Carroll, Iowa. For Demers Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Tire, VP Fuels, Dennis Ridgeway Enterprises. Lots of folks helping him get out to the car, out to the track, get his car out to the track. Try to string all those words together so they make sense. Collier, Demers, Jeremy, 006 red. His day is done. Steve Collier will advance. Collier 886 at 181. Collier, your winner. Jeremy Demers, red light start, 888 at 180 miles per hour. Chuck Ridenauer pulls up next. Ridenauer out of Plainfield, Indiana. The RCE, that's Rolla Competition Engines, American chassis race car. You'll see the Division 5 runner over on the right side, Tyler Banks from Kansas City. undercover car over here on the right, both of them with big block Chevrolet power. Taking their time finding the stage beam here. Banks finally rolls in. Right now we're right behind. Here we go. No red lights here. Clean and green. Down the track they go. So for Tyler Banks, he was perfect at the starting line. Triple zeros. 889.6 on the double breakout win. Banks 4 thousandths under. Right now, 7 thou under. 889.3 at 177. Banks led him across and won on the double breakout. Luke Bogacki. Cool Hand Luke. Lee Edmond alongside. Bogacki always rolls out the newest, trickiest stuff. Long list of great companies helping him get out to the racetrack. He is a professional drag racer. American Race Cars, K&M Filters, the list goes on and on. Lee Edmond, old style, vintage, rear engine dragster. The car is 40 years old. He's out in front. He's been turning wind lights on all day. Not this time around. Cool Hand Luke goes 007 on the tree, 887 at the finish line at 173. Edmond a little bit later on the starting line. 022, that's no slouch. But when you're running a former world champ, 022 not likely to move you on. And that was the case here as Lee Edmond ends his day. Now it's time for Bradford Core. Bradford from Crowley, Louisiana. It's a Miller car, rear Morrison power. Richard Leone alongside. 2019 Danny Nelson Racing. I'm sorry, that's a Race Tech chassis. Big block Chevy power. Leone 005 up front. Dead one at the finish line, a 6-pack for Richard Leone. The New Jersey racer for the win. Leone 890 with a 1 at 163. Core cross first, 2 quick, 888 at 172. Caleb Clewine. The His Glory Racing. Butch's Auto Center. Dragster left side, Butch Clewine. I believe that's Dad. Austin Williams over here on the right side of the track. Top 10 runner of the world last year. Trying to string some rounds together here. Move up in the points. Williams better at the starting line. But the double breakout win goes to Caleb Clewine. 888.8 at 170. Caleb, your winner. Austin Williams, 888.6. So by 2 thousandths of a second. Austin Williams loads it up. Caleb moves on. We saw Steve earlier. Here's Coy Collier coming up now. Another member of that Manpower Racing team out of Benton, Louisiana. Timothy Schuster alongside for Georgetown Mortgage. Schuster, the Division 5 runner out of Littleton, Colorado. Everybody getting calmed down, settled down, rolling into the beams. Schuster's in. Collier on the shallow side. Away he goes. Collier knew what he was doing. Collier on the double breakout. Picks up the win. 887 at 166. Schuster 886 at 169. Breaks out by a little bit more. Collier had the advantage on the starting line. 007 to 016. Advantage Collier. Collier picks up the round win. Dusty Meyer. That is the green and black machine left side alongside the multicolored Pluta Racing entry for Dane Pluta. Pluta out of Blair, Nebraska. Yeah. Advantage Pluta on the starting line. Advantage Pluta at the finish line. They both go 8.907. Identical at the finish line, 890 with a 7. Margin of victory up here at the starting line. Dane Pluta's 008 turns on the win light. Meyer was right there with an 020. But the 12th thou up front is the margin of victory at the finish. Justin Owens. He'll line up next to Brian Milam. Owens left side, Blanchard, Oklahoma. Milam right side, Lawndale, Illinois. Red light start for Justin Owens means win light for Brian Milam. He'll advance another round. Milam, finish line 892 at 168. Milam, your winner. Justin Owens, 894 at 171. And an 019 red on this end. Landon Stahlbomber, Wakarusa, Kansas, the Land Air Express, DRE entry. He's in the Aeromotive lane, left side. The O'Reilly lane, right side, that's Travis Nygaard from Watertown, South Dakota. For Team Ethanol, Erickson built machine. Three thou difference at the starting line. At the finish line, it's going to be an 890 with a 6 for the win for Landon Stahlbomber. 155 for the speed. Travis Nygaard crossed the stripe first by 2 and broke out by 2. 888, 2-2 quick at 167. That means Landon gets to play for another round. Vern Rowland comes up now. Rowland has a tough draw here in this round of competition as he's got Craig Anderson right side of the track, aka Big Head. Joey Hessling's car over here on the right. For American Race Cars, APD. Good looking drag race shaping up right now. Win light says it is Vern Rowland taking it. Rowland. Dead 8 at the stripe, 008 up front, 16 thousandths package. Big Head broke out 889, crossing first and breaking out. Tony Brown pulls up next. He's paired up alongside Ken Sharp. Brown, part of that Manpower Collier Racing Team left side. Ken Sharp for Annie Ann's Pretzels. Boy, that sounds good right now. Sharp from Omaha, Nebraska. Brown, Hallsville, Texas. Get off the starting line. Green light starts. At the quarter mile mark, it's going to be another double breakout. 888.8, both sides. Comes back to the starting line. Tony Brown, 009 light. That proves to be the winner. Ken Sharp, 029. Brown, 009. Win light on the identical double breakout goes to Tony Brown. Mike Bailey. Bailey left side. Dan Foley. Foley right side. For Mega Learning and Foley's Electric, Dan Foley right side of the track from McKinney, Texas. Mike Bailey. Midlothian, Texas. My World Travel Team Midlothian. Somehow I feel like I'll wind up there sooner or later. A little little whomping going on down there. How about an 890 with a 1? Dead on 1 at the finish line for Dan Foley. Foley was 018 up front. That was the better light of the two. Bailey 891.7, 037, trailing on both ends. Foley puts the package together and gets the win light. Michael Bjorum, Rick Huffman. They'll pair up next. Bjorum left side, Huffman right side. Huffman lights the cherry. Attention in the pit area. We need Super Street. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Mike Bjorum, your winner, 886 at 155. Just a time run. As Rick Huffman, red light start, 892 and out. Is that right? So both racers on that pass have had rear differential problems. Both of them had to replace it. And here they are going into later rounds. Mike Bjorum gets to wear it out one more round. Staying alive. Ricky Hill and Shauna Brinkley. Hill left side, Brinkley right. Shauna keeps going rounds here in her Super Comp car. A career day for her so far. Young lady only 19 years old. Representing LODRS Casino and Resort. Ricky Hill alongside. Both of them go green at the start. So Ricky out front. Shauna's day comes to an end. 895 at 173 for Shauna. Great job today, going 3 rounds. Ricky Hill, your winner. 890 with an 8. Dead on with an 8 at 162. Ricky better at the starting line as well. Gave him a little room to work at the finish line, and he goes dead 8 to turn on the win light. So somewhat disappointed. Can't be too disappointed about that, as Shauna keeps improving every time she goes down the track. Jeremy Lurkey. He'll line up left side of the track, the aeromotive lane, alongside Michael Sechrist. Sechrist out of Wichita, the O'Reilly side. Lurkey from Omaha, aeromotive side. And Lurkey breaks out. Crosses first. 2 under, 888. Your winner, Michael Sechrist. He was 014 on start, 891.4 at the finish line at 184. So Michael Sechrist gets the win ticket. He'll be back for the next round. Jeremy Lurkey, 888, 2-2 quick at 151. Taryn Green, she's having a good day alongside Terry Sullivan. Green left side, Sullivan right. Texans a pair on the starting line. So I've seen staging battles. This appears to be a pre-stage battle. Now they're starting to roll forward. Now they're starting to roll forward. Hey! Taryn found the pre-stage beam. Terry. I don't want to be too critical, but it's only a 4-day race. Taryn's in. Terry finally is in. Terry might have had a little problem there. And look at that. So So Terry pulls up to the starting line. The car's not going to go forward. That's pretty clear. That's what all that messing around was about. Terry was having a problem. Taryn takes the green light, drives it out the back door, breaks out by 3. Congratulations, Terry Sullivan. Your Christmas gift here in July. You know it. Taryn Green breaks out. Win light for Terry Sullivan because he was staged, took the green light. And that was that. Greg Nicoletti. The Racers Evolved Oakley performance-powered Ford dragster over there. Nicoletti out of Lakewood, Colorado. He lines up next to Jay Bunce from Piedmont, Oklahoma. The Cunningham Motorsports dragster over here on the right. With a little help from Mickey Thompson Tires here in the O'Reilly lane. Well, I'd say too close to call on the starting line. They're both 018 up front. 891 for Jay Bunce for the win. Nicoletti 892 at 173. 891 for your winner, Jay Bunce at 167. Identical reaction times. Now it's time for Dwayne Cole and Rick Hughes. Hughes left side, Cole right side. Hughes, the Indiana runner. Cole from Lincoln, Nebraska. The Cole Racing Shorty dragster over here on the right. Seems to be a chassis style in favor right now, particularly in bracket racing. Final call for Super Street. Final call for Super Street to the lane. And attention in the pit area. Top Alcohol Dragster. We need you to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. Top Alcohol Dragster. This is your call to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. Rick Hughes for the win. 891 at 170. Cole breaks out. 888. At 165. So once again, final call for Super Street. And our first call goes out for Top Alcohol Dragster. You are invited to the staging lanes for qualifying session number 2. Robbie Gear pulling up now alongside Terry Pollard. Robbie left side, Terry right side. Once again, Top Alcohol Dragster to the lanes. Final call, Super Street. So Robbie Gears, 004 on the tree, leaves second. Terry Pollard, how about this? Trip, zip at the start. 890 with a 1 at the finish, a 1-pack. For Terry Pollard. Want some of that? Matt Selden gets the bye into the next round. As we should be if we counted correctly. Down to 20 cars as soon as Matt Selden turns on the win light down there. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Your final call already given. Top Alcohol Dragster, you can make your way to the staging lanes for your second qualifying session. Leaves 012 early. That's all right. 892, 158 for Matt Selden. So that rounds out Super Comp. Next up, it's Super Street. Super Gas. Then Super Street. Then Alcohol Dragster.
And then probably Alcohol Funny Car behind that.
And then probably Alcohol Funny Car. We're pretty sure on that one. But we'll wait until we get the official okey doke. Bob Unkefer, Super Gas. Tell us all about it.
Oh, we're going to slow everything up a little bit from your 890 cars, Warren, to the 990 category. According to my official cheat sheet, should have about 25 cars left. Mitch Withers comes rolling in to Pratt, Kansas. Corvette Roadster. By the way, I got my $2 bills ready for my Roadster winner. Do you have your 4 $1 bills ready? Oh. What you're saying is you may not have the money on hand. Well, that's because the Roadster guy's going to win, so you can save your money anyway. $988 by Mitch at 160 miles an hour. We'll get you to $4 somehow or another. Chris Whitfield, the double up winner out Vandermeer Speedway at the opening race, taking on Norm Brungart's. Brungart's 3D Resources entry. The Camaro Roadster on the left-hand side. Whitfield off and running over here on the O'Reilly side. Brungart in the aeromotive lane trying to reel him in now at the other end of the racetrack as Whitfield off and running and gets the win. 989.8 beats a 989.2. You can count them on, well, a little over one hand. 0.06 of a second difference. Down at the other end of the racetrack, and Whitfield moves on as we whittle our field down to our final 13 or so race cars. Butch Clewine in the Butch's Front Street Automotive Repair. Camaro Roadster taking on Tim Parker's Camaro Roadster. So we got roadsters everywhere. A little bit better out of the gate, Tim Parker. A little bit better at the stripe, Butch Clewine. So Butch gets to dance one more round. 996 and 156. 1019 by Timmy. 161 miles an hour. Joe Ackerman's Camaro comes rolling in now. The engineered seals and components entry. Coming down from the Hawkeye State over here on the right-hand side. And Jolie Mitchell. Lone Star State campaigner. Raised in Ennis, now his hometown is Bossier City in Louisiana. A little bit better out of the gate, Joe Lee. A little bit better at the stripe, though, Joe Ackerman. Joe Lee Mitchell, 989.9, breaking out by a foul down at the other end of the racetrack. 996 by Ackerman. Joe Lee got down there, took a little bit too much stripe. By 1,000th of a second. Had some room to play with down at the other end and just let that one slip by. Tom Carlson and Don Wetstein working their way down the racetrack now. The Chevy 2 Wetstein out of Garnett. Just a little east and south of here. Luckily Don doesn't have to go home this evening and stick around for race number 2 tomorrow because race number 1's done. Carlson with a 991. For the Two Harbors, Minnesota-based runner at 157 miles an hour. So Wetstein's day is done. Carlson moves on. Kevin Burnett's Ferrari Roadster taking on Craig Maddox's Prowler. Probably two of the most unique bodies in super gas racing across the country. I mean, there aren't a lot of Prowlers. There certainly aren't a lot of fiberglass Ferraris. The Ferrari gets to stay and play. Maddox lights the red bulb by 13 thousandths of a second. 992 by Burnett. 131 mile an hour run down the racetrack. So Maddox's day is done. Burnett moves on. Van Arnold taking out a heavy hitter in the last round and one of the Sawyers. Now he's got another one in Mike Miller. Number 6 in the world last year. Miller out of New Mexico. Ford-powered roadster over here on the right-hand side, and Arnold's Chevrolet Corvette roadster there on the left. Miller goes 10 on the tree. Van Arnold was dead late, and then Miller goes down and takes a huge chuck of stripe and hands the win right back over to Van, who goes 990 for the win. Miller with a 984 to 148 after a 10th out starting line reaction time advantage. Mark Philbrick's Mustang comes up next on the right-hand side, taking on the Cavalier. Alan Bush there on the left-hand lane. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, you should be. Alcohol Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster. To the lanes, if you would, please. Philbrick to Strasburg, Colorado. Snap Automotive Specialist Ford over here. Mark Motors through 991 at 159. 987 for Alan Bush. 167 mile an hour run, but the breakout on the other end by Allen. The win light for Philbrick. Steve Hayes and Ray Sawyer. Going to do battle next is Ray. One of the pair of Sawyer clan. Senior of the Sawyer clan. For Autometer and Hoosier. Wheel of his Camaro here on the right-hand side. Taking on the Colorado-based runner out of American Trucking. Steve there on the left-hand side. Ray Sawyer, 988 at 173. 986 at 165. Dale Evans gets the win as Dennis Hay lights the red bulb. This is Corvette. After a good run in the last round, 13th out too quick this round, and Dale Evans. For Konica and Marco and Bernatello. Ooh, Italian, that sounds good. What are Mama D's cooking for dinner tonight? Italian sounds good. 989, 164 by Dale, 987 by Dennis after the red light start. Keith Kuhn's Ford keeps rocking and rolling, taking on Chuck Ridenhour's Little Vega now. The 421 combination for Chuck. Kuhn on the left out of Minden, Nebraska. K&K Auto Repair entry. Kirk, who won it all down in Tulsa a couple of years ago. Memory serves me correctly. Kuhn goes rocking and rolling now down track in the T-Bird. Ridenhour's Little Vega out in front. Here comes 445 cubic inches of romping, stomping Fomoco. And he gets the win, dead on 7. At 142, 995 by Ridenhour. 109 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. And Chuck may have looked over his shoulder and not seen that Thunderbird swooping down on him from behind. Did you catch that, Thunderbird swooping? Yeah, okay. Kuhn gets the win at 142, and that's what matters for him. Scott Udenberg and Chris Edson. Udenberg out of Two Harbors, Minnesota. Edson coming up from Mineral Wells, Texas. And, hey, what greater place to meet than middle ground here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Udenberg down track, 987.7, a little bit quicker than Edson's 988.8. See if you got an 88 versus an 87. Yeah, about 11 thousandths margin down at the other end of the racetrack. Coy Collier taking on Dwayne Cole, Cole's Corvette. The C5 body style over here on the right-hand side out of Nebraska. Collier's Camaro, the door car out of Manpower and Collier Racing. They're on the left-hand side, the Aeromotive lane. Final call, alcohol dragster lanes. Final call, alcohol dragster needs you to the lanes. Funny car. Top alcohol funny car needs you to come on down if you would, please. Top alcohol funny car needs you to the staging lanes, please. Collier runs through 989 at 150 miles an hour, 988 by Dwayne. Separated down at the other end of the racetrack by 7 thousandths of a second. Cole was 988.5, Coy was 989.2. And those scant, measly, skinny 7 thousandths of a second made all the difference in the world down at the other end. As Coy gets to advance on, and Dwayne's day is done. Super Street, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. We've called all of you all to the lanes, please. Qualifying session number 2 for alcohol dragster and funny car. Need you to come on down. Super Street round number 3 coming at us. Should be whittled down to about 28 cars, otherwise known as 14 pair. Tony Leonard out of Minnesota. That sweetheart little 70 Chevy Nova there on the left-hand side. Terry Miller's 63 first generation Chevy 2 here on the right. Leonard's car, by the time the 70s rolled around, you could get the V8. Terry Miller probably came with a little 6-cylinder in it. Leonard moves on, 1089 at 120. 1088 by Miller at 125, 5 thousandths difference between them going down the racetrack is Allison Prose. Taking on Scott Dugdale now. Prose is Super Street, Honey Creek Collision. Big block powered Camaro and Scott Dugdale's Third gen Camaro over there on the left-hand side, down from Minnesota. Allison off and running. A little bit better at the two lights, Miss Allison. A little bit better at the stripe, though, Dugdale. On a double breakout, 0.02 of a second difference. Dugdale goes 1088.2. Allison goes 1088.0. Can you say holy guacamole? Maybe it should be holy cheese curds, because the Minnesota racer got the win. Jeff Kaufman and Jim Burrell come rolling in next. Burrell's Ford over here on the right-hand side. Winner. Kaufman lights the red bulb by 0.09 of a second with his Chevy Deuce. As he goes marching down track, 1089.8 after the red light start. 1086 by Jim. Saw the wind lights on down at the other end of the racetrack, and Dad said, hey, might as well keep the foot planted. Give myself a fresh little tune-up run here in the later part of the day, as the air conditions have obviously changed around a little bit. Steve Dominguez starting to get the big dog Camaro dialed in out of Pedigo Performance. Straight Line Engineering. He's got a tough one, though, in young Landon Neely. Mouse motored 66 Nova wagon over here on the right-hand side. Neely's going to be out in front. Then Dominguez, big dog's going to really start putting his paws down at the other end. He goes 1091 at 132 for the win. 1089 by Landon Neely. 126 miles an hour. Darren Pierce, Dell Hall come rolling in next. Darren at the wheel, the Canadian-based 67 Mercury pickup. Dell Hall's Grand Prix over here on the right-hand side as he's getting ready to see if he can send the Manitoba Canada runner back to the pit area. Should be interesting as we continue on. Wind light goes to that 67 Mercury truck. 10.905 at 122. 1086 by Dell Hall. Here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. A little quick. Allowing the truck to pick things up for the next round of eliminations and continue on. Jeff Landholm and Chris Harrelson come rolling in next. In Super Street, round number 3. Whittling our field down, what should be our final 14. You can't call it the Sweet 16 because there's only 14, so. Do you call it the Fairweather 14? The Friendly 14? The Fearsome 14? Yeah, whatever. Landholm there on the Aeromotive side. Big motor Camaro working its way through. Comes up short on a double breakout as Harrelson's. Hot Rod out of Azle, Texas gets the win. 1088 over Landholm's 1083. 135 by Jeff, 137 by Chris, but Chris gets to come back and play. And well, Landholm will have to wait till tomorrow. Austin Seamers. Malacca, Minnesota based. Schubach Chevy taking on Jeff Wheats, the Illinois gunner, in the Barracuda here on the right-hand side. Wheats cruises through 1088 at 137 miles an hour, 1084 by Austin, 141 miles an hour. So again, a double breakout situation. Jeffrey and Reza getting the win as Dick Siebert's ride comes rolling in next alongside Scott Vandevetter. Vandevetter's Hot Rod out of North Glen, up in a beautiful state of Colorado. Siebert trying to go to another final round, the second one in 2 weeks. Not going to do it. He goes 10-84. 113, Vandevetter runs dead on the money, honey. 10-901 at 126. Good for the win. So Siebert's Buick comes to a screeching halt down at the other end of the racetrack. Not literally, but figuratively. Brett Thornton and Tim Forshea. Doing battle now. Thornton up on the left-hand side, Forshea on the right. Thornton goes through 1098 at 142 after a 002 bulb. Forshea 1089.7. Got down there, took the stripe by 38 thou, broke out by 3. Thornton gets to stay and play. Gary Horseman's Falcon still kicking. Taking on Luke Siebert. Can the Sieberts go 1-1? Are they going to go 0 for 2? Seabird taps the brakes, goes 1089.0. Horseman throws down a 19 thou pack. 10 on the tree, dead on 9 for Gary. And into the next round he goes. And the Falcon keeps on kicking. Richard Larson's Farm Corvette up on the left-hand side, taking on Chuck Lowry's Wichita base Camaro. 568 cubic inch Dart power plant for Lowry. Working his way through to a 1089 win at 149. Larson a little bit quicker to 1085. Beginning to think that maybe that headwind's dropping a little bit as they go down the racetrack, but I continue to watch the flag and it continues to stand pretty straight and tall out there. So don't know if everybody's just setting up hot or what the case might be. Dan Smith, Troy Ross. Troy's got his mouse motor Nova out in front. Here comes Dan. Big block Camaro, charging hard, top end, got it. 1083 beats a 1082. 10 thousandths of a second margin for Dan down at the other end of the racetrack. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. Troy a small advantage. Dan able to make it up by the time they got to the finish line. Michael Chitty, Jonathan Anderson, the number 2 man out of Division 2 last year. Just continuing to go rounds. Little Pontiac Sunfire bodied entry there on the left-hand side. And Chitty's Chevy Nova. Coming down from the Hawkeye State. Beautiful country up around Ames, Iowa. .1093, Anderson gets the win at 128. Chitty gets down to the other end of the racetrack, runs 1087, a little quick on the 1090 number. Jonathan, though, forced his hands by a much better reaction time. Jonathan was 13 on the tree. And from that point on, Michael Chitty was playing catch-up. No pickles, no mustard, no onions, just ketchup. And Tom Phillips out of Dallas. Going to get the bye run down the racetrack. .17 on the tree and a 91.0 down at the other end of the racetrack. And that'll put Super Street round number 3 into the books. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. Getting ready to come up next. Alcohol Dragster qualifying. Session number 2. 6 cars taken to the track yesterday. We will qualify 8. I know we've got at least that many, maybe one more. Terry Schmidt pulled up yesterday, went down the right-hand side of the racetrack, the O'Reilly lane, and when he did so, he had a cylinder out on the left bank. You could see the pure power coming out of the engine, forcing him over towards the center stripe. Stayed with it, hung in there for a 592. 243 mile an hour run down the racetrack. Raw pipe, raw fuel, right bank this time. Shuts it off to a 677, a 188. It just never cleaned up. Pumping raw fuel all the way down the racetrack. So no improvement for Terry Schmidt and the crew as they make their way down. The Martin and Schmidt Racing Gang out of Oklahoma. Going to stay in that number 5 spot at this point in time. Stock Eliminator, round number 3. Need you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. Round number 3 needs you to the lanes. Hey, everybody, I want you to grab for your phone right now. Give me a call. Warren, you got yours?
I got mine.
You got your phone. Tim, you got yours? Yep, okay, he's got his phone. If you reach for your phone and you don't have your phone, and you can describe your phone, we have a phone that's been turned in here in the tower. And I'll give you back your phone. Because we all know how important our phones are in our lives anymore, right?
Unfortunately.
Can't get by without it. So Terry Schmidt does not improve. He'll stay where he is with one more qualifying session to go. Jared Dreher came up yesterday, laid down a good 547 lap at 257. He did that on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Rachel Meyer, who was at work yesterday, doing that work thing with the Spring Hill, Kansas-based runner. For NGK, Dots Pretzels, Menards, and Meyer Trucking. Rachel's going to give it a go. See what she can do. So put her on the qualifying sheet. Rachel, love to get into the show, be able to work her way through eliminations to run her sister for the 3rd time in the last year in the final round. First, though, got to qualify. Got to get down the racetrack. Got to put your name on the qualifying sheet. Hopefully be able to put it on the qualifying sheet opposite side of the ladder of Sister Megan. Randy looking in, watching the numbers on the dashboard, making sure the engine tip's where he wants it, got the fuel where he wants it, makes his final adjustments, looks over at Randy Dreher and says, okay, we're ready. You're ready? Yep, Dreher Racing's ready. .537, 267 for Rachel. That'll put her in the show right now, number 4. Jared Dreher goes down track. They're on like a bracket car right now. 547 yesterday, 548 today. 257 miles an hour yesterday, 257 miles an hour today. Good numbers, consistent numbers. Probably going to need a little bit more in the way of numbers come eliminations time. But you know what? They have 2 solid runs now to work with and tune and adjust from. And with one final qualifier coming up around 8 o'clock this evening. It'll be a great opportunity for Team Dreher. See if they can climb up into the top half of the field. Right now, they are number 5. Megan Meyer, Robin Samsel, Christine Chambliss, and Rachel Meyer. And Jared Dreher, Terry Schmidt, and Dean Dubbin. Dean with problems yesterday. Out of the Central McGowan DMP awnings entry. Do believe they lost a blower belt yesterday. This car launched hard off the line. Got down to about the 300-foot mark, and it quit. It did go no more. Waiting for the all clear from the far end of the racetrack. Make sure we've got Rachel and Jared off the top end before we fire up Dean and Christine Chambliss. Chambliss came out yesterday. She had the crew high-fiving back here on the starting line with a 5:35 lap at 267 miles an hour. The young lady out of Scott City, Kansas, really hustled down the O'Reilly side of the racetrack on that run. A pair of blown alcohol machines getting ready to work their way down track now. Well, that wasn't good. Christine Chambliss does her burnout, and the guys are pushing Dean Dubbin back. Dean went to step on the gas, and I don't know if you were paying attention or not, but it sounded like maybe a plug wire or two swapped or something in mag wasn't happy, but it definitely wasn't popping and crackling the way it should have been. As Warren says, it didn't like it at all. And I think that might be the understatement. So Christine Chambliss, 5:35.9, 267 yesterday. Great run for the team out of Scott City. See if they went back to the drawing board, looked at what the graph showed them off the computer. Oop, immediately jumped up on the tires. That time around, Christine's going to motor on down the racetrack to an 840 lap at 134. Looks like they made a few changes inside that automobile. Hoping to get it to hit just a little bit harder. And may have went over center on that one just a little bit because the minute it came off the line, jumped right up on the tires. You can see it's a little bit wisp of smoke starting to come off the slicks on the back of the Scott City, Kansas based machine. And Christine right now will sit in that number 3 spot as Robin Samsel and Miss Megan get ready to make their way down the racetrack. Knew we had another car on the grounds, Gary Cooper's hot rod. Just found out that during test and tune and licensing on Wednesday, they kicked a rod out. They had to make a run home to pick up a spare block. They're putting that engine together now. And they'll be back and out hopefully at 8 o'clock for the final qualifying. Put them into the show. Right now we have 7 cars that have made run down the racetrack. If we can get Gary Cooper's machine down track, that'll make it a full 8-car field. And certainly set things up for life to get a little interesting. There's Miss Megan Meyer over on the left-hand side, the automotive lane. For NGK and Dots Pretzels, Menards, Meyer Trucking. Megan, your number 1 qualifier, 5:33, but only 266 miles an hour yesterday. That car should have been up in the 270 range. Robin Samsel with a great 5:35 lap at 2:56 for the Indiana-based Justice Brothers entry. Robin and Tony having the opportunity. Look at the graph, see if maybe they want to make some changes. Chambliss's crew certainly looked like they did. They may have gone a little too aggressive. Interesting to see what they've got now. Interesting to see what they come out with for our final qualifier at 8 o'clock. Right now, Megan, 5:31, 266 miles an hour, locking up a little bit stronger number 1 qualifying effort. 5:50 by Robin. You can see Samsel's car come off the line, start drifting a little bit towards the center stripe. Samsel backing off just a hair to ease it back into the groove. Still a 5:50 lap, 264 miles an hour. But when you're not running straight and true, 1,320 feet down the racetrack, using up a little bit more. It takes a little bit more time. And also do want to make sure that you got everything safe and secure on your side of the racetrack. So Megan Meyer 1, Robin Samsel number 2. Christine Chambliss sits number 3. Rachel Meyer number 4. And Jared Dreher 5. Terry Schmidt number 6. Dean Dubbin number 7. And hopefully we'll see Gary Cooper's hot rod back out here about 8 o'clock tonight for the final qualifying effort to make it a full 8-car field in our top alcohol dragster category. Top alcohol funny car, I do believe there are 10 cars on the ground, 9 of which are certainly capable of making the show. One of them still finishing up a licensing run. More about that hopefully in a little bit when they come up to see if they can get that final license lap completed. Only need one more good run down the racetrack. But again, more about that when we come back to the final qualifier. Chris Houle, C-Tech Manufacturing. And I got to tell you, whoever designed the C-Tech Manufacturing scheme for Jim Greenheck's car, Chris Houle's car, and everybody else running the C-Tech colors this year, great job. Hello. I don't know where. Well, that's one way to find your cell phone. Have somebody calling for you. Chris Houle, 7-11 last night at 150 miles an hour. They came offline, rattled the tires a little bit. Kevin and Chris, brothers out of Wyoming. Longtime alcohol funny car campaigners. The two brothers do it themselves to Pick up a little bit of help at the tracks as they travel around the country. Kevin making sure Chris is lined up straight and true. Chris looking for a good shot down the racetrack right now. The way this car's been running of late, I would certainly expect a good run down the racetrack right now. RPM's up to about 6,500, 7,000. That's a whole lot more better. How about a 560, 260 mile an hour lap? And they go from the bottom of the qualifying sheet up to the number 2 spot with that 560, 260 mile an hour run. And for C-Tech Manufacturing, great looking automobile and a great run down track to move them up to that number 2 spot. Only car quicker than them so far is Shane Westerfield's 554 from last night, but that 560 run will give Chris and Kevin a little bit of data now. It'll be interesting to see what they come back with for the final qualifier this evening. Scott McVeigh coming up alongside Mark Billington. Billington, the runner out of Prosper, Texas, the Thunder Alley Enterprises machine. Billington, who spent all day yesterday working, rolls in late. Knows he's got 2 shots to qualify today. Billington doing his burnout. This will be his first run down the racetrack. For Scott McVeigh, his second. McVeigh last night, a 577, 253 mile an hour run. Right now, that 577 only good for number 6. Billington knows that his run down the racetrack will fill out the field with 8 cars. Like I said, we have more than 8 alcohol funny cars on the grounds here this weekend. So Billington, not yet in the show, looking to see if he can get in and stay in once all is said and done. McVeigh coming down from Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba, Canada. Scott McVeigh's car still one of the more interesting runs I've ever seen in eliminations. Did it a year or so ago over in Norwalk, Ohio. Closed out an evening's qualifying with what was essentially a final run from the previous race that had been rain delayed. Won that race but did not qualify for the race he was at. McVeigh motors through 581, 252. No improvement over yesterday's 577. But Billington comes out of the trailer, throws down a 576, 252 mile an hour lap, and climbs right in front of Scott McVeigh and rolls into that number 6 qualifying effort. Right now, our 8-car field locked in between 554 and 587. But we got cars to go. And again, another one that has yet to get down the racetrack. So good run by Billington, pull it out of the box and put himself solidly in the field, give himself a little numbers to work with. So we call Super Comp to the lanes again. Stock Eliminator and Super Comp. You all should be in the lanes by now. Stock Eliminator and Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. A little bit of a breeze out of the south, and the funny cars popping their chutes down when they get to the finish line. Takes just a moment or two to make sure we get everybody off the top end of the racetrack before the call can go out to fire the next pair. And we are good to go. Top end's clear. Kyle Smith and Steve Burke's cars coming to life. Rob Park, our Division 5 director, made mention yesterday, and couldn't agree with him more. It is certainly interesting to look at our qualified fields here this weekend, or those trying to qualify. The alcohol dragster ranks, second-generation racers, Rachel and Megan Meyer. Gary Cooper's son completing his licensing laps for top alcohol dragster. You're an alcohol funny car. Tony Smith doing his burnout over on the left-hand side. He's a second-generation racer. His dad, Stan, campaigning the alcohol funny car ranks here in the Central Division for many a year. Kyle Smith. Brian Brown coming in. Brian's got problems. Steve Burke coming in, and he's got problems again. Could not get down the track yesterday. And looks like it's locked up now, not wanting to go backwards. So he's going to get out of Kyle Smith's way. Cruise on down the racetrack. He will have one shot to go for alcohol funny car qualifying once all is said and done. Now, Kyle Smith, the second-generation racers. We watch Steve Burke's car get down to the other end of the racetrack. Brian Brown getting ready to come up, another second-generation racer. The field this weekend literally filled with the kids of former D5 competitors, Central Region competitors, Division 4 competitors. Burke getting a little help off the top end. Kyle Smith sitting and waiting patiently. Meanwhile, a little extra heat building in. Burke's clear. Kyle's getting ready to do his burnout. Like we said, second generation racer, Dad Stan. 4 years campaigning. The blue and pink. Ford here in the middle part of the country. And always a competitor that you knew was going to be a contender for that Wally. Now father-son operation. Son now driving. Brings the RPMs up. And the safety program goes into play. Shuts the motor down. Pops the parachutes. And Kyle right now is going to have to rely on his 576 from last night. They'll take the Mustang back to the pit area. Take a look at it. And for Kyle Smith and Steve Burke, kind of a session. Burke couldn't get it to back up. Kyle couldn't get it to go forward. But we have one more qualifying session to go. That coming up at 8 o'clock this evening. And I will guarantee you that Burke and crew, Smith and crew, and everybody else will do whatever they need to do to be able to get them down this racetrack at 8 o'clock tonight. Last night, the conditions at 8 o'clock were nigh on to perfect. So it'll be interesting to see what the cooler evening air can do for our alcohol fields at that point in time this evening. Bill Bernard and the aforementioned Brian Brown. Stock and Supercom needs you, ladies. Stock. Supercom needs you. The staging lanes, please. Bill Bernard out of Colorado, the pit mat USA. Mustang bodied entry over the left-hand side. And Brian Brown, the Empire Ironworks machine. Brian, another one of our drivers growing up around the sport. Gainesville, Texas based. Contractor, his new Camaro bodied entry over here on the right-hand side. Brian yesterday at 587. Right now, that is good only for number 8. We know we've got at least 2 cars that have yet to make a run down the racetrack to get into the show. Brian wanted to bring the RPMs up just a little bit early. Now we're good. Spins the motor up, creeps it in. Brown, a 577, picking up a 1/10 of a second. 5.777. The good news is they picked up a 10th. The bad news is all they did was tighten up the field because they stay in the number 8 spot. Bill Bernard's 572 for William as he goes cruising through at 251 miles an hour. William will stay number 4 based on yesterday's 567 run. So Shane Westerfield leading the pack with a 554. Chris Houle makes the move, moves up to number 2 this session. Kirk Williams sits number 3. William Bernard number 4. Kyle Smith 5. Mark Billington 6. Scott McVeigh 7. Brian Brown number 8. Steve Burke yet to make a run down the racetrack. And Robbie Massey will be coming up hopefully in a minute. See if he can get his final licensing lap completed. And he'll come back tonight with 1 shot to get into the show. Right now, here's your number 1 and number 3 qualifier. Shane Westerfield and Kirk Williams. Super Stock needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Stock. Looking for you back to the staging lanes. Super Stock need you to the lanes, please. Shane came up yesterday driving Rick Jackson's hot rod, number 2 in the world last year. Teaming up with Rick Jackson for the 2019 season. CP and Corilla Rods, Lucas Oil. Entry out of California. Jackson owns the car. Shane Westerfield driving. It's at number 1, 554. Kirk Williams, the Williams brothers. Help from the Breeze brothers. Family operation for the farmers out of Iowa. Coming up on the left-hand side, Kirk yesterday a 566 lap. Right now, that holds them number 3. Whenever Kirk Williams rolls through the gate, best be on your toes. 572, 254 by Kirk. No improvement, but good lap down the racetrack. Shane got down track about halfway and then had to shut it off for whatever reason. 966 to 60 foot time, but his speed at half track was way off. So the engine was silent in the Corilla Rods machine before they got 660 feet down the racetrack. Shane stays number 1. Kirk Williams stays number 3. With one more car coming up, that being Bob Massey's machine. Massey, of course, for years partnered with Vern Motes, the Kindle, Oil, Alcohol Funny Car for the multiple time division champion, the multiple time national event winner. And the Motes and Massey operation, legendary here in the central part of the country. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, we lost Vern Motes. Bob Massey bought the entire race operation from the Motes estate, Vern's daughter, and now son Robbie, yet another second-generation driver. And Robbie is on a mission right now to make a final run down track and get his alcohol funny car license. Had some great runs on Wednesday during Test and Tune. Came up last night to hopefully make his final licensing run. And the car left the line and went immediately silent. What happened? I do not know, and I did not hear. But Robbie would certainly love to be able to get a lap in quick enough and fast enough to conclude his licensing requirements for the Top Alcohol Funny Car license. And if he can get his requirements done, his last licensing lap completed on this lap, he'll have the opportunity to come back in the 8 o'clock session with a one or none qualifying effort to get into the show for tomorrow. Legendary Vern Moats and Massey operation, with Bob Massey's son Robbie at the wheel. 26-year-old pilot. Let's see what he can do. Fingers crossed. Oh! Needed a little bit more than what he's going to get on that run. He can still come back tonight and make his final license lap, but he will not be able to qualify for the show. .577 would have been a tough field to get in. Warren Evans from DragRacer.tv mentions in the background. Yes, it would have been, but that is certainly a car capable of doing it. Robbie had a good run, a couple of good runs during Test and Tune on his licensing laps Wednesday. And you never know. But now it's not to be, as they will need that final qualifying session to see if they can make their license lap then and wrap up their licensing requirements. So our alcohol funny car field right now, Shane Westerfield 1, Chris Houle number 2, Kirk Williams 3, William Bernard number 4, bottom half of the field, Kyle Smith, Mark Billington, Scott McVeigh, and Brian Brown. But again, a couple of cars haven't yet made their way down the racetrack. And we're going to have to wait and see in that 8 o'clock session who's capable of stepping up the program and getting into the show. 577 right now, pretty good bump. 256 miles an hour. 554 by Shane Westerfield. Obviously, the guys would like to have tightened that up a little bit here in this session. Rick Jackson's team and the Corilla Rods entry, but whatever reason, the car going silent out there before the half-track mark. Supergas, we need you to the lanes, please. Supergas to the lanes. Stock getting ready to come up. We'll be right back.
Escape it, Houston! Trapped in an Egyptian tomb, quarantined with a deadly virus. On board the Titanic. Choose your adventure and escape it, Houston! For parties, team building, and sheer entertainment, Ramsey's Revenge, Quarantine, and Escape the Titanic. Work together, solve the puzzles in 1 hour, and escape it, Houston! Conveniently located on Sam Houston Parkway. Easy access, ample well-lit free parking, party room available. Go to escapeithouston.com. The clock is ticking. Escapeithouston.com.
Hey, boys and girls, while it's quiet, got a racer in need. Tim Walker's in need of a Power Glide transmission with an 8-inch converter for his super gas car. If you have a Power Glide transmission, 8-inch converter setup that you could sell, loan, rent, borrow, whatever the case might be, come see us here in the tower. We'll put you in contact with Tim Walker. Or if you know Tim Walker and you have said item, go see Tim. But Tim Walker, super gas racer in need of a Power Glide 8-inch converter. If you've got one, got a racer in need. Love to keep racing this weekend, but he needs a little help from his racing family. You can find us here in the tower in Race Control. We can put you up with Tim, put you in connection with Tim. Or if you know Tim, you can go find him in the pit area and get it squared away. Power Glide transmission, super gas car, and an 8-inch converter to go with it.
Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief.
Super Comp round number 4. We are looking for 20 cars in the lanes, and we have 19. We're missing one. Super Comp, if you should be in the next round of eliminations and you're not in the lanes yet, everybody else is there waiting on you. Super Comp, final call to the lanes.
For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com.
Barry Bergeron and Alan Butler need you to Shannon Brinkley's trailer, if you would, please. Barry Bergeron and Alan Butler need you to Shannon Brinkley's trailer. If you have lost a cell phone down around the Tech Barn, see Bob Blackwell down in the Tech Barn. They have had a cell phone turned in down in the Tech Barn. See Sir Robert, if you would, please, and he can get you squared away.
If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices, all in one place, look no further than SalterRacing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter. All your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more. Give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to SalterRacing.com.
Greg Maddox comes rolling in against Sam Rowland as the 2010 Drag Pack Challengers. Come pulling up to the line. Round number 3 of Stock Eliminator. Going to whittle it down. Should be about 13, 14 cars left after this round. We'll have to keep track, keep count. Maddox off and running on a 947 dial. Rowland off and running on a 1027. Top end winner picker says give it to Craig. 950 on his 47. Taking the stripe by 16 thou. 1028 by Rowland. Gave up a little bit on the starting line. Maddox made him pay for it at the finish line. So 2 Mopars down, 1 coming back. Here comes 2 more Mopars. Austin Williams and Tim Mosbeck. Both of these gentlemen have parked their 340 machines in the winner's circle before. Austin on multiple occasions, Tim on multiple occasions. 340 Dodge Demon on the right-hand side, the 340 Plymouth Duster there on the left. Handicap start, Austin Williams off and running. Here comes Mosbeck giving chase. Right alongside of him, working their way down track now. Williams G-Stock automatic entry. Mossbeck the F-Stock automatic. Give it to T. Austin Williams. 11:51 on the 11:48. 11:10 on the 11:12 by Mossbeck. As Tim got down there, took 29 thou stripe, broke out by 15. He had just a little bit of room to work with. But Austin Williams going to the next round. Tyler Wodarczyk hopes to join him. So does Rob Turkle. Turkle in the white Camaro. 350 4-speed, H-stick car. Right-hand side of the racetrack of Wodarzyk's. Cheney and Wodarczyk. Firebird down the left-hand side. And Tyler's parked in this machine in the winter circle here at Heartland Motorsports Park before. Wodarczyk gets the win. 10:51.2. Dead on the dial with a 2. Turkle goes 11:35 at 114. And Jay Schmidt. Well, he talked about it all weekend. How about a 8-second handicap start? 8. Stan Topeka, 1681 to dial, the front-wheel drive Aries wagon. Jay Schmidt, the F-Stock AA D-Bar D Mustang on an 886. That's 8 seconds, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't count quick enough. Stan Topeka drifting towards the stripe, trying to look over his shoulder. Stan at the stripe, 1678, got there by a bunch. But Jay Schmidt able to run over the number. Runs 895 at 156. He goes flying by 75 miles an hour faster at the finish line versus Topeka. Boy, Stan just didn't know for sure where that Cobra Jet was. All he had to do was tap the brakes down there, and he could have been into the next round. Jimmy Reed and James Jurgens. G-Stock automatic. Chevrolet Camaro for the South Dakota runner right side. Reed's Copo Camaro giving chase in the left lane, and he catches him 935. On to 935. Dead 3 on the number at 142. 36.5 on a 35 by Jurgens at a $115 for speed. So the Copo moves on. The Cobra Jet moves on. Chuck Rose hoping to join the parade of cars into round number 4 of Stock Eliminator. Rose at the wheel of the white Duster there on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack. And Parker DeVore's 360 cubic inch Volare runs the car out of what they call Clampett Motorsports. And I'm not going to go anywhere near that. There goes Parker. Here comes Chuck. Rose giving chase. Trying to reel him in now. The Aeromotive side of the racetrack. Not going to get it done. Parker gets the win. 1191 at 102 miles an hour. Chuck Rose's day is done. He goes 1122 on the 1124. That's how you punch your own ticket out of here, among others. Scott Dugdale taking on Phil Giles. We got one Copo. We got one Cobra Jet. Can we throw another Copo into the mix? Phil Giles says, yeah, I can do it. Scott Dugdale says, hang on a minute, Sparky. The 327 4-speed Chevelle going to be off and running. There goes Scott. Here comes Giles. Dugdale's going to be looking over his shoulder. Then looking out the right-hand door. That 67 Chevelle as they get to the finish line. Giles goes 957, trying to chase him down on a 960 dial. Dugdale gets the win, 1154 at 111 on the 1152 dial. Ted Romero's Corvette comes rolling in next, the late model C5 edition. Taking on the 1965 big block 4-speed car. Johnny Deacoma over here on the right-hand side. 1012 to 1071. The early model Corvette giving the handicap start to the late model Corvette. Green lights up there, and away we go. Corvette versus Corvette. Late model versus early model, and it's the late model of Ted Romero, the B-Stock automatic entry. Dead on the dial, 1071.7 at 113. 1009 on the 1012 dial by Johnny. Decomand to better light. Takes the stripe, breaks out at the other end. And we won't see the Corvette again until tomorrow. Chris Cheney, Speedy Lube Camaro now, the AA stock automatic entry, taking on Dwayne Dickens. San Clemente, California-based runner, the Advanced Alien Technology machine. Little J-Stock automatic, 283 with a glide. There on the left side, Cheney hikes the front end up in the air, set sail for the other end of the racetrack. Dickens, longtime campaigner. A little bit better out of the gate, and it cost Cheney down at the other end. He goes 1035 at $1.17. 1188 on the 1187 by Dickens. 108 miles an hour. Dwayne moves on. Brett Spear and Michael Bulris come rolling in next. Another one of the later model Corvettes, I should say. Bulris up from San Antonio. Small block power plant on the right-hand side. And Brett Spear. Spear, the chiropractor out of Minnesota. Will be right up the road from Brett's office in a couple of weeks. And hopes to have a Wally sitting on his mantle at that office by the time we get there. He's one step closer, 1084. 108 miles an hour. Bulris goes through 1136 on the 1138 dial at 114. Spear moves on to the next round of elimination. Logan Warnett and Vern Buchanan come reeling in next. Vern, the Arkansas base, 351 Mustang, 1134 Logan. The Iowa based, 62 Plymouth on an 1139. It's just 500ths difference in their dial. This one's going to most likely be won right on the starting line. He who has the better reaction time probably proceedeth with the better finish line light. Well, this could get interesting. Only 4th out difference off the line, and the win goes to Vern. 1130 on the 1134, 1134 on the 1139. True margin of victory. As both drivers break out, Vern Buchanan by 5 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Joe Santangelo, the Connecticut-based runner. B-Stock automatic, big block machine, 1053 to dial, taking on James Findell. Findell looking to see what he can do against Santangelo down at the other end, but it's going to be Joe. Joe trimming the tree, then running 1058 at 115 miles an hour. 1124 by Findell. He was late out of the gate. Tried to make it up at the other end of the racetrack, and when you're running Joe Santangelo, that's not a good idea. So the runner out of Marlboro, Connecticut, going to keep on keeping on. Michelle T-Berry, number 2 qualifier. As we work our way through rounds of elimination, ends up with the bye run this round. 305 cubic inch Malibu. A-Stock automatic entry. Michelle working her way down. 1180 at 109 miles an hour. Hey, racers, want you to know that those of you that like to gather down at the finish line, over here on the spectator side of the racetrack, the collection of golf carts always seems to get larger and larger and larger. Well, guess what? This year we got a special treat for you here at Heartland Motorsports Park. The beer vendor's going to be out there selling some ice-cold brewskis, Budweisers, coming your way. Ice cold, delivered to you on your golf carts there on the spectator side. Super Comp getting ready to roll up next. And what do I hear? Steve Collier, Vern Rowland, and Mr. William Thorpe to tell you all about it.
Well, thank you, Bob. I'm definitely not lost. Just kind of had a spare weekend and kind of soaking some things in and trying to expand my horizons, as many would say. Working in round number 4 here. I was going to say the round next thing. When you're normally bracket racing and announcing, it's always round next. You just keep going until there's no cars left. A little different concept here. Vern Rowland, Steve Collier. Collier being the automotive lane. Rowland over here in the O'Reilly lane. Both of them kicking the pre-stage on. Stage will come on. See some bulbs flash and see some cars go. It's a pretty simple concept. Oh, so they say. Well, let's see. We're seeing double O's on both sides. This ought to be mighty interesting for at least somebody down there. Steve Collier, dead 9 with an 09 light and takes 9 to stripe. 999. My man, you need to find a casino later if they got one around here in this state. Roland, well, 91 with a 9 on a 90, 008 on the tree, and well, we'll see you next time, which would be tomorrow. Rick Hughes, Fishers, Indiana, occupying the O'Reilly lane. Been going a lot of rounds of the D3 events as this season's been progressing, as they would say. Caleb Clewey, Wait, Nebraska, going to be the automatic winners. Hughes must have heard me talking about him. Going, the DD's here. Better put on my A game. That's my 006 red game. Not going to work. 888 with a 4. Good time to figure out what Caleb's got in store for the next round. Going to bring up Tyler Banks, Kansas City, Missouri, occupying the O'Reilly lane. And Coy Collier, another one of those Colliers. You know, back home in Ohio, where I'm originally from, I got a Collier family. I've got a Steve Collier there. Actually, 2 Steve Colliers. No relation to these guys, but if your last name is Collier, you're known for going a lot of rounds and racing, period. So, should be mighty interesting. Coy out of the Benton, Louisiana area, not the Dayton, Ohio area as I was referring to. But definitely a tough hitter is the Collier family. Banks as well. No slouch in his own rights over here in the O'Reilly lane. Once again, round number 4 Super Comp on the track right now. I believe Superstock will be coming up here shortly. It's kind of working our way through the race number 1 of the doubleheader this weekend here at Heartland Park. Absolutely a gorgeous facility. I was telling Rob I might just stick around in the area for a while. Then again, it is about time for my lease to be up in my apartment, so hey, go figure. 005 to a 18. I'm going to tell you all the stories here because I was almost going to make the cardinal sin of announcing. But we'll tell you this, a 005 light, I should say. Hey, I was wrong there. On an 888 with a 7 for Collier, gets it on a double breakout. Crosses first with 12 in the bank. And Banks, well, 888 with a 6 out the door as well. He's 18. 005 from Coy. Is that what they would say, Warren? Mathematically ineligible to win that round of eliminations. See, I listen to the big-time announcers like, you know, Warren Evans and Bob Unkefer, so I learned that stuff. I learned it real good. Brian Mileham, of Lawndale, Illinois. We occupy the aeromotive lane over here in the O'Reilly lane. Terry Sullivan out of Richardson, Texas. American chassis machine with 615 cubic inches. The undercover machine over here for Brian, the dragster of choice. Well, 890's looking down track. Both drivers are going to take their time getting them pre-staged. Said it's ever so delicate on getting that done. Maybe that's why I became a better announcer, now unfortunately division director, than racer, because I was pretty much like double bulb and deep staging and everything wrong. Still left on pre-stage and red lead. So, you know, stuff happens. Somebody's got a lot of zeros and the other person doesn't have a lot of zeros. Do I need to tell you any more? We're going to see a win light on one of these 2 lanes. Yes, Captain Obvious has found his way all the way out to Heartland Park. Breakout situation. No good over there for Brian. As Terry's perfect on the tree. Trip zip. That's what they'd say. Takes a foul at the stripe. 891 with a 2 on an 890, of course, and an 888 with a 9 on an 890. Unfortunately, no good. There was a window there to work with, but it was a mighty small window. About the equivalent of the balance of my checkbook these days. I almost need to give Warren the microphone. He had the backstory in the whole situation there. So let's move on to the next pair. Landon Stahlbomber out of Ruska, Kansas. I'm sure I messed that one up, but hey, I do apologize. Ruska, there you go. It's Travis's fault. It's all good. Richard Lone not going to get it done. Left a little on the table at the starting line, and well, didn't have the 890 in the tank, as they would say. And well, went like going to Landon. 891 with a 1. Had 10 on the tree to 39. And well, pretty much figured that one out. Hey, listen up. Going to make a call for Super Stock, Super Gas, Motorcycle, Top Dragster, and Competition. Once again, Super Stock, Super Gas, Motorcycles, Top Dragster, and Competition. Come on down. It's race time. If you have not found a losing time slip yet today, that means you come back till you find one. And if you don't find one, we crown you the champion. It's a pretty simple concept. I mean, if I get the big crowns out and start drawing the picture where you understand Wally, check, money, glory, fame, points, okay. Get the message now? Cool. Tony Brown will be in the aeromotive lane. Halesville, Texas. The worthy chassis machine, 632 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet, seems to be the norm. Then again, I think a couple Lucas Oil Series races ago up in at Lucas Oil Raceway, I should say, we did see a door car get it done in Supercomp, so it still gets done, but hey, dragster's the ride of choice around here, of course. Dwayne Pluta. Sorry, Dwayne, I wanted to make sure I got it right, so I didn't have the riot squad up here beating me up. Blair, Nebraska. Nearly identical in some fashion. Don't want to give it all away. Double breakout. Wow. 888's a pair with a 4. Let's go back up here and look at the other numbers. So we got about a 5 spread, an 11 to a 16. The 11 going to win it. Tony Brown moves on to the next round. Got their 5 thou in front. Well, there's that 5 thou. Good thing my core math is working great and I mathed it out correctly today. Good thing there's only one button to hit up here. I would be so lost. Matt Selden, Omaha, Nebraska. Be in the aeromotive lane. Alongside Terry Pallard out of Montgomery, Texas. American Chassis Machine with a 632. If I had a dime for every time we've said 632 or you guys say 632 this weekend, we'd have a, yeah, exactly. I'd have a stack. We'd have a hailstorm. Oh, the one-line wonder that I am. Flickering the bulb over there is Matt. He's got it in the stage. Terry's going to do likewise. We'll drop the tree, turn him loose. One of them's got a lot of O's. The other one ain't got many. Not really the best grammar, but hey, we got a win light. Terry Pallard, 891.4. 008 on the tree, takes 16 at the stripe. Matt followed him right out the door. 888 with a 1. Seems to be a popular number. It's not 888, folks. It's 890. Keep seeing a lot of these 888s. Then again, you might petition for a change, but don't see it happening anytime soon. Luke Bogacki. Last time that I had the fortune of seeing him, it's the Route 66 Raceway in Chicago. Was able to get it done there. Would love to continue on with the Freight Train Express of Wind Lights. Jay Bounce. Piedmont, Oklahoma. Looking to be the thorn in the side of Luke here. As Luke would fall to that bin there, won that category. Would like to win it again. Look at 4 zeros in the reaction times. This is the one time in your life when zeros are good. They're really good for Luke Bogacki. He's dead 6, 006 on the tree for a 12-pack. Cross 16 in front. Doing my math, which really isn't the greatest. Jay, my friend, we'll see you in the next race coming up tomorrow. 891 with a 1 on 890. 17 on the tree will get you through most rounds, but not that one. Michael Biorum out of Justin, Texas, Racecraft Machine, being the O'Reilly lane. And Ricky Hill out of Nebraska with American Chassis Dragster. He's got a measly 582 sitting behind him, looking for the ever popular 890. No, not the 888, the 890. Unfortunately, Ricky took too much of a swing at the tree. It goes red. Gives him automatic win over to Michael, who will come back. See if he can get the first leg of the Wally Marathon taken care of. Yep, 2 races going on this weekend if you didn't know. If you didn't, well, congratulations, you know now. Dan Foley, McKinney, Texas. TNT chassis machine with a 622. Evidently they were out of 632, so he got the 622 instead. Being the O'Reilly lane. Michael Seacrest, Wichita, Kansas. 630. See, they weren't out of 632s where he bought his motors. He's in good shape. Yeah, there you go. I'm learning that. You need to be really nice to your engine builder, especially your transmission guy, converter guy, all those folks, guys or gals, I should say. So I do know some of the shops have folks that can sling wrenches. It doesn't matter who they are. Not the owner, the people working. All right, enough of the comedy show. We got a pre-stage and a stage. We got a pair of stages. And we got a red light. Dreaded red light over there for Dan by 11th thou. Michael loaded it up with a 009 and, well, didn't even need it. We'll see where he's at on the tune, as they would say. 892 with a 3 on the 890. Well, that'll work. Unfortunately for Dan, rather frustrated. He goes red by 11, and, well, that's not what you need. But coming up next, was it round number 4? Superstock? I think. 3, okay. See, that's what I get. I went ahead and said round 4 before round 3. I made a Don O'Neill mistake. Man, where's Don at when we need him? Really? Here's the scary thing. Don's not up here, and I have the microphone. Therefore, he does have to listen to everything that I have to say from this point forward. So, I don't think his fingers are big enough. He may need to borrow a few. Nonetheless, Superstock. Hey, Bob, you care if I do Superstock real quick? Bob doesn't care. Warren, you good? Warren's good. All right, I'm sorry, but I'm going to do Superstock as well. Mike Town out of Bullock, Kansas. 84 Regal. That GTO automatic. 1068 is the number we're looking at in Aeromotive lane. Robert Cruisin, O'Reilly lane. The GTE automatic machine out of Cleveland, Oklahoma. 933 dial in for the Chevrolet Cobalt. Sportsman motorcycle. You should be motoring your way to the lanes. Once again, motorcycles. Wheels up charge for both cars. Fairly even on the start. It means you got a fighting chance. Just don't lose it on the front half. Make sure you figure it out on the back half, as they would say. And, well, unfortunately, Robert's a little too quick. As Mike Town had the advantage on the tree. He's dead one. 12 to a 34. Take 7. Congratulations there, Mike Town. We'll see you in the roundup next. Gonna rack things up here for Eric Pearson. The Superstock K automatic machine out of Rochester, Minnesota. 1970 AMX. Alongside Jacob Pitt out of Fort Worth, Texas. 2003 Dodge Stratus. Looking for a little stratisfaction, as they would say. It's a 974 down there in the O'Reilly lane. When's the last time you seen your AMX dual wheel stand like that? Pretty cool. Okay, never mind. I should not have said that with the present company. My goodness. All kinds of breakout there for Eric. Taking a ton of stripe. Breaks it out by 2. Flips it over to Jacob. Well, he's dead 6. He was not going to lift one bit at all. He knew he had that thing at least in the bag, or it was a 50-50 shot. Either the wind light was going to come on or it won't. Really simple. Tim Nicholson. GTM. 66 Chevy 2 will be occupying the O'Reilly lane. 1020's the target down there. Chris Stevenson, Tipton, Indiana. 1076, a couple of the heavy hitters, because I've heard these names be mentioned quite a bit. And I actually do pay attention to racing outside of the North Central Division, and yes, that is where Chris is from. So, turn them loose, 1,320 feet. Let a rip, Tater Chip, see what we get. Was the Buick Apollo got enough to take out the Chevy too? Survey says no. Margin of victory, 0.08 of a second. We'll go 25 to a 50 on the tree as Tim had the advantage. Goes a 10.24.5 on a 10.20 to a 10.78.8 on a 10.76 for Christopher. But, well, when you got a 25 advantage at the start, it's kind of tough to make that up on the back half. Larry Wolford. Coming up next out of Jonesboro, Arkansas, 981 dial-in. I like this car. It's a 2010 Challenger, 360 powered machine. Just looks like all kinds of mean. Classic old school gold that goes red. Garrett McClassen. Parking for the day. The 69 Camaro goes red by a measly 14th down, and really going to kick himself on this one. He's dead zero, and he goes red. Warren, that's like as red as your t-shirt, man. It's not a good day. Neil Rhodes, Vic Penrod coming up next. Vic will be over in the aeromotive lane. 69 Camaro. Machinist by trade out of Walters, Oklahoma, the 988. Neil Rhodes, 983 dialing. Hardly any difference on the tree, but a whole lot of difference between the cars. Check that thing out. 2008 Ford Mustang, 352 powered machine, the FGTJ out of Elizabeth, Colorado. Man, this is like testing my ability on knowing state codes. I'm telling you. You're used to one division. How you doing, Bob? I should give you a raise for that. But I should. Now he's all for it. Well, somebody needs a Red Bull or something of that nature because, well, unfortunately, someone's dead 5, but just a little on the tardy side. Someone buy him something in the loser lounge because I know he's going to need it. So 992.2 on a 988 for Penrod gets it done. Sizable advantage on the start. Just some problems there for Neil. Well, he had the dial in hammered. I mean, that's dead 5. That's where you want to be. You just got to tone up the reaction time. That's why we've got the Race of Redemption coming up tomorrow for everyone. Michael Lund. Yeah, the Race of Redemption. I just coined something that I'm working on for September. The Race of Redemption. Yeah. Tyler Bohannon. He's probably going, man, I hope this guy's a better announcer than he is a division director at times. Out of Louisville, Kentucky. 1013 dial to the 10 flat. Yes, I like super stock. Trust me, I really do like super stock. If you understand the meaning behind that, you'll get it. If not, just don't like super stock. Wheels up charge for both of them. Camaro's a pair. I guarantee you Camaro's going to get to the stripe first. Bohannon or Lund. Well, going to be Tyler Bohannon. 10-17-2 takes out a 10 flat with an 8. Dead 8 for Michael. And give up a little bit here at the line. And well, unfortunately, that was the difference maker down there. Is 14's your margin at the stripe. Tyler Bohannon will advance. Brings up Aaron Stanfield. Heavy hitter out of Louisiana. That Stanfield Enterprises machine out a 990. GTI automatic machine. Gene Mickelmeyer out of Nebraska. Dropping the hammer, having some fun. Looking to outrun himself a Camaro alongside. Can he get it done with the Chevy too? Well, we've got a few more feet to let you know on that one. No, he cannot. Falls way off there. 1043 with a 5 on a 24. Still had the speed, but unfortunately, Aaron had him covered here at the start by 12. Legged that thing out to 50 at the stripe. Well, 10.057 on a 990, which would be great for Super Gas, by the way. We'll get him to the next round. Michael Mans and Matthew Lund coming up next. I'm believing there's relations somewhere along that one. Yes, Captain Obvious on the microphone. Michael Mans, no relation to, well, Michael Mans. 2000 Firebird. Oh, he's related to Man. There you go. Can you tell I haven't announced for a while? Really? Check out the wheels up lost there with Matthew. My goodness. One of these two light zones got a couple zeros. It's going to help out the cause. Will it be our winner? Yes, it will. Michael Mans. 886.2 on an 883. 004 on the tree. Takes 30 out the door. Unfortunately, Matthew. Nice wheel stand. Looked good. Very photogenic, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see it again. Sorry, I had to phone some friends on that one, folks. I was going to get them right or not get them at all. But Tyler, your winner there. 1028 with a 2 and a 1023. Bob's over here almost choking. Yeah, there you go. I'll make sure I hand it off to Bob for the next round. My goodness. I do apologize, though, honestly. We do our best with it. I almost sometimes have been told don't say anything instead of making a mistake. So that's why you hear a lot of silence at times. I can't mess this one off. The one, the only Mr. Jeff Heffler. Been there, won that category, is checked off on every box plus the sheet that goes along as the C attachment. Lucas Oil Emmons Motorsports machine, 69 Camaro, the Superstock H automatic machine. 1018 is what you're going to see down on the aeromotive board. Not really sure if he's going to put it in the beams and see what it'll do, or, well, yeah, he's going to see what it's going to do all right. Puts it on the wheelie bars. Gets the award for the most photogenic machine of the round. There we go. And before I make too many mistakes, I think I'm going to hand this microphone back over to the one, the only Mr. Bob Unkerfer. Been a pleasure. Who knows? If they don't kick me out of here by tonight, I might stick around and do this again tomorrow. Bob?
Stands it up on the wheelie bars, does Heffler. Runs 10.18.8. Misses the tree by 2 thou. And all that by having a whole lot of fun with the front end hanging in the air going down the racetrack. Super Gas getting ready to roll in next. Stick around and we'll have the official scorecards from the Russian judge and the... Keith Kuhn comes rolling in. And for all of our guests over here on the spectator side, all of our guests in the golf cart that like to collect and watch the finish line racing that goes on, I did receive a message a moment ago from a former Division 5 racer that I want to share with everybody. I will leave the names out of it to protect the innocent, or the guilty as the case might be. Kirk Kuhn working his way down track. He's got the odd lot by with 13 cars left in Super Gas. Kirk goes running through with the Ford at a 991 pace at 152 miles an hour. And that's our pair. We will now whittle down the rest of the field to our final 7. Super Comp, Top Sportsman, and Super Street. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Top Sportsman, and Super Street. Need you back to the lanes, please. And Top Dragster and Comp Eliminator, you've been called as well. So, rolling into Super Gas, we should have Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Dragster, Comp, Super Comp, now Top Sportsman, and Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Ray Sawyer, Chris Edson working their way down the racetrack. Massachusetts runner taking on the Texas runner. Edson over here on the O'Reilly side lights up the scoreboard, and Sawyer's day is done. 989.3 beats a 989.0 down at the other end of the racetrack, and by 0.003 of a second. Edson gets the win. The Sawyer gang is gone here in race number 1. So Edson will be back in the next round. Mitch Withers and Dale Evans going to duke it out now. Battle of the Corvette Roadsters. Good to see which one of them shall progress to the quarterfinals in our Super Gas field. About a 10 flat beating a 1033. I don't think either Dale or Mitch wanted that one. They kind of looked over at each other down there at the other end of the racetrack, shrugged their shoulders and said, "You want it? Nah, you take it. Nah, I don't want it. You can have it." Butch Clewine and Tom Carlson comes rolling in. You know, by then they were already at the stripe and somebody had to take it. Clewine over on the right-hand side, the Nebraska runner. His Camaro roadster bodied machine, and Carlson on the left, the C5 Corvette bodied hot rod. So we continue on, working our way through eliminations. A little bit better out of the gate, Carlson. A little bit better at the stripe, Carlson. 989 beats a 988. True margin of victory by Carlson, 0.014 of a second. So it'll be Carlson and Evans next time around. And my Roadster guys looking pretty good so far. Of course, we still got a few door cars left. Kevin Burnett, one of those door cars. The Ferrari bodied entry for the runner out of Colorado. Of course, Crit Whitfield out of Colorado. Actually, no slouch. His Roadster here on the right-hand side, he lights it up with a 904, an 18 thou package for Whitfield. And Whitfield continues on. He'll be back to run Edson in the next round. So it'll be those two Roadsters doing battle. Kirk Kuhn's door car. Moving on, Mark Philbrick and Joe Ackerman. One of these two guys gets a freebie to the semifinals because this is a twofer. And it's going to be Philbrick because Ackerman rolls the beams. Philbrick over here on the right-hand side, the Napa Automotive Specialist. Ford Mustang, 989, at 163 miles an hour. Joe Ackerman gets no time recorded. And why do I say that? Because, well, if you're not on the line, when the tree comes down, the timers can't start, the timers can't stop. It's Philbrick. 7 cars left in the next round of elimination. Will automatically advance with the bye run to the semifinals. Coy Collier and Van Arnold now. Another door car roadster battle. Collier's Camaro left side, Van Arnold's Corvette here in the right. Just an engine and balancing. Van trying to reel in Coy, top end of the racetrack, gets it done. 987.7 beats a 987.6. Can you say by the hair of your chinny chin chin and 1,000th of a second? Whew. Arnold gets the win. Double breakout, 987.7 over Collier's 987.6. That, boys and girls, just a good old drag race. So let's see. Out of the 7 cars left, we have 5 roadsters and 2 door cars. I like my odds. Humma. By the way, for all of our spectators, our racers that have made their way to the spectator side, that are collecting down track in their golf carts, enjoying the final round and finish line racing going on. A former Division 5 competitor watching out on the West Coast. When I made the announcement earlier about the beer wagon going to be cruising down for all of you folks, sent me a text message and he says, well, how nice of Heartland Motorsports Park to provide a beer wagon for the Losers Lounge. And I'm not going to tell you who it was because, well, I think most everybody here knows. I'll leave the names out to protect the guilty. But still, a pretty cool deal on behalf of Heartland Motorsports Park. The beer wagon making its way down the spectator side to serve some ice-cold cerveza, some Budweisers to our good friends over here on the spectator side as they watch final rounds of eliminations in all of the categories. I imagine there may be a conversation or two, maybe $1 or $2 being shared from hand to hand. It's quite possible. Super Gas down to 7. As we continue to whittle our way through our fields of elimination. Super Sportsman Motorcycle already at 7. We're going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists. We get ready to go. Michael Nash, John Fitzpatrick. Talked about it as they wrapped up that last session of Sportsman Motorcycle. Be a pretty good pair to draw to. Fitzpatrick, the reigning and 2-time, if memory serves me correctly, division champion here in Division 5. Michael Nash, likewise, former division champ. And a couple of times our Summit Sportsman Motorcycle National Champion. Nash comes rolling in the right lane with an 810 dial here on the O'Reilly side. Fitzpatrick's going to leave first on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack with an 840 number up on the scoreboard. So Fitzpatrick left, Michael Nash right. First pair. Win light's going to go to Michael Nash. 808 at 159 miles an hour from Michael. Fitzpatrick at 837, both drivers running under their number. But Michael Nash going to the semifinals here in our Sportsman Motorcycle Eliminator category. Dave Olson being cheered on by Miss Felicia. Taking on Patrick Ruedo. Patrick over on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane, 884. Dave's going to have just a wee bit of a handicap start aboard his Kawasaki there on the left-hand side. Dave Olson is also going to have a wee bit of a win line as Ruedo lights the red bulb back here on this end of the racetrack. And an 8.901 lap for Olson as he makes his way down to the other end. And another one of our final 4 contestants have been decided. Ruedo, after the red light start, runs 8.83.9 on the 884. Derek Dory and Robert Sanders, a couple of gentlemen who have finished number 1 and number 2 in the division on more than one occasion. Sanders up on the left-hand side, a 914 dial. Derek, a 915 dial. Travel a lot, eat out a lot, have fun a lot, race a lot. Derek Dory out of the gate, Robert Sanders right alongside. Dory the better light, Dory the win light. 911 on his 915, 910 on a 914 by Robert. True margin of victory between the two of them down at the other end of the racetrack. How about 6 thousandths of a second? And Sherry sitting in her chair going, well, that's not the way that was supposed to work. No happy dance this time around. And Dwayne Towson, he'll be back to take on Michael Nash in the next round of eliminations, as we are down to our final 4 in Sportsman Motorcycle. Towson working his way down track. How about a perfect light trip, zip, 0, perfect out of the gate. Runs 8.902 at 149 miles an hour. And we are down to the quarterfinals now in our top dragster category. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp to the lanes. Top Sportsman, if you're not there, we need you to the lanes. And Super Street needs you back to the lanes as well. Top Dragster, our Fine Line and Madcap top dragster category, getting ready to come up next. And Don O'Neill, microphone in hand, here to tell you all about it.
I'm upset, Bob.
What'd they do now?
So I rode all the way down the racetrack, right? Went by everybody down there on the golf carts. Went and hung out with some of the good friends down in what do they call it? They call that South Lot, right? South Lot.
Yep.
So I'm riding back and I hear this whole beer garden or beer wagon thing going on. And
over here on this side.
Oh, it's on this side.
It's on this side.
Oh, okay. I'm not mad at it.
See, you got to pay attention to the complete announcement.
I'm too poor to pay attention, Bob. Too poor to pay attention. But what I am paying attention to is the Madcap Top Dragster and Top Sportsman that's getting ready to come up while I'm multitasking watching NHRA Pro Stock in Sonoma. So, very busy at the moment. We are down to, do not turn that off. I'm not distracted. Not distracted. Right now, I think McGahe's low at 56.7, so that's cool. So we're down to Harrington, Nelson, Rusty Baxter, J.R. Lobner, John Biaggi, and Mr. Dahlberg, the Division 5 Top Dragster champ.
That's it.
So we're going to get rolling right here, right now, down to 6. Rusty Baxter and J.R. Lobner getting ready to roll out from underneath the tower for everybody tuning in on dragracer.tv across the country. And Jaggy and Eric could go 56.4 and 56.6. So there we go. Nice lap. JR dialed in at 707 on the O'Reilly side. And if you have ADHD, you're probably going to struggle with this round because I'm watching Pro Stock, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman all at the same time.
Well, you know what? I'm here for you, Don. Just in case you make a boo-boo, I'll come along with my dustpan and my broom, sweep up after you.
You gotta love the free non-hired help. So Mr. Baxter coming out on the Aeromotive side, 66 years old, retired. Rusty out there walking the starting line. 540 Chevrolet motor, Pro Charged. Looking over at 707 J.R. Lobner. I'm going to go out on a limb right now. I'm pretty sure J.R. is the slowest entry left in Madcap Fine Line Top Dragster. He qualified number 41. And as that old cliche goes, all you got to do is be in to be able to win. JR, his dad John, looking over 632 cubic inches in the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. 613. Mr. Baxter is going to be waiting for a while. We're staged up, ready to go. JR is good up front. He's 12. Rusty's 26. Finish line stripe. Give it to JR. How about that? Rusty got there 8 thou too much and breaks out 4 thou. 708 for JR, and he moves on. Up next, right? Oh, is this a twofer? This is the free ride to the finals for Randy Dahlberg and John Biaggi, the reigning Division 5 champ on the aeromotive side, dialed in at 676. Looking over at John Biaggi at 624 dial. Granville, Illinois. We got 2 nitrous motors. Madcap on the left. Oakley over on the right. Jason Line just went 655.7. That is now low in Sonoma. Mom Biaggi, D, the best Italian cook in the pits. Over, standing behind John, Norwalk Nationals winner last year. Looking over at somebody that needs no introduction in D5, Randy Dahlberg. We're staged up. Here we go. One is good and someone else is better. Towards the stripe. Here we go. Biaggi closes in. Give it to him. 6 thou margin of victory. 623.6. 006 up front for John. Randy was solid with a 20 light, but gets down there and takes not enough because he's just not there. Followed him through. Moving on, aeromotive side of the racetrack, Mr. Racecraft himself, Danny Nelson. Number 3 in the division last year in the land of the winners. They call that the North Central division there, Mr. Unkerfer. Quite familiar. Dialed in at 620, and he's looking over at Mr. Harrington, who's dialed in at 686 from DeSoto, Kansas. On the O'Reilly side, Danny been riding it right along there. 617 qualified number 9. Harrington number 38. Here we go. Somebody's got some work to do as they close in on the 1320 stripe. Top end. Give it to Harrington. He's 36 up front to Danny's 16. And Mr. Nelson takes 25 and breaks out 1 stinking thou. So 40 pack. Moving on to the next round for Mr. Harrington. Oh, Harrington, right. Harrington and LODRS are no strangers. That is for sure as they come up. Hey, that's my buddy Brad Ford right there in the buggy, Mr. Hunk.
Well, I tell you what, you can watch Brad stage, except the green, and you can also watch Pro Stock over there on that screen, because I'm going to take care of Comp Eliminator while they go down and racetrack, or at least make their attempt.
As he moves on, he'll be looking for the winner of Pontillo and Harris.
That's right.
Next round.
Next round. But right now, Brad's done what he needs to do. He's in to the semifinals.
So Laughlin is number 1 at 655.2 right now in Sonoma. So I wonder, Bob, as I ponder here. I ponder. We're up here in the booth. I see the golf cart tops growing. They're multiplying. It's like the gremlins, don't give them water, don't feed them after midnight down there. And I wonder how many of them are listening to us, but also watching NHRA.tv.
I'd be willing to bet the majority are listening to us, and a few are watching NHRA.tv.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb right now because it's Greg Anderson and Bo Butner on the starting line. And I'm going to say that Mr. Butner is getting ready to go low for the round.
I'm going to say that Greg Anderson goes low.
Okay?
Okay?
Listen, I like a good debate.
All right. Here comes the big pair in this round of Comp Eliminator, though. The 4-cylinder machine of Chad Bogus. The 6-cylinder machine of Frank Aragona. One of them is going to win, and this is a twofer. Because with 5 cars left, the win here puts them automatically into the final round. So a big race shaping up. Frank's 6-cylinder, Ken Keir built, New Jersey-based run.
I did miss it.
Chad Vogus pulls in the Neyland Parks chassis entry with the 4-cylinder over on the left-hand side.
Neither one of them went low, but they're 2 thou apart.
Okay.
And Anderson,
who went quicker?
Anderson did go quicker.
Thank you very much.
I think Bo out-mile-an-houred him, though. Horsepower's mile an hour, Bob. You know that.
I know horsepower's mile an hour, but I'm more interested in this race. Right here in front of me, Vogus and Aragona. One of them's going to the final.
One's from New Jersey, one's from Missouri, and then both showed up in Kansas.
Win line's going to go to Frank. 29 thou to stripe, 773. Had to push it a little bit down at the other end of the racetrack. That'll cost him a nudge. 757 by Chad at 163 out of the 4-cylinder. Chad had the better light. Frank held in there. Kept the foot planted all the way to the stripe. Gets the win, moves on, and goes to the final round. So Frank gets the 2-for win there. Now, who's Brad Plord going to race? Is it going to be Tony Pontillo? Or is it going to be Matt Harris? Harris out of Bellevue, Nebraska on the right-hand side, the Cobalt. Pontillo in the Dragster. So we're either going to have a door car roadster battle or a dragster roadster battle, as they will come back to do battle in the next round to see who runs Aragona in the finals of Comp Eliminator for race number 1.
Bob, I know I don't do math. I know I don't do math, Bob.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow. Matt Harris gets the win, 774. 173 miles an hour, 690 by Tony. Matt was late out of the gate in relationship to Tony and had to keep his foot in down at the other end of the racetrack. All winners, all classes. Need you back to the lanes, please. All winners, all classes. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. So it'll be Harris and Plord duking it out to see who runs Aragona. Super Street getting to roll in next. Top Sports will be coming up shortly. Stick around, Don.
Well, hold on. I mean, Super Street, I can't screw this up. They put the number on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but you know what that, without looking, you know what that is over on the left-hand side?
That says it's a Chevrolet truck.
No, it's a Mercury truck.
Does that say Mercury
It
on
says
it?
Mercury. You know where? You know where Mercury trucks are sold?
No.
Canada.
Holy cow.
See?
Education.
You
Here we
learn
go.
something new every day. Darren Pierce trying to hold on, not going to get her done. Brett Thornton gets the win, 1091, takes out that Mercury truck. Who goes 1092 for Darren?
Wow.
You didn't know that about Mercury
I
trucks?
did not know that. How about that? 5 thou. 5 thou up here on the starting line is the margin of victory at the finish line. 5 thou for Mr. Thornton.
And that was a 2-for run.
Oh, Mr. Thornton moving on.
Mr. Thornton moving on, yes, sir.
All right.
Tom Phillips and Tony Leonard. Tony out of Minnesota. Got that big motor, 70 Chevy Nova. Now, Don, would you take that 70 Nova to go street cruising in?
I would. And Tony Leonard Probably does. He probably goes to Dairy Queen, gets some ice cream in it, or Sonic. I don't know. He's from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota. They probably have Sonic up there.
They got Sonic up there.
Yeah.
They got Dairy Queens up there too.
Do they?
Yep.
But yeah, Mr. Leonard, I'm sure he's probably cruised in at least once or twice to get started.
Yep. Out of the gate he goes. Tom Phillip alongside. Wow. Tom out of Dallas. Pushing his way down the racetrack now. Trying to take out Tony. Got a good start on it with a perfect light. Goes 10.89.2 to take out Leonard's 10.87.6. Phillips moves on into the quarterfinals of our Super Street competition. That Trip Zip Zero certainly does help things out, doesn't it? Scott Dugdale taking on Dan Smith now. Battle of the Chevrolet Camaros, the first gen for Dan over here on the right-hand side. Another one of our Minnesota runners. Dugdale over there on the left. Scott trying to stay alive, Super Street and stock. On his way down track, gets her done. 002 light, dead on 5. 7 thou package for Dugdale. Smith 15 on the tree. Runs a 91.2. Not a bad package, but when Dugdale's throwing a 7 at you, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do down at the other end of the racetrack. So Scott moves on. He'll be one of our final 7 contestants at Super Street. The big dog, Steve Dominguez. Large motored Chevrolet taking on Jim Burrell. Dad out of the Burrell family and the Ford family. Coming out of Claude, Texas. Big motored Ford. Pretty good battle shaping up now as they both head for the other end of the racetrack. Burrell top end gets it done. Takes out the big dog. 10.91 Ford, 152. Burrell will be back to take on Dugdale in the next round of elimination. As we continue marching through. 10.86 by Dominguez. Tried to make up his behind start on this end of the racetrack and couldn't get her done. Chris Harrelson, 70 Camaro right side, taking on Scott Vandeventer. Vandeventer up the Chevy Nova there on the left. Looking to see what he can do now. Scoreboards light up, 1090s. Christmas tree lights up with stage and pre-stage. Christmas tree also lights up. A pair of pretty darn good reaction times, 005 and 002. The 005 runs dead on 0 for Harrelson. 1087 by Vandeventer, who was 002 on the tree. Whew. Harrelson goes 5 thou package with a 005 light. He comes back to take on Phillips, who had that perfect light. And again, folks, if you're in, you're in. Need all winners. Back to the lanes, please. All winners, back to the lanes. Jonathan Anderson, the D2 runner, taking on Jeffrey Wheats, the Division 3 competitor that, well, claims Division 5 because it's close. Jeffrey Wheats, Barracuda here on the right-hand side. Jonathan there on the left, the little Pontiac Sunfire. Coming up from the Peach State, Georgia. Finish line winner picker says, give it to Wheats. 10.89.4 beats a 10.88.8 by Jonathan. Wheats moves on. Don standing up here looking at the numbers coming up on the scoreboards and the cars going down the racetrack and going, good golly, Miss Molly. You want some Super Street action?
Jonathan's going to be really upset when he gets to the ET
He will. He will.
I mean, he was upset because his win light didn't come on, but he's going to be really upset when he gets the rest of the numbers.
It happens that way sometimes, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chuck Lowry taking on Gary Horseman. Final pair this round of Super Street. And Lowry's day is done. You can see the hand come off the wheel a flitch too early. Horseman's going to take the Falcon. And it'll be the Falcon and the Cuda in the next round of eliminations. 10.86 by Gary, running it out the back door. So Horseman and Wheats, Phillips and Harrelson, Burrell and Dugdale, with Thornton getting a bye run. There's 7 cars left in elimination. Super Comp rolling in. You going to do this one?
Yeah, I can do this one.
You can do this one?
I think I know something about 890. Yeah, they put it on the scoreboard for you. That's all you got to know, Bob. Aeromotive side, Coy Collier, coming out of Benton, Louisiana. He lists himself as a professional drag racer for the Manpower team. 07 Mullis, 588 cubic inches of sunset power. looking over at Terry Pollard from Montgomery, Texas. 2012 American, 632 for the power plant. Coy number 3 in the world. He's a double duty guy. Goes between Super Gas and Super Comp. And he is going to see what he can do against Mr. Pollard. And I'm going to say, because one's from Texas and one's from Louisiana, these two know each other. They have probably battled numerous times in the good old land. What do they call you guys down in D4? Land of the good guys. I think that may be your hashtag. I don't know if that's true. Trey, send me a text. Let me know if it's true. They bump in. So one is perfect, one is 16. Who's holding what? What's going to happen at the stripe? Top end. Give it to him. Perfect lap, folks. Terry Pollard. He is trip, zip, perfect. Lights it up. 8,900. Taking 3. Coy back here, 16 and 1 above. Mr. Pollard, frame it, my friend. You're moving on to the next round. Tony Brown, they call him the head wrench over at Manpower and Collier Racing from Hallsville, Texas. 04 worthy, 632 cubic inches. Taking on North Platte, Nebraska's Caleb Queenan. There's no way that says Clewan. Yeah, okay. All right. Clewan. Here we go. Let's see if Tony can pull this up. There's no way that says Clewan. But anyway, coming down. Give it to Brown, 891.5. He's 19 up front. Caleb was 24, got down there, breaks out 3 thou, taking 13. Had a little bit of room, couldn't snug it up just enough. Brown moves on to the next round. Backing up into the beams right now, Michael Seacrest from Wichita, Kansas. Lists himself as a 56-year-old mechanic. He's looking over at the other side at Michael Bjorn. Is that right? You going to go? Yeah, I really don't know where you guys are getting these pronunciations. Is that right? Well, Mike and Marcia, I apologize. Justin, Texas. Division 4 runner, 07 racecraft, 540 cubic inches. Getting ready to see if he can turn on his wind light. Well, if he wins this round, he can come back up here and I'll mess up his name again. Closing in on the finish line, and he's going to get to come back and I'll get to mess it up again. He's 26 up front, 886.3. Michael Seacrest is 11, gets down there, takes 17, and just gets two too many. Moving on to the next round. Landon Stahlbomber. Who's getting the twofer? Where are we going? We're going to the semis. Looking over at Mr. Terry Sullivan, 62-year-old. He lists himself as a professional drag racer. 615 cubic inches on the O'Reilly side. Landon's 598. He calls it the Land Air Express. Out of Waukerusa. You guys are making this up. Waukerusa. There is no way. You're killing me.
Waukerusa, Kansas.
Yeah, okay.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, you're killing me.
It's right up the road.
Petey, you're killing me.
And Land Air Express is the family biz.
Okay, well, here's the family biz right now. Mr. Sullivan is not going to stage, and Mr. Landon is not going to stage. So we're just going to sit here and see who runs out of fuel first.
Next time you're traveling down the highway, see if you see a Land Air Express truck that goes rolling by. That's the family biz.
Is it only in Kansas?
No. Nationwide.
Nationwide. Landon is 20. Terry's 13. Well, Mr. Sullivan is not going to get the wind light, and Landon's going to turn it on at 886.3 as I'm getting beat with a wet noodle by a Catholic nun up here. All right. Now, here's one that the finish line down there at the golf cart tops, they need to be watching. Steve Collier, Benton, Louisiana, number 8 in the world, over on the aeromotive side, looking over at Luke Coolhan Bogacki on the O'Reilly side. These two know each other. Luke, resume, doesn't even fit on the screen, and Steve's is getting pretty close. And just as we would have expected, they are not going to disappoint. Top end closes in. Looky there. Luke is 004, Steve's 008. They're both 888 with a 7. And Luke is 4th out. Give it to him. He's moving on. The Carterville, Illinois professional drag racer giving high fives. We might see a parachute drop. Bob, are you done hitting me with a noodle? All right, moving on. Circus Motorsports, top sportsman, Kelly Land and Alan Firestone. Kelly Land, 694, looking over at 659 for Mr. Alan Firestone. For Alan Firestone Racing in Elite Motorsports. Kelly Land from Land Motorsports, 63 Corvette, 674 cubic inches on the aeromotive side. Looking over at 754 cubic inches for Mr. Firestone. Alan really does need to close this out. He beat his kid in first round. I mean, if that doesn't give you enough motivation to go to the final, I don't know what does. Firestone out of the elite camp, looking over at Kelly Land from Amarillo, Texas. I'm going to venture to say that these two Division 4 guys know each other. Just a little bit. Firestone qualified number 2, Land number 18. Oh! Kelly Land is trip, zip, perfect, and Firestone lights it up 8th thou, folks. Kelly Land is 3 thou under. He was ready, and he'll move on to round number next. And the storytelling will begin over in the elite Firestone pit. Up next, number 2 in the world, J.R. LODRS on the aeromotive side, dialed in at 742. The bye to the final is on the line. Looking over on the O'Reilly side, Mark McDonald dialed in at 663. Going to be a little bit of a split here when we get down to the other end. Nothing that JR did not see on a regular basis last year as he went to number 2 in the world from Gardner, Kansas. I've got to call him a hometown favorite right now. Mark McDonald, Land of the Winners, All-Star 2017, coming over from D3, 598 cubic inches for wife Deidre, partner Charlie. The dragsters for sale 67 Blue Mustang. Here we go. Well, somebody was good, somebody was better. Finish line, give it to LODRS. He's 009 up front, 743 on the scoreboard. Mark was 22, got down there 6th thou, and breaks out lovely 5th thou. JR with the bye to the final. So Mr. JR is carrying on that Heartland Park Topeka luck as he is still in both Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Mr. Stahlbomber is going to take an easy ride down the racetrack as he is going to go on into the bye and will be running Mr. Kelly Land, who was just trip, zip, perfect against Mr. Firestone's 8th thou red light. My arm hurts up here because I'm getting beat by a wet noodle. You just bang a wooden ruler against my hard head. Good thing I'm insured by the race. I'm going to say that Mr. Stahlbomber moves on to the next round. And that runs us in to the lovely class of stock eliminator, correct? That's it, yep. And that means that one of you two is going to take it through as we just keep whittling them down.
That's it.
Is anybody up on the hill over here on the right side got the beer garden going? The beer wagon. Beer wagon. Beer wagon is rolling.
That's it. That's what he told me, and he owns the place, so he ought to know.
Well, beer wagon on the right and the wave on the left at the finish line, right?
That's it. They can wave, and us over here drink beer.
That's it. Somebody bring me one. I'll see you in a few.
All right, Don. Tyler Wodarczyk taking on Rochelle T-Bear. Rochelle over on the left-hand side, a little 305 Malibu. Tyler trying to close it up from behind, gets it done on a double breakout. 10:47 to 1:18. 18th thou the margin down track. Rochelle 11:77 as Wodarczyk moves on. Wodarczyk out of Wakarusa, Kansas, who just still.
I can say that way. That says Lewisburg.
There you go. Ought to take you over to Tonganoxie. Brett Spear and Vern Buchanan now working their way down track. Age of Treachery, Youth and Skill. Brett, the Youth and Skill part. Vern Buchanan, the Age and Treachery part. And it's going to be Youth and Skill. 1081 at 112 takes out Vern's. 1130 on the 1129 dial. As Vern comes up short here in round number 4 of eliminations, and Brett Spear moves on to the quarterfinals. So Spear dances through. 81 on the 78. And once again, all winners need you back to the lanes, please. All winners need you back to the lanes. And, yep, I understand the beer wagon is rolling. Over here on the spectator side, taking care of all the customers down there in the golf carts. And a great opportunity for everybody to just kick back, relax, and enjoy our final rounds of eliminations here in race number 1.
Get the loudest fireworks for the lowest prices at HoustonCheapFireworks.com. 11 locations fully stocked with the newest, hottest, loudest consumer fireworks by Texas Outlaw, Black Cat, Hogwild, Red Rhino, Brothers, Big, and other major brands. Go to HoustonCheapFireworks.com for the location nearest you, or shop the largest selection at our indoor super warehouse on I-10 East in Channelview. HoustonCheapFireworks.com.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronicsinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them.
Battle of the Camaros coming up next is James Reed at New School, Copo, taking on the old school ride. Joe Santangelo out of Connecticut. D-Ron runner making a tow over. Having a little bit of fun with his wheel standing. Big block Camaro. 1052 to 934. A 1.2 second handicap start. Gonna go to Joe. He's off and running. James Reed giving chase now. Joseph Looking to see if he can stick around for the quarterfinals here in Stock Eliminator, and they'll do just that. 1068, 101, 966 by Reed. Both drivers off the dial. San Angelo gets the twofer there. He will automatically advance in the next round to the semifinals, as he will have the bye with 7 cars left. So Reed's day is done. Joe moves on. Scott Dugdale and Craig Maddox come rolling in. Again, all winners. Need you back to the lanes, please. Mark Philbrick, need you back to the lanes. Mark, back to the lanes. Everybody's here but you. Mark Philbrick needs you back to the lanes, please. Maddox taking on Scott Dugdale. 4-speed, 67 Chevelle off and running, the Maddox Motor Company. Drag Pack Challenger trying to reel him in from behind. Coming. Dugdale looking over his shoulder, gets the win. 11:51.9 on the 11:52. 9:44.1 on by Maddox. He's under by 9. Dugdale's under by 1. You can do the math on that, and if you can't, well, I'll let you borrow Don's fingers up here to count with. So it'll be Dugdale and Spear, the Minnesota boys, going at it in the next round of eliminations. Ted Romero and Jay Schmidt going to duke it out to see which one of these cars comes back to run Tyler Wodarczyk. Schmidt over on the left-hand side, Romero on the right. The Cobra Jet out of D-Bar D Racing. He survived a couple of tough rounds this day of racing. Ted Romero's got to be enjoying his new hot rod. Car he picked up from the Bayou boys down in Louisiana. C5 Corvette off and running. Here comes Schmidt. The Cobra Jet hiking the front end up in the air for the Smith Center, Kansas-based runner. Closing in quickly on the top end, gets the win. 897 on the 895. Romero goes 1065 on a 1066. So it'll be Schmidt's Cobra Jet, Wodarzyk's Trans Am quarterfinals. Dugdale and Spear doing battle. Wayne Dickens taking on Austin Williams. See which one of these two jets gets to come back and run Parker DeVore. Parker getting ready to come up with the bye run of 13 cars in the show. Williams right-hand side. Dwayne out of California on the left. Handicap start, the little Chevy 2. $11.51, 106 miles an hour. He kept pushing Dwayne down at the other end of the racetrack and pushed so hard, Dwayne goes 11.85 on the 11.87. Dickens is going to see his time slip and go, holy moly. Double 04 light, and Austin Williams was dead late. Something Austin didn't normally do. So it'll be Williams and DeVore, Dugdale and Spear, Wodarczyk and Schmidt, and Joe San Angelo. 7 cars left. Stock Eliminator. Parker rolling in. The Volare out of Oklahoma. $11.85.9 on the 11.86 dial by Parker. I think he may have had it set up ready. Hey, everybody, check your pocket for your keys. I do believe it's a GM key I have up here in my hand with a few others on the ring. If you can describe them to me, they're here in race control. Racers, I do want you to know that the W9s you've been receiving, you do need to get turned into race control. And Stock Eliminator, round number 3. Losers, I believe you guys did not get your W9s. So if you survived to round number 3, you do need to swing by race control and fill out a W9 so we can get your check to you. Stock Eliminator, round number 3. If you survived 2-3, you need to swing by the tower and fill out a W-9. Everybody else has been handed their W-9 down at the other end of the racetrack. And you do need to get those turned in to race control, if you would, please.
So you do a lot of, like, requests. You're like, here, I've got keys. Come up here and get them. Racers, come turn in your W-9. You're doing a lot of requesting. How's that work for you getting food and drinks?
Some days it works especially well. Some days they ignore the heck out of me.
Well, I mean, it's 7:30.
It is.
I mean, it's way past 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yep.
So can we, like, put in a request for, like, a drink?
What kind of a drink would you like, sir?
Something that's cold.
Something cold? You want a cold beer?
Preferably with
You-
4
you-
letters.
you
yeah.
prefer one of those?
I like those four letters paired up.
Okay.
Yeah, cold beer.
Do you like Crown Royal?
That's not a beer.
Well, I know it's not a beer. I ask you a question if you like Crown Royal.
Well, I mean, is it the only thing we got left? Are we on a deserted island? It's the
No,
only thing we got left to drink?
I'm asking you a question.
Typically,
it's
no.
a simple question.
Typically,
okay.
no.
Then that's the answer. I was leading, right?
Yeah,
okay.
typically, no.
Okay.
Yeah, typically, no.
Do you like Michelob Ultra?
Well, yeah, that would be cold beer.
That is cold beer.
That would fall under, for me, flowchart-wise, military, that would fall under, do you have cold beer? Michelob Ultra. So, yeah, it would fall in there.
What's this?
They can't watch. We're all, that's you to watch. Oh, you're telling me because they can't see you. There was no Mick Ultras in there. You got them hidden. Well, how about that? Okay, so now I get to tell a story. Okay, and this is a really good story. We got a lot of time here. This is a good story. So I used to drive for a guy back in the day when they owned Mullis race cars, and we went and we were testing somewhere in South Carolina, and he had these 2 huge coolers, and he always had beer. But when you would open the cooler, on top, it always had Old Milwaukee's Best on top, right? In both coolers. And do you remember red, white, and blue?
Yep.
Okay.
PBR?
Yes, on top, right?
Yep.
And so
Okay.
we get done one day. It's like 100 degrees.
Uh-huh.
I'd like a cold beer. And he goes, well, they're over there in the cooler. I was like, nah, you got Old Milwaukee and possibly Ribbon.
Oh, you're a picky beer drinker.
So, hold on. Well, yeah, I am. So he walks over and he lifts up the top and he pushes back the top layer.
Uh-huh.
And the good beer's in the bottom.
Sure it is.
He goes, this keeps people from drinking my cold beer. So now when I typically open somebody's cooler, I don't always go for the
you
top.
dig.
Yeah, I kind of dig a little bit.
My golly, you're getting smarter in your old age.
The gray hair's just not for looks, Bob. Just saying.
Oh, man. As we roll into our super gas next round of eliminations, Mark Philbrick comes rolling up.
And while we're doing this, I wonder if Loans and Reinhardt and them are in Sonoma listening to us cut up. They're not. Yeah, no, they're not.
Philbrick has the bye with 7 cars left in super gas. He does what he needs to do. He pulls up and stages. And into the final 4 he goes.
I hope Mr. Seipel's listening to us.
Oh.
I hope he is.
He probably is.
Send all the well wishes in the world to Mr. Kyle Seipel and his family.
Yep.
Absolutely.
He is doing really well. And Mom was in mom form last weekend when we were out there. and yep. She's a sweetheart. You just don't want to get on the wrong side.
What's up, buddy? What you doing?
Chris Whitfield and Chris Edson come rolling in next. Whitfield doubled up at the early race out at Bandamere this year. Winning Super Gas and Super Comp. He's still alive here in Super Gas. He's taking on the Texas-based runner Edson. Again, if you are missing your keys, we have had a set of keys turned in here in the tower. Come to race control, and we'll see if maybe they're yours. So you can get home tonight. Or lock up your trailer, whichever the case might be. 990's up on the scoreboards. Super gas coming at us. Red light start by Winfield. 002. Too quick. Henson's going to get the win. Runner out of Mineral Wells. 985 at 146. Using it for a tune-up run. Dale Evans up next. As another battle of the roadsters going on. Carlson on the left-hand side at the wheel of his Corvette. Sun beginning to set in the west. Shadows getting a little bit longer. Wind light to Dale Evans. 989 at 162. 987 by Carlson. Evans gets to come back and run Philbrick in the next round of eliminations as we are down 2, or will be down 2-4. As we have the door car of Philbrick, the Roadster of Evans, the Roadster of Edson, and Van Arnold's Roadster taking on Keith Cutes and T-Bird. The Ford at the other end of the racetrack, 985.5, and Van Arnold advances to the semifinals with a 991. We have a 75% chance of a Roadster winning a Super Gas and taking my money.